Yeah. Shorty loves it, yeah. Loves that I'm a dog. They don't want it, yeah. They scared of what I know. Told you the budget, yeah. I gotta get my own. Shout out my bros, this right here deserves a toast, yeah. A lot of people back home on my back. Trying to get on my line, cause the people I know. Manifest this year, 7+ on the ropes. They ain't doing this shit, tripping over my flows. I'm on the way, tell them I don't play. Yeah, I'm on the move, trying to get my pay. I might just move on and watch and pray. Yeah, I'm on the way, I'm on my way. Yeah. Manifest this year, 7+ on the ropes. They ain't doing this shit, tripping over my flows. Yeah. Shorty loves it, yeah. Loves that I'm a goat. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Shorty loves it, yeah. Loves that I'm a goat. They don't want it, yeah. They scared of what I know. Told you the budget, yeah. I gotta get my own. Shout out my bros, this right here deserves a toast, yeah. A lot of people back home on my back and they know. Trying to get on my line, cause the people I know. Manifest this year, 7+ on the ropes. They ain't doing this shit, tripping over my flows. I'm on the way, tell them I don't play. Yeah, I'm on the move, trying to get my pay. I might just move on and watch and pray. Yeah, I'm on the way, I'm on my way. Yeah. Manifest this year, 7+ on the ropes. They ain't doing this shit, tripping over my flows. Yeah. Shorty loves it, yeah. Loves that I'm a goat. Yeah.
Just like the street lights lit this town, like a fire in a blaze, gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to leave this out. We got this far, don't know how. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we're gonna let it away. Tonight, we're gonna let it away. Tonight, we're gonna let it away. Just like the sunrise, we're gonna let it away.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Playtonia presents the Ramadan Gaming Championship, powered by SteelSeries and Tech Hub. Here with the hosts Blackjack and Opcon. We are back, folks, for the final night of this series. That is correct. Tonight is the night we decide the champion of the RGC, the grand finals, best of five, here for the game. That is Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege. Opcon, how are you feeling on this electrifying night that we've got ahead of us?
I mean, it's just been 20 hours since we got the second finalist for today, but I believe this is going to be some toe-to-toe matchup. Our fans, our viewers, each and every player here in the server is going to be ready for this finale. It's going to be a BO5 action, so watch out for each and every map, each and every round, because one round going here and there would mean a lot and could also cost a lot. We have a prize pool, we have some massive prizes for all the winners out there, but as you mentioned, all of those hours, all of those grinds, and it all falls down to this one night. This is the night where we are going to be seeing one team become the champions, will be just glorified with the numbers of prize pool and some good surprises they got for themselves. But well, it's time to have a look at the teams as well for now.
Absolutely. And of course, as we all know, the teams that will be playing here tonight, they have fought for quite a while. They have had a big journey here at the RGC to end up in the grand finals of all things, especially, two BO3s for each of, well, one BO3 for each of them, two in total that we had over the course of the last couple of nights. One of which was actually rather interesting to talk about. The other one, not so much, a little bit more of a straightforward affair. Basically, the grand finalists for the night, folks, let's just, not beat around the bush for too long. Team KNF versus Team Force versus KNF. I almost said it in the wrong order that I had it in my head, but regardless, let's have a look at the prize pool that we have here for all of our players, all of our teams. 20,000 dirhams is the total. 10,000 to the winner, 5,000 to second place. Third and fourth, the losers of both semifinals, they are going to be getting 2,500 each. But only one team will walk away with the 10,000 dirhams prize pool. This is it. They have fought for not just that 10K, but also the winner's prize, an Arctis Pro plus Game DAC headset, a QCK Prism XL mousepad, a Rival 650 wireless mouse, an Apex 7 TKL keyboard. Runners up, of course, get the Apex 5, the QCK Heavy Large, the Rival 5, and the Arctis 9. Not bad, but the winner's slot gets so much more. And that is what they'll be fighting for today, along with bragging rights to call themselves one of the very best of the region. There's a lot to play for tonight, and 5 maps to go through for both of these teams. We hope you're ready, folks. We hope you've got your drinks and your snacks ready, because this, if our predictions are correct, should be a long one.
Surely should be a long one. We have Team KNF, the team who just made it into the finals by getting down in the first map, getting in a disadvantage, just two rounds down the line, where they could have lost it all, but that's where they started their play. That was when they started to bring up their pace, and when they brought up their pace, they won the map 2, took the map number 3 in front of Team Kamikaze, taking us to Chalet, and here we are with them. Team Force, on the other hand, they didn't have much difficulties to go through their power-packed action rifles right there, which we have from all of these operators, all of the players, all of the 5 players, in fact, from the side of Team Force. Well, they played it easy, they played it to 2-0, and that was something which wasn't quite expected. But well, I have to say, Team KNF did came all the way up from an open qualifier. But if you talk about Team Force, they were the one who were playing the round robin. And just a month back, we had these top 2 teams, out of which only Team Force managed to come up on top. It's gonna be the Titans versus the Titans, Team Force versus the side of KNF, and only one team will get to be the one who will be holding that championship title, and that title is something I believe each and every team would never want to miss once they are at the grand finals. Yup, the runner-up spot have 5,000 dirham, some amazing, amazing SteelSeries. You got their keyboards, you got some mouse, you got some headsets, but well, it all falls down that how badly do they want to win at this point of time. It's gonna be a BO5 series. We will be taking a quick look at what the maps are gonna be, what are gonna be the veto results, because we have talked about all the teams. We have let our viewers know all the info which they must be having in case they are really, really wanting to spend this amazing evening to watch some amazing Six Siege. But yeah, we have to look after the vetoes. We have to look after, we have to talk about most of the operator bans and obviously the momentum which Team Force had carried on all the way from the defense to attack. Team KNF, there have been, some slight changes. There have been some problems that they had in the semi-finale number one, but nonetheless, once you are in the grand finals, not only do you have to be yourself, but you have to do your homeworks quite right, because you never know what your opponent have been having counter to you, and that's where the map Peter is going to play a key role. Well, it seems as if Team Force they did one yesterday, the first map of Bank, and then we also had okay, I'm sorry, it was Oregon and the side of Clubhouse. Is that going to be the pick? Because that's where Team Force are looking quite dominant, and KNF they might want to really, really deny that.
Absolutely. There's definitely going to be a lot of, hubbub between both teams about which map to ban, which map to play, because you don't want to accidentally pick a map that your enemy team is very much familiar with, right? You don't want to give them that home turf advantage because doing so could very well mean death here and now. Well, not literally death, but death in the tournament. Your journey will end without you reaching the pinnacle of the mountain here. And that, of course, is what both of these teams would like to avoid. However, of course, there are a few maps that I believe we can expect overall. Say like Oregon, say like maybe Chalet. We've been seeing Chalet here. Decider map on both the semifinals, but we saw it a couple of times. Maybe, I don't know. I feel like maybe might actually get Clubhouse again. And who knows? I'm feeling a little wild today. Villa, let's have it, eh? Because we haven't seen Villa a whole lot here at the Ramadan Gaming Championship. So I'd like to see some Villa here, folks, and we'll see whether or not that is in play. But before we go to maps, of course, we'll be looking at the lineups of both of the teams and having once again a reintroduction to the 10 players who will be playing in this match. And we'll get to that in just a second. But yeah, KNF, Force, they have fought hard. KNF, mind you, they had to fight just a little bit harder than Force did. Force, of course, won it out in a 2-0 on the map count yesterday. But day before yesterday, those who were there saw Team KNF make a huge comeback after being down 0-1 on the map count and 2-5 on map 2 against Kamikaze. They brought it back, and they brought it back hard, winning Bank 8-6, and then Decider Chalet went their way in a 7-3. Dominant, if anything.
Ooh.
Kamikaze completely losing steam by the end of it. But yesterday, of course, Team Force, they themselves were pretty good over the Sinners, and overall their play 7-5 and 7-4 on Oregon and Clubhouse, leading them to a victory here, well, there as well. Which, of course, has led us to tonight. So let us not waste no more time and go straight in, folks, for the lineups. KNF, we have from their side, Nixa, Shax, Morph, Loser, and I still don't know how to pronounce that name. Somebody's got to point me towards pronunciations for these names every now and again. Huh?
Yep, lies on there, I believe, but we'd like to call him from the start of his first four initial key, Lahi. Meanwhile, we have
Lahi,
Shax,
okay.
as you mentioned,
Yeah.
Nix, Loser, Morph. So this is going to be the initial pick of KNF. Believe me, Morph is that one agent. If he chooses to go for those aces again with an operator pick, this is going to be something to watch out for. We didn't saw much Valkyrie operator picks coming in from KNF, but they are the one who can adapt to situations. They are the one who will change their momentum once things are not going in their favor, and it doesn't take much time. It takes is just a half switch, and initially, even after losing the round, all you gotta prevent when you are playing up against KNF is that you at least gather that match point. Once you haven't gathered that match point, we have seen them winning from being 5-2 down to to being at the overtime and then taking the win home and coming at the finals. But foes, do they even need an introduction? Yazan, the man who started the semi-finale too with the clutch, ended it right there with an amazing 1v1. He was the man who we had to watch out for yesterday. Gods, Dove to King, Nicole, and John. So this is the five names, the five power packed. I'll say, it's a total power action which we'll get to see from the start of Force. And each
Hmm.
and every
Hmm.
player have shown what their true potential is. Each and every player have stepped up for the team at times they will be needed the most. John, we did so yesterday. Blackjack started off things quite well in the first map, was eventually the MVP. 20 kills, 8 deaths, and some amazing numbers in terms of the KDR. But yep, in second map, he was kind of lacking, but that's where teammates did his great job, and that's what is important. You won't be able to just give your best with your current operator picks, because always it's about the ability which you are bringing in the table at the map according to the situations of your attacking and defending. Out of all of those, your players might not be favorable to some of those, but still they are kind of making sure that the finals will be played the way it should be. And I believe that numbers are going to be something we really need to look out for when we talk about the post-match stats, because Team Force, they had amazing stats overall in the semis. But if we talk about KNF, yep, we had some players who might be struggling, but some players who were totally overcoming them as well at the same time.
I mean, one of those players that we you were just talking about struggling and maybe picking things up later. Guards from the side of Force yesterday. In the first map they were kind of a little quiet, mostly hanging back, playing the support role or playing operators whose utilities would be useful passively, even if the operator themselves were dead. And in the second map, in the clubhouse, they were a force to be reckoned with. I believe in place of John, who actually took the back seat, Guards was the one who stepped up and took the MVP for map
Yeah,
number two, all things considered. So when you really think about it, that shows the strength of Team Force, right? It's not just that they're an entirely rigid team comprised of, a couple of fraggers, a flex, and a couple of supports. No, most of them can actually take the role of the other player. Guards can take on John's role. Nicole can take on another one of their teammates' roles, and so on and so forth, because they are able to adapt. Force is a team that loves their adaptations. Some would even argue more so than KNF. So, with that being said, folks, let us have a look at the maps here to be played. It's a BO5, so there's 5 maps in total. We're going to start off with Cafe Dostoevsky, picked by Team Force. Moving on to Chalet by KNF. Then Clubhouse. All right, we got one correct. Chalet and Clubhouse, two actually. Force picking that one. Villa being brought out by KNF. That is very interesting. And the decider being on Border. I don't think we've seen Border throughout the streamed matches of
true.
the RGC.
Yep.
So this one should be very interesting if it does go to decider. Mind you, BO5, and it could end at any point in map number three, excuse me. Not before map three, of course, but map three could be the end of it. Map four could be the end of it. And if not, if it's a 2-2, then we'll see some good old fashioned Border in play for these two teams. Now, mind you, folks, a BO3 isn't just a question of points, it's also a war of attrition as to which team can hold on to their stamina for the longest amount of time, because the BO3 in Rainbow Six is long, let me tell you. And especially if, it always goes down to the last few seconds of each and every round, or most rounds, a couple of OTs, and we're in for a long night, depending on which team wins how many maps. Now, interestingly enough, defending side will be Team Force for the entirety of the matchup tonight. So, yeah, that's interesting to think about. The fact that KNF picked attack on Cafe and Clubhouse, that I'm not really too sure about, given that Clubhouse is a defender set map. You might want to start defense first there. Cafe is really 50-50. It goes based on momentum. Who's got more rounds is probably going to win the map. That's Cafe for you. But Clubhouse is very defender sided. Well, kind of, not very. You have Villa in the pool tonight, so I can't really say that Clubhouse is very defender sided there. But still,
True.
we're going to be starting things off on Cafe Dostoevsky, which is a Force pick. And we will be getting into the match in a relatively quick time, folks. Do not worry. We hope there are no technical difficulties here tonight. We had a big one yesterday. But all things considered, with KNF on the attack and Force on the defense, I'm pretty interested in the bans, because both these teams will be very familiar with what they're going up against tonight.
More than that, I'm interested to ask you this very question. We have the five maps, starting things off with cafe, chalet, clubhouse, villa, and let's keep our predictions off for border. Let's start with the first four map. Not asking you the overall series prediction, but what are the maps which we could really expect to go in the favor of KNF, and some maps out there which might really be gathered from the side of Team Force. Yup, they did play the clubhouse yesterday. They had a massive victory right there, but that wasn't that easy for them. If you would have, considered once, for all Oregon, then that would have been that one map where they did had a good domination and they had the control all the time by their side. But starting things off with Cafe and Chalet, we have seen Team KNF and Chalet, and they are playing tremendous starting things off with Attacker to each and every map, considering the Team Force will be defending. What are just these initial two maps which we could expect? Would we expect a 2-0 or a 1-all? Because Cafe and Chalet, something which I'm kind of looking after, Team KNF's favor.
Honestly, I have to at least agree in terms of Chalet with you right there, because we saw KNF play Chalet right the other day, and they were very very good on Chalet. I have to say, Kamikaze, sure, there's something to be said about Kamikaze slowing down the way they did by the time we got to Chalet, but that problem they were having like before on Bank already, it was just kind of already set in motion, and KNF took full advantage of that. So full credit where credit is due. But on the other hand, Cafe, I'm kind of split on, all things considered. I Something tells me Force might end up walking away with it, but KNF has a really strong chance here. Primarily because I don't think we've seen either of these teams play on Cafe all that much. So there's a little bit of
True.
that unknown factor once again. How will they actually go about playing this map? Because Cafe, compared to like Chalet, compared to Clubhouse, compared to Villa, where there's a definite flow that you can sort of transpose over all three maps, Cafe and Border are very different from all of the other maps in the pool. Sure, their overall statistics, whether they're defender sided or attacker sided, or if they're 50-50, that might be, you might be able to compare that to other maps. But in general, Cafe overall has a very different flow and feel to it than the other maps in the pool tonight. So it's very hard to really predict. I'm thinking, now I won't say OT, primarily because I feel like from map one, both of these teams will be conserving energy. So we're not going to
True.
probably see an OT from map one, but it'll be close. 7-4, 7-5 at the very most. And if they start really fighting hard by the end, then an OT is, guaranteed practically. But Chalet, and I'll extend mine to Clubhouse as well, definitely an OT in at least one of those two maps, if not both. So, Villa and Border will save for when we're in map number 2 or 3, depending on whether or not we're even going to, Border.
True.
I feel like we're definitely going to Villa. Map 4, between these two teams, has to come up, right? But Border, map number 5, that is a very far down the road question that I don't think we have the answer to yet. We won't until we're at least map number 3 and we see which team is taking the lead, and depending on that, we'll have an answer, folks. So stick around. There's a lot of questions that are to be answered, and a lot of them will be answered halfway through or kind of late in the match itself. Map 3, map 4 is when we'll really have a full flow of things. And by then, which will be the winner, which of these teams will be the winner, will be also very close to being decided. And like we said before, it's going to be a fantastic game.
It surely will be. But as you mentioned about the sort of Chalet, yes, Team KNF did had the map in their favor, that from the amount of Kamikaze, where they were winning it quite well. But there's another thing to consider, right? It was the third map. We talked about the energy, about conserving them and making sure that they are just able to keep up with each and every map as it goes on. Well, I believe KNF, my predictions are really on for them in case they have a great start, but usually they did not had. In the first semi-finale itself, we saw that they were just getting warmed up, they were just getting started. But Team Force, I don't believe they need a warm up. They might really kickstart things off with a 1-0, but Chalet is where I would be expecting a 1-all, and that's a big reason why. Team Force being at the defensive side at a place like Chalet, where you have multiple places to be booked onto to make sure that you are able to block off those entry points. Chalet is going to be a big real time hard to make sure that you are able to defend it. But yeah, any equalizer coming in, both of the team at least getting those one win unlocks Villa. And once it does unlocks, it really brings up the opportunity for us to then later talk about the start of border. Because now itself, if we talk about border, it's not something which is going to be quite promising, because we will be loving to see border. But before that, our teams need to make sure that they are bringing up with some numbers at the both side equally. But here we go, the first map
Oh,
cafe is going to be
yes.
here, and we start things off with the operator bands.
Absolutely. Team Force on the defense, KNF on the attack. Force have the first ban of the map tonight, the first ban of the match tonight. And we'll see what the bans are going to be. It is going to decide a large part of many things tonight. And Thatcher will be the first one to go tonight in this matchup. Interestingly enough, because Thatcher, I don't really feel like is an absolute necessity to be banned here on Cafe, but Team Force might just feel like they don't want to deal with those EMPs that can absolutely impair defenders at any given point. Now, this is an interesting ban right here. Zero, or as some of you might know him, Sam Fisher, has been banned from play. 4 cameras that he can deploy on any surface, vertical or horizontal, and they can penetrate those surfaces, reinforced or not. So long as it's a soft surface that can be breached somehow in the game, Sam Fisher can push his cameras through it and get views on both sides of the wall. Very, very big on intel, this operator, and that's why they will be banned today. Wamai, on the other side, will be banned from the first defender of the night, interestingly enough. Also, not so much. Cafe is kind of heavy on utility for the attackers because of certain defender setups, especially on third floor and first floor. So getting rid of Omai will make sure that those utilities are used properly without much interference and without much to worry about. Utility burn was definitely a problem, especially year 5 and early year 6 of Siege. So with that Wamai ban, we have a Mira ban to finish things off. Mira, as we all know, one-way Black Mirrors. We saw yesterday just how potent she can be on both Oregon and Clubhouse. And now we'll be moving into the first round. The bans have been done. Thatcher, Zero, Wamai, and Mira for Cafe Dostoevsky Map 1 picked by Team Force, who are on the defense. They'll be going to third floor bar and cocktail lounge to start us off. And with that, folks, there's no more time to waste. There's no more preamble to be done here. This is it. The match itself. These two teams, any second now. Maybe?
Yep.
Any second now.
Almost. We've got there.
Nearly there. Yeah, nearly there.
Spawning. Yeah,
Oh,
maybe.
okay.
Oh, yeah.
All right, the match has started, but unfortunately, one of the players seems to have had a bit of a disconnect. We might have a... There we go. There's the rehost request to the admins, and, well, as it were, the rehost should go off because it's well within the prep phase, right? So, bit of a bummer start, bit of an anticlimactic start. We were hyping that up so much, and then, whoop, out he goes. But yeah, it is what it is. So there's technical difficulties. We've had plenty of them tonight. Not tonight actually. This is the first one tonight, but we've had plenty of them over the course of the tournament. So I wouldn't really be surprised that one happened, and I'm not. But it is a little. The timing is just interesting to me. Is all just all that hype, all that energy going in, and then poof, all up in a cloud of smoke. But still, we'll be getting into the game in just a second, folks. We'll get the rehost done, as it were. Yeah, even our host is, even our producer on the back end, even they're not happy with this. No one is. I'm pretty sure the players aren't either. But give us a minute, folks, and we will be in the match itself. But yeah, third floor bar and cocktail lounge to start it off. Pretty standard site. The bands, though, are very, very interesting indeed.
It is quite indeed interesting, and I believe before we could even start things off, man, that was also from the side of Team Force. But yep, they are there towards the side of defending. 6 initial round being at the defensive side with the map of Cafe, the first map itself. We'll have to see. The operator bans have been looking quite, I believe, balanced, to be honest. Murph is still up with the ace. We still have Smoke. We still have Valkyrie. But that is, arguably might be a pick coming in from the side of Team Force. But that too in the second half. Initially, the first half, the six initial rounds is something which I'm really looking out to see. Will Team Force manage to get that start? They need to get that start. If they don't have, then we have seen Team KNF just looking nothing but brilliant with their consistency in terms of their energy which they put up in each and every map number 2 and also 3, and that too it's not specifically mapped to the second half of map 2 where they really start to build things up. Same goes for the side of Team Force. They love to end things up quite soon as possible. Even if they might lose initial rounds, it's something which doesn't stops them from experimenting things. They will go out there, attack, they will take those risky peak. With each and every map having defense by their side, those speakers advantage or something blackjack, team Force might really be quite excited on to take a high risk high reward. But we'll have to see, will Team KNF have a watch out for them? And so far, looking after the map bans itself, we did see an Horizon being banned from the side of Team KNF at the very third time they got the chance. First initial ban were the side of Villa, I believe. No, Villa is a pig, but yep, we had the map ban with did included Bang, and then initially Oregon being Bang. That is something where Team KNF might have seen,
Hmm.
and having done these homeworks, how important is it going to be? Cause it's the grand finals. This is where it all ends for the players.
Absolutely, and I like that you mentioned, that Bank and Oregon have been banned. Obviously, KNF, I believe, was the one to ban Oregon. Yes, and Bank was banned by Force. Force doesn't really like Bank to begin with, so not really anything surprising there. But interestingly enough, the ban is more so because they probably know at this point, right, that the way that KNF played on Bank was absolutely insane, especially the comeback. Huge, huge, huge comeback.
True.
But I am a little sad looking at the bans that Skyscraper and Theme Park have been banned yet again. We saw Theme Park like what once during the
Once,
closed
yep.
brackets. Yeah, I believe OGK played there, and Skyscraper we just haven't seen. Which is a little sad. When this season of year seven began, right? When year seven began, and it started with the APAC League. I remember APAC North. I was watching. It was what Skyscraper mostly all day for the stream matches.
Oh,
It was great because Skyscraper's just been included, right, in this newly expanded map pool for competitive Siege. Skyscraper has just been added, and Border also was re-added, I believe. Or was it already there? I forget the details. I just remember that Skyscraper was re-added. Oh, and Theme Park. Theme Park was re-added to the pool. And we got to see Theme Park as well, don't get me wrong. But I really wanted to see whether or not any team would play Skyscraper here. Well, my hopes have been dashed. Who knows? Maybe when we get to some other siege tournaments, wherever, we might actually see some Skyscraper play. I just want to see Skyscraper played. Is that too much to ask? But regardless of a little tangent there, had to take that. Yeah, there's a lot that we've talked about between these two teams. A lot of preamble, a lot has been said to establish the storyline of everything that we have seen. One team coming all the way from the closed brackets qualified way back when in April, right? They are here in the grand finals. Team Force, basically representing the closed brackets team at this point, all the teams,
yep.
and KNF on the other side coming up through the open brackets because they weren't there in the closed brackets round robin. They came through the opens and they have made their mark here and now, waiting to win tonight. Whether they are able to, well, we'll have to wait and find out, folks. But it should be very interesting. It's kind of a nice dichotomy as well. A team that came through early through the fast track versus a team that slogged their way through the open quals, came all the way up, and now is playing in the big leagues as well, proving that at the very least, even if they aren't the very best in this championship, they are top two and they are deserving of praise. And that is already a lot to speak of. So KNF definitely have a lot going for them. Force as well. They've had some time to rest and recuperate since yesterday, and we will see which side wins out tonight's competition. Now, to update you on the game, we're just waiting on one player now, and we will get into the match as soon as they're in, and as soon as everybody has said that they are ready and stable inside of the game. So don't worry, Probably going to take at least 1 more minute at best. That's just my estimate, of course. Don't shoot the messenger, folks. We're just as lost as you are on these things. But yeah, it is what it is, as I like to say.
It's all, just the suspense being built up from the side
Mm.
of these situations itself. We have 5 maps. Almost we were just getting started. All of those cinematics done, all of those operator bands, those music going around the head, and initially the operator pick itself, I believe. Morph, I'm just looking out for him, man. He has been that one reason Team KNF have been looking quite powerful in those mid substances in these any clutch scenarios. But I,
Oh, there
I I
we
believe
go.
once again, here we go. We get the round number one started itself. And all of
Mm.
the, amazing have funs, right, going out there with each and every player. Good sportsmanship, I believe. Yeah, I think I've used the right word here, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Nice display of sportsmanship with the have funs all around. Customary as well, just a little bit. Making sure that y'all get a good game in. That is what matters here. As the first round will now start, hopefully, with third floor bar and cocktail lounge being the first site of choice. Yazan with the Maestro, that I am very interested in, I'll be honest with you. I don't think we saw Team Force play Maestro too much yesterday, but they're going to be bringing in that operator here and now, and that is what matters here. How well they're able to use this operator, well, we're not going to have to wait any longer, folks. Round one, third floor bar and cocktail lounge for both the sides of Force and KNF is a go.
Here we go. This is the first map for tonight. Map number one is going to be the map of Cafe. Team Force all set with their defense. Guards, Dope to King, John. We have Saleh. Okay, that's a switch coming in. Yazan. I mean, that is something quite interesting, I'll be honest. But that's a big challenge at the same time for both the teams out there. Bringing around a substitute at the finals, this is something which Team KNF might have not anticipated, and so didn't, I believe, Team Force and us.
I mean, sometimes, situations like these become unavoidable entirely. So, whatever happened for, a player to have to sub in, we're not privy to it just yet. But John with a very early peek already outside of the mining room window, just taking a bit of an aggressive peek right there, but they're not going to find anyone just yet. They do hear the rappel, and they do know that there's somebody coming up. They see them. They're missing. Oh no! Nixus just gets away with that. The Finca did not have any idea of the fact that there was one player still here, but John with the aggression jumps out, gets a kill, falls back in. Shax, the first one to fall.
That's the start which we needed. John just doing his stuff, and we have seen him, playing just nothing but the best. But well, like, this is gonna be a big intel for you. If it could have been assisted by a teammate, could have been way massive. But losing Sags, they cannot afford another player. That's where the shotgun comes in. Oh my god, Yazan getting spotted off. Whoa, that's a great start. And one taking down John, the guy with the aggression. Saleh, on the other hand, is using the C4, but he gets down. Oh my god, that's unfortunate. Team Force with a brilliant first blood start are now looking to fall down. The numbers advantage has been lost, but Dove 2 King is alive in the server, and the hopes are still on. He goes on for yet another peek towards the cigar launch. Let's see, Pillar Room being holded off from the side of guards. Yazan coming in, not being holded off from the side of Yazan at the same time. It's just down to 70 seconds. The first round. Who is going to take it? Yazan is still alive. The guy who clutched it in the very first round. But well, few intel move. To start things off, KNF really need to put the diffuser down. But Dope King now is at a very risky position. Cannot afford to lose him. And that's where Guts gets an opening, taking down the ace.
That was a big one as well. The ace dropping through the red stairs hatch, getting completely caught off guard by guards, forgive the pun. As we now have the position given away, the Maestro Evil Eye will be shot because it opened its glasses to get a little bit of a laser off. Guards with the second now. They're trying to get a third. Caught on the balcony is the Jackal. Loser has fallen back onto red stairs. Another smoke comes out. The diffuser can't even be picked up. Dovtakin really wants this kill, but they can't push because it's a PDW. Does not matter because a 50-round drum mag cannot stand up to one of the best defender LMGs in the game. Maestro Yazan will be the one to take that kill. And an overall aggressive round from the defense from the side of Team Force gives them the dividend, and they win round number 1, starting off on the right foot, even despite the the first trade not really going their way. Sure, John took 1 kill, but they just were not able to get Nixes. Not really sure why Shax was rappelling on piano with John still there. When you're facing up against John, just never assume that that player is going to go away, right? If you have an early, aggressive defender or an attacker who's looking to get into the site within the first minute and a half, 1, it's John, absolutely. And 2, never assume that that aggression is going to stop. And because of that, John is going to find, themselves in a position to make big plays 9 times out of 10. Guards did take 2 kills in that round, but mind you, John with the first kill was the one to put KNF on the back foot early. Shax down, that is Iana off the board. Utility denial, and the intel game with their Gemini replicators. Huge drop there. And Nixes also was lit up. After which, guards got their kills and started shutting down even more. Wait, John on the spawn peak. They might find one. They almost have it, but no! Morph will shut them down just in the nick of time. Oh, Morph, half HP, less than that even. But this time, John will be the first one to fall.
Oh my god, John. Those risky initial peaks are something which now is totally been anticipated. KNF, they did lose the first round, but are they going to have to secure the second one? Good peaks coming in from both sides, but that's a massive damage. Guards is down to quite some low HP. Wasn't able to capitalize on the number, but still trying to make sure that he brings up the equalizer. But that's where Yazan has been taken down. That's going to be from N1. Just 3 players. Guard doesn't have much HP to work with. Team KNF, they have finally got this, but look at the position of Saleh. This is a great position. 1 spray, 2 kills is potentially a case, but no! Shax comes in at the right time, and this leaves us with only Rope to King.
Oh boy, yeah. Excuse the throat clear right there. Forgot I did not mute myself, but still. 2v5. What a big play right here from KNF. They played the aggressive game, I believe, when Force were least expecting it. Now, down to Dovtakin and Guards. Guards already very low. Not very, very low, but quite low on HP. Big rotate from the Maestro. They get 1. They've got a lot of bullets in that mag. They want 1 more. As the meanwhile, Gridlock will find another. Now the Maestro has to find themselves back in the site. They get 1. Can they get 1 more? Not quite. And through the rotate between sites, it will be Morph. The one to get the first kill in the round will get the final. Maestro shut down. And that is going to be the second round, going the way of KNF. 1-1 in the early game. And we are off to a blinding start right here. As, predicted, and a very good, very, very good, return fire from KNF. They not only expected a spawn peak, fully knowing that John would go for it, or at least someone from Force would go for it, right? They countered it just about. Morph, admittedly, a little messy, didn't quite get the kill when they really needed to, because they lost a lot of HP, but they got the kill in the end. That's what really matters, right? They went out with less than half HP. They have the Finka, so it's really fine in the long run. And yeah, that being said, 1-1 as we move into the third.
Yep, KNF. Now will they be expecting yet again some aggression coming out? Celeste still trying to find the first blood, the first kill. Meanwhile, Overcooking already with 3. Morph once again leading the team with the front foot. Okay. And 1 trying to just have some fun around his drones. Trying to make sure that he is getting this drone inside as soon as possible. Some early intel is kind of promising because those are the movements it's quite unexpected. You expect to give those respect. It's the finals and you would want to play it slow, play it safe, and play it steady. Yazan all the way towards the side of the midway. VIP corridor, Rope looking at the kitchen. John has been rotating all the way to Cigar launch, but he does not love to stop. He loves to be at a momentum, and that's been something great for the side of Team Force. But is it going to be something which is needed? Is a big question. Round is begin at this point of time, and Lahi comes in aggressive towards the terrace area of exit. Fireplace being holded off. Once again, Team KNF trying to find the peak, but Dove taking down the kitchen. Let's see what's going to happen and who is going to get the first blood.
This time, John playing a little bit more on the back foot. Understandably so, the way they were shut down in the last round. Definitely not something that they would have liked, but the Dekebi call is going to go out, and that is going to lead Nixes right to the trail of the Jaeger who was on red stairs not too long ago. Shots will be fired, but the Jackal scan is going to find another trace. In the meanwhile, that seems to be John going all the way down the white stairs now. Yep, the Aruni has been tracked. Now all the way down on the first floor. Still getting pinged. Jackal is simply that good at tracking. But wait, the Jaeger. Careful there, guards. You don't want to make a mistake that you will regret, as the Aruni is still being tracked. My goodness. Really, Loser just seems to really want to take care of John right about now. Pressure's going to get some shots off. So will John, but they do not find Morph in time, and a heal will still go off. The Dekebi is still alive, so that means audio intel is going to be in play for the time being, for the foreseeable future, for the side of KNF. No bodies have been dropped. Team Force have been trying it, and Morph has taken a bit of damage, but not a whole lot. John going towards the lounge side. Trying to get one right about now. Still can't. There was a player on the white stairs very close to them. As we have another one coming towards reception. That is Nix's this time. Grenade is out. It might find someone. Goes through, but that is overthrown. And guards will punish. Very well so. That's Nix's off the board. And a big drop as the Finka is off the board. 40 seconds on the mark. As now, it is a question of when the push happens. Wait, is that somebody in the site? Yes, it is. The plant is happening right behind the kitchen bar. And Gizan has to get in there, but they're going to be punished. And Shax comes in for another. It's a post plant. The C4 does come out, but it's too late to stop the plant. John gets one more in the meanwhile. It's now a 3v2. In the freezers, Diana finds a kill. 2v2, 2v1. Dovtakin comes back. John on the hatch. Where is Loser? Too far away. Dovtakin is going for the counter defuse, but not quite yet. They don't know where Loser is. They don't have intel. John needs to watch the hatch. No, there's an angle! There's an angle from above! And that is going to be the Jackal taking one. They have the angle on the second, maybe potentially. Do they see the Aruni? Yes, they do! Post, plant, hold, and no one, I don't know why, no one called that there would be a vertical angle that you have to watch for. Time was against the defense, and Loser just using the angles to absolute perfection. The post plant 1v2 going the way of KNF, who hold on and get their lead, their first lead on Cafe here in the grand finals.
The initial 3 rounds has been done and just 3 more to go. Team KNF, what a brilliant start, what a brilliant recovery after initially losing. Well, in the first round initially they did lose by these aggression peaks coming in from the side of John, and then Dovtakin doing his job. But yep, at the same time, things did went on the other side when we saw KNF getting slammed down with those UT, with those C4s. But still making the recovery, it was all down to Loser. And Loser, man, played it up to perfection. The first plant was amazing. Didn't got panicked, would have really repositioned, but got an angle for himself. Knew for a fact that if he has an angle, all he needs is a connection of the headshot, and initially taking down the side of Team Force while they are committing to defuse the diffuser. But well, at this point of time, let's see what's gonna happen. This is the 4th round, just 3 more rounds remaining. The round has begun. So Lee at the cigar shop. Want to make sure that he's able to block off each and every player, but mining room once again, John with the aggression. This is gonna be a big reward for him if he gets any opening. But well, John, now he might get outplayed right here, and yes, he does. And one takes him down, quite anticipated at this level. And this time, John might have realized that his success rates are declining time by time.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm not really sure why John would still go for that. Sure, it did work in the first round, but I don't think he quite remembered the fact that he got absolutely shut down in round number 2. And in round 3, he had to actually play a little bit more passively and play, forward positions, not so much as aggressive as he would have liked to get that first blood. This time, not so much, and the spawn peak is punished. Not even a spawn peak, really, just that peak is punished. John, this time by Nixus 2, who was or could have been the first victim of John in that first round. Look at that Twitch John doing so much work right about now, taking care of so much utility. Lahi doing a lot right about now. I think it should be shot going into piano finally, but that's still a couple of meat jammers and an ADS, I believe, towards Cigar. Already cleaned up on Shax on second floor. Nix is going to find a second. Oh, dear me. There goes the mute. And the surge is in. The push up red stairs is already in. The Maestro Evil Eye will be giving away the positions of these attackers as they come. And there's guards on top of the white stairs in pillars in second floor. Smokes out in the meanwhile. Guards at least has an idea that there's somebody on second floor as well, waiting for some sort of hash play. That's the grenade from Shax. Not going to find anyone off of that just yet. 60 seconds now on the clock, and Nixus finds a third. Are they on for the A's? They might just be. Shots fired by the Maestro. Misses. Yazan trying to get a kill. The marks are coming out from that Evil Eye. Passive intel gathering. Maestro's specialty right there. But how far can they really shut these things down? Nixus goes off the board. But there's the push around from Lahi inside of the cold room. Going out to Cocktail. And Shax on the long watch is going to get the mute as well. Beautifully coordinated round from the side of the attack. KNF, mark me impressed, because they are showing us some really, really good coordinated gameplay. Dare I even say, tactical.
Ah man, such an amazing start, which we did expect. Team Force did not able to continue, might add, but Team KNF, they are just having those answers of each and everything. We spoke about it. The homework which we had to witness to be done from the side of these players. And yes, Team KNF, they have witnessed each and every round, I believe, from the side of Team Force. John going aggressive, him peeking towards those angles, just the correction being made after losing the first initial round has been something amazing. Also that they did have the diffuser being planted. Down to a 5v4 situation yet again. Let's see what's going to be the eventual scoreline after we have these 2 rounds over, the final rounds. And then there will be a switch, and as you know, with Cafe, the defensive side will be then given away to the side of Team KNF, and I believe they might have quite great time to defend those initial leads that they have already gathered. 2 rounds of lead, 3-1 scoreline.
Attackers are moving out.
And after these initial lead, it's something quite difficult for you to make sure that you are just not able to keep up with the situation that you will be having that defensive side. Our 3-1. Starting things off, we are seeing Team KNF slowly, steadily moving in. John this time with no aggression, holding down the main corridor, but he loves to rotate, he loves to give away these sounds and make sure that he is just, like some player out there who's quite impatient, but Lokash is already anticipating that maybe there could be an aggressive peak coming in from the side of John, and well, Salah has left the game. This is a very incorrect time. Gods gets down, Lahi. That's an amazing one to start things off, and also to make sure that he is able to give an amazing equalizer, but God takes out another one. John takes out from the side of N1. The nade does the job, and this keeps us with a 3v3 situation.
Big play from guards right there. That sort of early aggression is absolutely good, but Yazan, gotta be careful of your feet. Just because you can't see them doesn't mean you can't see at least some part of your operator character model. That, of course, was what just happened. Yazan took a lot of damage, half HP right about now. Dovtakin as well, low on HP. Both have been shot. Guards is the only defender now with full HP. Shax has taken a little bit of damage, and with Nixus off the board, there is no heals to be had from the Finka. But it doesn't really matter for Shax, as Loser's going to come and find Dovtakin, and that is the smoke taken care of. Now, the balcony and red stairs drop is clear, but it won't be for too long because the Jaeger is closing in. Now on the white stairs door to the side of piano, on the shield, guards is waiting. They hear the drop. They hear the clear. They see the head, but they can't get the shot. Loser shuts them down, and the Ying will open out all of Piano for the side of the attack. All they now need is the location of the Maestro. They don't even need that. Shaxx is going to shut them down instantly. Looking through, yep, there we go, the bathroom, line of sight. Standard stuff for, cafe top floor defense. But all things considered, despite the early aggression that we saw from Guards, it simply was not to be, because Guards was the only one doing a whole lot in that entire round. The rest of the defense, Team Force, just kind of looking a little lost right about now. They don't really know where to go, what to do, and as it goes, they have to change up the site, because they've now lost twice on kitchen and on top floor bar. So they're going to second floor reading to try and shift things around.
Oh man, some amazing play right coming in from DNF. I did not really anticipate that to have been in such a great lead. Team Force, they have never been through a round where their opponent have been up by 3 rounds. Not even in the round robin format, not even in the semis when we got to see them. First initially winning with 4-2 and then somehow, taking down at a 7-5, then a 7-3. But this time it's the grand finals, and grand finals have been looking quite well prepared from the start of Team KNF. Some preps being done from the side of Dope to King. This time it's kind of different. This time he's holding on the side of Signal on the bathroom. John as well just accompanying him. Let's see, pillar room all the way. Salai Bhaji got disconnected the last round. And that was that one thing which, had a big reason for Team Force to not able to capitalize on it. The round is now begin. We have 3 minutes down the clock, 2 minutes 45 to be precise. And Sean, oh my god, he's just not ready to stop this aggression. Kind of making sure that any chance he gets, he doesn't misses it. But Saleh down the line towards the reading room. Cards also dropped down. Oh, there's some huge changes coming in from the side of Team Force. And that is something which Team KNF might not really anticipate. They are doing the unexpected. Salah, this could be a great pick. This could be a great one. Sykes is just holding on towards the side of the museum entrance. He's up there at the entrance. He to check these initial corners, but whoa, the shots have been fired, and when he gets the kill for himself, that's Yazan. That's a big one. Team KNF, just a single round remaining. Not even for once we have ever saw a 5-1 till now.
Well, maybe we might just be able to see it this match, but mind you, Shaxx is still in danger because there's a Valkyrie Black Eye camera right there, giving away live pings or near live pings of the Iana's position. I feel like it's finally been shot. Guards so aggressive, but no, it's going to be Dovtakin and John Divine too. Very good kills quickly, back to back at that too. That is Lahi and Shaxx off the board from the attack. The Twitch and the Iana gone. All of a sudden, things have been turned around. The round has been shifted back in favor of Team Force. Flashbangs out, Guards will fall back. As a result, you still have Dovtakin shooting away. A little bit of damage done to Loser, but oh, Nyx is going to find one. That's Dovtakin off the board. John rotating up red stairs right about now, trying to find a kill. Might be read into Guards pushing out on white to jump down the stairs. It's been given away by the drone, mind you, but still no dice for the attack, trying to kill him. John up on red as well. Drone thrown out. Ooh, is that a good idea? The head is not seeable because of the way the railing is placed, of course. Guards in the meanwhile. Big flank from down below. Coming up coming up the brown stairs or the pillar stairs, however you call it. Might actually be seen. Yep, Guards knows this, anticipating that they might be seen. But oh, the drop down. John saw that. John sees another as well. Gets that kill up on the balcony. Nobody, absolutely nobody aware of that fact. And wait a minute. Loser goes down to Guards in the meanwhile. There was a downed operator in the site. That's the mute taken care of. But you got to be careful. The Jaeger is still in here. Shots fired. Taking a grenade out. But no, who's going to win that? It is still Guards. You cannot contest them at that range. The Finka unable to win that gunfight. Their team needed it, but looks like the site change was required desperately so for Team Force. They avoid a 1-5 as it is now 4-2 in favor of KNF in round 7. That means we're now in the second half, folks, which means right now KNF are going to be on the defense. Force will be on the attack. a pause has been called for by guards from Team Force, probably to make sure that all of their connections are currently still stable and they're all ready and willing, not willing, but able to stay in the match and gonna go in with full force in this moment. Team KNF, in the meanwhile, very well played in the first half. The first half was very much theirs. Even in that last round, you can see that they were trading for a majority of the early to mid round, and it was only really when John made that big flank. They held on white stairs for so long. You gotta credit John here, because we see John normally, being so aggressive with every single play they make, right? But here, they were passive. They waited. They waited on red stairs, held their finger off the trigger, and waited to go in. And basically by then, Team KNF was convinced that, yeah, no one's going to come and flank us now. There's 40 seconds on the clock. But John was there. They got the Hibana. That was the diffuser drop. And then, thanks to them, Guards was able to get the drop on 2 players inside of the site, or well, close to the site, as it were. And with that, Team Force take their second round on the board after a lot of struggle. But now they're on the attacking side. And if Team KNF can walk away with a 4-2 first half, then maybe Force can walk away with a 4-2 second half. And we might even go to OT. The ball's in your court, Team Force. Are you able to take us to OT map 1?
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Man, that's going to be something quite interesting, but let's see what's going to happen. A 2-4 scoreline, the second half, and Team KNF, they are going to be there at the defensive position. Let's see what's going to happen, but I am here just wanting to let you guys know this is just the map 1. Map number 1, and already Team KNF has started to kickstart things inside their favor. The praise goes on. Team Force now will be attacking John, a perfect time for him to display what he is really capable of, and he has proven to us previously as well. But it's just been, the graph has just been going down and down and down, so it's time for him to make sure that he really shows up what he is really potential of.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb. Unrolling razor wire. Setting up.
Absolutely. That potential from John has to be seen right about now. And that is, of course, what we will have to see, whether or not they're able to show here and now. Do excuse if I sound a little distracted. I'm still noting things down from the last round. Lots of things to be taken down note-wise, because there's a lot to be said in maps 2 and 3. Map 1 decides the flow of this entire match, folks. And, well, not the entire match. Map 2 has a lot to say about it as well. But Map 1 sets a tone, and it sets a precedent, potentially, for the entire game. KNF now on the defense. They're going to see whether or not they're able to weather the storm that is Team Force's attack. As we have a pretty standard first round coming in, grenades in, utility burn on piano, standard stuff with the Aruni pick as well from the side of the defense. Interestingly enough, Shaxx coming in with the alibi, though to be fair, no surprises there from KNF's side. Shaxx loves alibi and loves playing that operator, and so the fact that an alibi is in play, yeah, not really too surprising, all things considered. Repel in from Guards, gotta be careful of the angle in bathroom. Grenades going out. Guards takes a bit of damage from that. Grenade might have been needed to be thrown a little bit farther, methinks, but that doesn't necessarily matter too much. C4 does go off, but that doesn't catch anyone. So utility burn has happened. They are now in piano, the attackers that is, trying to go in towards the bathroom side. There's a couple of operators on white stairs, one inside of Cocktail, defenders-wise, one still down below. An alibi still on second floor, looking to turn things around and make it, make it a little bit of a blast for the side of the defense. KNF could still have this. Depends on when Shaxx decides to go for the flank. Now, wait a minute. Dovtakin already in here, inside of the freezer area, but they're going to take a bit of damage. And mind you, the site is actually second floor reading, not third floor bar. Despite the huge amount of defender setup that had happened on third floor, that was all to waste time. Raj will start off by finding a big one. The Frost pushes out, trying to get a kill in tandem, but can't quite get the trade in. Boost is up. Guards is getting the team ready, but no! Dropping into laundry, absolutely unprepared. That was John. gets punished by Nixes. That's a big one. Pushing up white stairs right now. So many shots straight at Dovtakin will get in. Pistol out in hand. As they're pushing in towards the site. Any second now. But wait a minute. Shack's above. They find the Finka. And in the meanwhile, inside the site, Morph is in here getting a kill. And Shack's from above drops the diffuser. No time remaining. And the Nomad is stuck high and dry in the site. A big flank saving the round along with the mute inside the site. SMG-11 in hand. Absolutely shutting down any and all potential plant play from the side of the attack. Force not expecting KNF to play like that. And so we have the situation where Team KNF is 5-2 over Force. And this absolutely flies in the face of what we were talking about before the match. Not even in the pre-stream, mind you. Just myself, myself, Opcon, and our producer here. We were sort of discussing which team might actually, win it out all the way and whatnot. Just giving up some, predictions and meaning between ourselves. This is the standard stuff. But what we all sort of agreed on is the fact that Force is a team that loves to play. And not just play, but loves to adapt. More so than just that, they also love to be a little aggressive, but when it doesn't work, they kind of really change quickly. Not so much the case today, here and now. This first map, they haven't really shown us much of that. They've really been one note for a lot of the rounds, overly aggressive, overcommitting. And when they try their defensive plays and it doesn't work, it absolutely, seems to shut them down entirely. They seem to stop functioning almost. And case in point, the flank from Alibi. As soon as Shax came up, got a kill, and as soon as Morph inside the site, absolutely shut down any entry, regardless of however the early round would have gone and had gone. At that point, the round was lost because of those two kills, and because Morph and Shax were able to drop the diffuser and keep it there with only a second remaining on the timer. Team Force now are in a bit of a bad position because they need this round to go their way here on first floor. C4 is out, and John will be down, taken care of. That's Lahi taking the kill. That is the Melusi with one, but Dovtakin fires back. Nix is off the board. 4v4 at the 2-minute mark. White hallway is being pushed, or at least was being pushed very aggressively. Shax, gotta be careful. The Mozzie on the bar, first floor. Trying to find one on that bar window. Cluster charge from the fuse comes in. And I didn't even get to talk about the fuse pick, but it doesn't matter for the time being. Yazan will get one. That is Lahi off the board. Morph and Shax still holding down bar on a couple of long angles. Morph will actually fall back, and Shax gets away in time. Another cluster charge from above is going to deal a lot of chaos inside of the side. A third one as well. The defenders just have nowhere to go right about now. This line of sight that they opened onto White Hallway has kind of worked, but kind of not. And there comes Morph. Not in time to save the breach, but in time to stop the Thermite in their tracks, shut them down, and put them on the floor. Diffuser dropped, and it is in the sights. In the meanwhile, of the Jaeger, Loser has that line of sight right about now. Trying to find another kill here. There we go. That's not part of the hitbox, though. The Valkyrie will still live just about. They rise up, unfortunately, to get caught in guards. Gets that. In the meanwhile, those teams got another. The Jaeger's here. They try to find one, but they can't. So many shots expended. No avail. And, they still win that gunfight. Only barely, though. Pings are out on the planter, but do they know where the Finka is? I don't think so. Shots are going to be fired, and now the Finka will know exactly where the Jaeger is. 1v2. How does Loser approach this? They are one round away from map point here and now, coming up towards the white breach entry. But that big pre-fire gave away their position, and guards will shut them down as a result. Oh boy, what a round indeed. Big on trades, big on kills, but for the side of KNF, not big on winning them the round. They lose kitchen service and kitchen cooking, and seems like for round 9 they're going back there again.
Oh man, this is a 5-3. This is the moment. Team Force, they cannot afford to lose this momentum. You did spoke about that in those early maps. It's not that easy that teams will go out there to fight for an overtime because there are more 4 maps remaining. This is just the first one. We have a whole BO5 series lined up. But after the first half, initially, I'll say the second half has been looking quite amazing. Team KNF, they did have the 5th round. Just one round away. Just one round to get the match point and get Team Force into a whole lot more pressure, which they are already carrying through. Yup, Cards is up with the 10k. 1k still up from the start of Sela. We are missing the 5th player being present. Team Force, that one substitute is really being that one struggle which they have been completely having throughout these time, because having those operator mains, having those synergy being built up and these end movements, situation being working against them is something which they really need to make sure that they are able to cope up with. But this is still the first round. This is still the first game. There are always a room of improvement, and that is something which both of these teams are really been quite capable of. Round is now begin for now, and well, some early shots being fired up. Shags gets spotted off with those flip, but still down towards the sort of prep room. Let's see, it's gonna be a start. It's gonna be a great start, and a slow from the side of Team Force. Team Force still trying to figure out what is going to be those intels, what are going to be those initial entry points, which could be not taken care of from the side of KNM. But all at the same time, Sela holding things off. He's expecting any aggression coming in. Early use of utilities, and that utility is going to be rewardful. 3 back-to-back kill, 1 with the nade, 1 with those LMGs
What?
and guards as well. Takes
What?
on loser. This is down to a 3v2. But
Oh no!
what?
Oh
God,
no!
this is good. God saves on dominance. And open. Now it's a 1v3 situation. That team kill was unfortunate, but well, now it's a 1v1. What's happening? Oh my god, he almost had that at Team KNF. This would have been one of the worst ways to get the match point. Look at him. Peeking left, peeking right, but finally getting taken down. Oh my god, I'm really starting to feel my heartbeat at this point of time.
Oh man, I gotta agree with you on that one. My goodness, what was that? Guards. Okay, first off, let's break that down, folks. Let's become one of those breakdown channels on YouTube real quick. Guards with the opening 3k, huge grenade and 2 LMG kills. Then they try to get the Melusi out of the way, right? Only to be the unfortunate originator of a team kill onto the Iana. That was John. And then, well, we saw the Frost, right? Trying to bring it back so very hard. But it was not to be. They pulled it back to a 1v1 with a couple of very crisp shots. But the Lion was the one to win out the angle fight in the end. That round was a hell of a round indeed. As 5-4 will be the score line. Team Force bringing it back by a couple of rounds now. They've been winning on the attack, just like Team KNF were not too long ago. And now, after that near 1v3, and the attacker still winning off of that, round number 10 will be a very interesting one indeed. We've gone all the way up to 3rd floor bar, I think, the site of choice from the defense. KNF choosing to go to what is basically Cafe's most traditional site, I would say. But for the time being, no early aggression from either side. They're both just hanging back, seeing what the other does. And honestly, I think that for both teams, this is a first. It's one of the few rounds where they've decided to not just absolutely try to obliterate the other through being over-aggressive. Grenade goes out, does a little bit of damage to the Kaid. Should force the Kaid out of the way, but no, a second grenade goes out. That will not do any damage to Lahi, as Skylight is being peeked by the mute. I'm not really sure if Morph wants to take that peek. That's a very big gunfight that they will have to fight right about now. That Iana. Something tells me that's a Gemini, otherwise shots would have gone off towards loser. Yep, that is a Gemini, right call. And that has given away the intel on where Shax could have been as well. Maybe at least 1 or 2 players, potentially. But still, 90 seconds on the clock.
What?
Yep, there we go. Gemini You got to be careful of the Geminis, you know? They're very, very convincing.
Team Force, it's a 4-5 situation. I did not anticipated the map number 1 itself would be this close. Man, pick coming on from either side, it's Cafe, and that is something where Team KNF is now at the defensive position, just 2 rounds to secure. But 3 rounds on the line from the side of Team 4 as well, up towards the side of the Cafe rooftop. Okay, John is already starting to make his way, move his way. Now some patience coming out from his side, but 50 seconds remaining. This is some of the situation where teammates are really good at. John gets himself with the kill rewarded. That's a great way to start his off, but C4 is not going to get the connection, which was been idealized. God take down another one, but finally Morph declining the situation. Cards is now down at this point of time. Only 30 seconds remaining. Team TNF, they have to play the time. But Team Force, they are going to go all in attack. They are going to come in from each and every side. John gets a kill, but Morph take him down with the shotgun.
Okay.
Oopsie right there. Leaving us down with Morph, and then that's Dove to King to finish him off. But, I mean, what happened right there to Lie?
They slipped on a banana. I feel like.
Oh, really?
I'm just kidding, of course. But that's LC4. We only see that in very awkward situations. And for Lahi, that definitely was one. They were playing the Kaid, if I recall correctly. And I think what really happened was that there were so many flashbangs flying their way that they simply had no way to know where they were throwing, their C4, right? And it probably got caught in some sort of prop or debris that was close to them. And they were flashed, right? So they didn't know. But they were panicking that I gotta get the C4 off, I gotta get a kill at least, stop the attackers from coming in. So they detonate the C4 without knowing where it is, and well, kaboom. They tried to Thanos snap one of the attackers. Instead, they got snapped out of existence in that round themselves. Now, third floor bar, the set of choice again. And with the 3 back-to-back rounds, Team Force is equalized. It's a 5-5, folks. Interestingly enough, when KNF were 5-2 up, really, Force were looking just completely out of it. But now, with KNF in this 5-5 position, it's Force who are looking absolutely in it to win it, in it to end it in this first map here and now. No team has taken map point yet. No team has gotten close to that first point on their board. And a lot of it has to be said to guards, to John, to Dovtakin. They have been doing a lot of fragging work, and their teammates doing a lot of support work in this moment, in this map, to give themselves what little advantage they can, to scrape by initially, and then to really win rounds by leaps and bounds as they go forward in the match.
Shelly, just John Mood has spotted things off from the side of none other than Team KNF. Things are looking quite passive from the side of Team Force. They love to play the passive nature. They know that once they get that point, they get those initial numbers advantage, they really step in. But one guy is going to be spotted. That's going to be none other than Loser. Meanwhile, Shax, if we talk about him, he is rotating. Both two Kings still being outside the entire action, which has been taken care of from the side of guards. But John, on the other hand, let's see. Oh, Salah sneaks inside from the side of Cigar launch. Now trying to take control. Now the teammates are going to be trying to get in. Back alley being holded off. A good toss made, but that went a good job. But, well, another one could have really got an equalizer right there. It's a 5v5 situation. And, well, Guards comes up with the one. Anticipates another player to be there. And he's just betting on his guns at this point of time. There was no point he had this much intel. But on the other hand, John takes down Loser. Team Force is ready to steal away the match point. The map #1 point from the hands of KNF, but still, Loser is being planted. Flashbang comes in each and every situation. They're working against the side of Team KNF, even after the defensive there. Now the diffuser is planted, but whoa, Lai goes in huge. Guards gets Lai at this point of time. It's a 2v4 situation. Sax and N1 going on aggressive, but now the triple kill comes in. N1 down alone with the side of both looking John and Yazan to take care of. A reload coming in from the side of John, but the time is clicking down. 25 seconds left, 11 meters far, and I believe the round has already gone. It is all done, but still N1 is trying to make sure that he is keeping his hopes alive. Just look after the position of Yazan. This is one of the sneaky positions to be at. Dove to King. Now only 10 seconds remaining, and well, he gets the kill. Team Force gets the map point, and that's the map number 1 map point being secured. Just one round to go. And then we'll get to decide that is if the map number 1 going in favor of Team Force, or is it the map 1 starting off with the overtime itself.
Now, KNF will absolutely not be happy with the situation. They did this exact same thing to Kamikaze 2 nights ago. And now here they are, faced with that same dilemma of the fact that they were 5-2 up, and not even on map 2. There wasn't as much pressure on them as there's not as much pressure on them in this first map as there was that night, map 2 as well for them. But still they have gone from 5-2 to 5-6. Team Force are map point here, map number 1. 6-5 is the scoreline. Look at Guards absolutely leading the charge, and Dove Tekin as well. John taking a little bit of a backseat. Maybe they're saving their energy for later. Maybe it's just not their night in map number 1 just yet. Who knows? Map 2, map 3 might actually be theirs to play around in. But so far, if Team Ace manages to secure this comeback in this round alone, if they don't even need to go OT, if they secure it in this round alone, folks, then Chalet, which is, I believe, a force pick. If I recall correctly. No, Cafe is actually a force pick, right? So KNF were playing so well on their opponent's pick, and Force has now brought it back so far. And going into Chalet, Team Force might be able to continue this momentum, and KNF might actually be in a big spot of bother. It all depends on whether or not we go OT and how the first few rounds of Chalet go. Right now, the Frost being a little bit aggressive. Nixus trying to get a kill on one of the repellers on the window, but the grenades will come in any second now, or even an ace summer breach, as we have Guards on site window. That is interesting. Holding the site window on second floor like that. I don't think any of the defenders are really privy to that, but I think Guards themselves aren't going to hold that one down. As Piano has been given up in the meanwhile, as the Sledge is going to push in, get the breach done into the freezer, and the Frost position given away on top of White, which means a grenade is coming in any second now. 2 grenades, in fact. One burns the ADS, the other gets rid of the shield, third goes out, that burns another ADS, and another goes out. 4 grenades down White, but no kill. Nixus is still alive, Morph is still there, down White stairs. And the Gemini has been denied as well. As we approach now, a big point, and oh, swing from Sledge to get taken out. Nixus with the first blood. This could be huge.
Man, that's a great start. That's a great start. Team KNF, they need this equalizer. They need this overtime desperately. After performing so well in the opponent's map pick, this is that one big leap which they could get. Second map is their turf mob. Just one single peak. No aggression. Team Force, they are just holding things off. It's going to be Guards. It's going to be a big gun. But finally, Dove to King. That's a big, massive hit. And Guards takes the better of Morph.
Oh boy.
That's the whole turnaround point. That's the point where Team Force are now back inside the game, but this fall wasn't quite needed. Back-to-back kill, and John is still alive. It's a 2v2 situation. Guards and John are having some steal, but well, Loser comes in at the right time. John in a 1v2 situation, the right guy, but he needs to put his aggression at place. And well, I don't know what to say, but one thing is right here. We enter the overtime inside the very first map.
Well, folks, it's a 6-6, and you know exactly what time it is. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to rumble? Overtime is in play here on map number 1 itself. It's an OT between Force and KNF. Interestingly enough, the only defensive round that KNF have managed to win are on second floor sites. They have not been able to win any defensive round on the first floor or the top floor They have only won in second floor, and what a time to win as well. Round 7 and then round 12. 8, 9, 10, and 11 were Team Force all the way, and it was an exact mirror of the first half. Force won so many, well, not Force, excuse me, KNF won so many rounds. They won round 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1 and 6 were won by Team Force. The exact opposite happened in the second half, and we are now in OT, folks, overtime,
5 seconds to
which
insertion.
means neither team is on map point right about now, but KNF will start OT on the defense. While that in and of itself isn't a bad thing, they've decided to go for third floor bar instead of second floor, even though on overtime, all sites that you have played and won as the defense are unlocked. So the fact that they've gone to top floor is a very interesting one to me, because they have not won a single top floor defense here. They've won top floor on attack, yes, but not on defense. They have not won kitchen on defense either, but they feel confident. That last round was a very, very good round from them, managing to weather the storm with a good play around that white stair side, not even letting, Force get anywhere near the conversion from, horizontal play to vertical. But now, we're going to be shifting our sights once again to the third floor. Grenades out, denying utility left and right. The thermal breaches go out as well. Piano wall will be open.
Some early aggression coming right there, but the first blood is still not there. Team KNF is maintaining that defensive position, but they need to look out. Well, Salah gets taken down. That's a big pick coming out of the side of Lahi. This leaves us with only 4 players remaining, but Team Force, they are the one at the attacking side. They have been looking quite well to put up these entries once they get the intel. Well, Yazan could have been quite capitalizing the situation. Puts on the drone, now trying to spot off how many players would he be able to get the intel, but John does the job. Lahi takes the 2K. That's the second kill for him. Meanwhile, Yazan now is going to get an amazing intel. The flash goes off, and he gets inside the cigar balcony. Yazan from the side of cigar room. He also goes aggressive, but guards get taken down. Dove to King and Yazan, only 2 players surviving. Team Force, they are on the verge of getting eliminated with this map, because it's going to be the first map which is going to be going on from their side. And now that they are at the defensive position, finally, after almost 7 rounds back again, we'll see the side of none other than Team KNF coming back to attack the place where they started. They need to end it, and this is the overtime match point, the map point it is, and the one who will be winning it will be securing the first point inside the series. A BO5 series, it's already been an overtime, and finally Yazan coming up with a Valkyrie.
Valkyrie coming out from the side of the defense. Team Force absolutely need this, because if we cast our minds back to the first half of this match, folks, then Force were definitely lacking for intel and hurting because of it in many situations where the Valk could have helped. But regardless, let's have a look back at that first round of OT that we just saw. Guards tried, but they were the only one to really do much in that round. Their attack, Team Force attack, completely slaughtered on all sides. And you're looking at that one player at the top of the KNF lineup, Lahi, whose full name I still won't be able to say even if I try, so I'm not going to attempt it. 12, but they got 3 in that last round from the SMG alone. Very well done. Very, very well done for the side of KNF. They needed that round. They got it. Now, all they need is one more round. They're on OT map point. And they are very close to closing this out right about now. Reading is the side of choice this time from Team Force. The same site that I was mentioning that KNF could have gone to potentially, but they didn't. And they still managed to win. Will Team Force be able to have that same potential about them, that aura of confidence? It's not really there right now. They're kind of feeling a little bit out of the way, out of touch as it were, because that loss in the last round will have hurt them for sure. It's not to say that there have been any massive clutches as well from KNF. It's really just been a very well done coordinated team effort. Only one 1v2 in the entire match as well, and that was way back for when KNF was attacked. It was a Jackal in round 3. Other than that, there wasn't much to speak of in terms of big clutches. Shacks with an upside down rappel, drones spotting as many things as possible on the piano, on the bathroom side. They have seen where the Mozzie is. That is John, the aggressor for Force in so many situations. The sledge will go in, and verticality will be begun towards the piano side. In just a second here. John is still here, mind you. You've got to be careful. Lahi's taking a bit of damage right now. Oh, that's the Iana, but that was actually a Gemini. Even bamboozles us. Happens every now and again. Dotagin, tons of damage, but they will get one. And there goes the C4. That is going to be 2 back-to-back kills for the defense. That could be huge right about now. As, Loser's going to find one in the meanwhile. Dotagin off the board. Big stuff coming in from the attack. They want one more. They need one more kill. KNF, if they are to secure this round for themselves. 60 seconds on the clock. And the ping comes out. Loser just about gets away. Woo, boy, that is something else indeed. Just getting away from what could have been a massive misstep right there. Nixus is going to find one. That's your mute off the board. 3v3 now on the cards.
Oh my god,
Right,
what's
3v2
happening?
even.
Loser with the 2?
Ooh.
Finally, guards stepping up, takes down Loser. A 5v3 turned down to a 2v2 situation. Now this is concerning. They are on the verge of taking the map number 1. Team Force, if they do not manage to win it, this is it. This is where it on is. The first overtime in itself, it's gonna come up to an overtime match point right here at the first map. Okay. Oh my god, guards get taken down. Yazan the clutcher. He has 2 clutches by his side already when it comes to the situation. But look at the time. The timer's less. He's running out of time. Only 4 seconds and he had to commit it. But before that, everyone takes him down and Team KNF, they secure the first map for themselves. What a brilliant, hard-fought victory right there. It was an overtime in 8-6 for them, and that's not the first time it's been an 8-6. It's also been at the semi-finale number 1. But finally, the first defeat coming in from the side of none other than Team 1 and only, struggling a lot, which is going to be Team Force. Team Force trying each and every move out there, trying to make sure that it was a 5v3, but a 5v3 being pulled off from their side. I mean, man, Team KNF, they have done it. They have displayed an amazing posture and amazing place of domination at the attacking arc. They did lose a couple of rounds at the defense, but when it came to an overtime, that's where they played it at their best. Talk about a defense, talk about an attacking round. Both of them were being secured, was being given back. And this is the start which we were really anticipating. The start of map number 1. It's been an overtime. It feels as if 2 maps are already done. And looking at the time, I'm still excited because it's just not going to be a late night, but almost a morning matches, amazing matches which rarely we get to witness. But when we do, it's like these, and matches like these are just going to keep us awakened. You talk about entire night or some more days to go, we're already ready for it, it's believe.
I have to agree with you on that one. Still noting things down from that last round, mind you. Some good notes being taken overall because, again, that's just how casting goes. You're taking all notes, talking about the teams and whatnot, because a lot of it escapes off the top of our heads, right? That's why note-taking, folks. Any aspiring casters in the chat, make sure you're taking notes on these as well. I'm just kidding. But anyway, great match from the side of both teams. And I say great match. It should really be great map. Great map number 1. And Cafe, my goodness, what a way to start us off. Overtime, map 1. That is one hell of a way to start, folks. They have shown us a good time here. And just like Opcon said, given the way map number 1 was, that's a lot of energy being expended from both teams, but they clearly needed to win. And now, map 2, we're going to see more of this. Potentially OT on map 2 as well. I'm not going to, count my chickens before they hatch, but there's a good chance of it. And if that does indeed happen, well then, folks, map 3 will be very interesting indeed, depending on who wins, of course. Map number 1 was a Team Force pick, and it went 8-6 in favor of
Of
KNF.
Team
Now, what does
KNF.
that
Yeah.
mean? Exactly. Now, what does that mean? Now, KNF will be going on home turf,
Heading on.
Chalet.
Yep.
That
I
is huge for them.
Well, potentially a 2-0, but that's what we've been witnessing since the semi-finale one, isn't it?
Oh,
Something
yeah.
where you are quite good on your opponent's pick. Maybe that's something which challenges you more to push on your limits and your expectations for your own self. Semi-finale one were completely these exchanges which happened on towards the side of KNF and Kamikaze. But talking about the semi-finale number two, first map was being picked from the side of Team Force. It was an opponent pick. They did got that defensive side, but on the other map, it was their pick, and they did it quite well in a fashionist way. It's the map of Chalet, which is going to be the map number two, and then once again a clubhouse villa. So potentially, I speak out about the side of villa because once we do go to clubhouse, I believe it might be a 2-0 after 1-0 because Chalet is being really strong, and that too when we know Team KNF will be attacking for the first half. That's been a great attacking sided, I believe, to be taken care of, and it's going to be a really tough time. Already, we have seen an overtime. Do you think what could have possibly went wrong? Because before I even start to speak about it, there was a few disconnectivity in the start, and those did lead to a lot of changes and unexpected unforeseen events. And looking after the stats, here's where you will get to see much of those situation not looking quite good. Yazan the clutcher with only 3k, Saleh with 4, John with 9, Dove to King and Gods, they were just brilliant in them.
I think it's more so to do with the fact that today Team Force with Saleh in play, right, as the substitute, right, they just didn't really seem like they were all there, as if they were absolutely out of it, or maybe there was something going wrong with the coordination. They played very well, don't get me wrong. The gun game from Guards, Dovtakin, and John still as good as you'd expect out of them, but it simply wasn't enough because the support from the back end wasn't enough. Yazan also having a bit of an off night, at least in map number one. And Saleh, on the other hand, not really picking up the slack either. They were trying, a couple of rounds were successful from them, but other than that, there wasn't much to speak of. Whereas you look at the scorecard of KNF, it's not really that top heavy. Nixus with 15 and Lahi with 12, sure, but Loser is also in double digits, and Shax has 9 kills, 7 to Morph, and Shax and Morph were supporting for most of the rounds. So when you really break it down, it just comes down to the fact that Force tonight seemed completely out of it, and almost as if they were, not really able to gel together the same way that we saw them yesterday. And it could be down to the substitute. It could be down to a whole number of reasons. But regardless, Team Force, as we see in the PvP, Guards obviously still better in terms of outright fragging than Nixus is. 18 to 15 kills, the same number of deaths, so the KDR will be different. Even though Nixus is part of the winning team, Guards had to get more frags overall to try and put their team on the advantage here now. It simply wasn't to be. And with that, folks, map number one has been taken care of. The map of Cafe, picked by Team Force, has gone the way of KNF in an 8-6 overtime win. Now, we're going to be moving very soon, not quite yet, very soon to map number 2, which is Chalet, a pick by Team KNF. So they're going to home turf, and you saw the 7-3 that they did against Kamikaze not yesterday, 2 nights ago. And with that in mind, Team Force, can you stop this from going to a 2-0? We'll find out on the other side of this short break. Stay tuned. All right, then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Playtonia presents the Ramadan Gaming Championship, powered by SteelSeries and TechUp. Here with the host Blackjack and Opcon, and we are here, folks, here and now for map number 2 of the grand finals. That is correct. If you're just joining us now, we have only recently, just about 5 minutes ago, finished map number 1, and that was a game that we just saw. Map 1, which was Cafe Dostoevsky, picked by Team Force in this match against Team KNF. KNF were the ones to win it in an 8-6 overtime. What looked like a potential Team Force comeback, mind you, ended up going the way of KNF. KNF were 5-2 going into the half, in the second half even, but then Force brought it back to a 5-5, 6-5, and then KNF equalized, 6-6. And then 8-6, 2 rounds on OT. Oof. They are still unmatched in overtime in all of the teams that we have seen in these semifinals and finals so far. Now, map number 2, it is KNF's pick. And it's Chalet, the same map that they 7-3'd Kamikaze on. Yes, folks, Chalet, KNF pick with KNF on the attack. Team Force on the defense. We're not wasting any time here. Let's get straight into the bands. Opcon, what do you think? How are we going to see map number 2 end?
It's the map of Chalet. Team Force is the only team who have lost yet from the side of KNF. They have been unbeatable right there. But Jackal, the first ban coming in, this was from the side of Team Force. Team KNF, no Jackal for them, and it's the map of Chalet. An attack, you would really be anticipating these utils to be quite right, because in defense, you are gonna get one tough time, and Team Force is the 1-0 once again getting down, getting banned. Team KNF, I don't anticipate much changes to come in. Maybe a Melusi, a Valkyrie this time would be really needed, but Team Force, do they have anything else in mind which could really work in from the side of KNF? That's something which I'm waiting for. But well, Mute is the ban, something similar which we got to see from the previous one, but Force at this point of time, they have the last benefit of doubt to make sure that they ban the last operator. These are the 3 operator bans which we have already seen the last. Let's see which one is it going to be. Oh, it's going to be Melusi instead. I believe no surprise for you, Blackjack, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Melusi and Jackal, I don't even blink at these anymore. Like over the last going on 2.5 years now, I've seen so many Jackal and Melusi bans. I don't even blink. Yeah, okay, yeah, those are the bans. Let's move on. But what I am interested in are the Zero and the Mute bans right here from the side of KNF. Zero, of course, we talked about in the last map. Right, in map number 1, he was also banned because of those 4 deployable cameras that he can throw out at any given point that can see both sides of a reinforced or soft wall or floor or hatch. Big amounts of intel can be had from that one operator alone, and that is why that operator, Zero, Sam Fisher, as you may know him as, is going to be banned here and now. KNF, on the other hand, also banned Mute. Now that's interesting when you really think about it. Mute is such a universally applicable operator. What does he deny? He denies intel, drones, and all of that good stuff. Even Sam Fisher's cameras can be denied by Mute. He denies hard breach, all hard breach except for Maverick. Maverick is like a universal counter to all reinforced walls. So all hard breach except for Maverick. He also denies utility. If you've got any utility that has an electronic function, think Lion Scan, think his boost, the Kebi's phone call, so on and so forth, right? All of them will be shut down if you're next to a Mir Jammer. Hell, Flores' drones get shut down as soon as they go to a Mir Jammer because, what do you know, it's still a drone, right? It will still get shut down. Mute is very universally applicable, but not really talked about because everybody understands the utility that operator brings. And that's why Mute is going to be banned by KNF. Very good ban, but Guards with a very good kill. Starts off big by taking down Morph, the ace, the hard breacher, off the board. And John C4 will find a second. Nixus goes down. A big startup, an explosive start at that. For the side of the defense right about now, Guards taking a lot of damage, being forced towards the bathroom. Gotta be careful. They see the broken window. Shoot some shots. Can't quite get a kill yet. They're just gonna fall back. The Losers here. Guards gets another. The Aruni trying to make a rotate. Gets caught out by Loser. In the meanwhile, Guards currently going on a double. Once more on the sunroom stairs right now. They're just gonna fall back. Understandably so. It's a 4v2 with Force having a very early and very successful aggressive first round so far.
Yup, this is going to be quite interesting. Team Force, previous round itself, they won the first one, but Lahi is still alive. Now, this has been something quite difficult. The previous round, the overtime was a 5v3, which was being incurred. And that went in the favor of KNF. This is some similar situation, but down to a 3v2. Well, Slay gets down Loser X-Ray. That's brilliant. A nade coming in from the side of Lahi. Doesn't need much connection. Lahi down in a 1v3 situation. He's up against Guards, John, Saleh. Each one of them has got a single kill. So there's a very least point that you could really expect any advantage or factors going on your side. But Saleh is down to a low HP. So goes from the side of Guards. They would not want to peek one by one. They would rather peek them towards themselves, towards together. But John does the job. And I believe, you have to give it up to the side of none other than Guards. Guards has completely hatched down. He has completely locked out the office area, concentrating all the way towards the side of main entrance, kind of anticipating them to come through the piano rooms. But what a play right there, and that's where operators are doing a key role right there. He talked about the initial explosion, the C4 explosive which happened from the side of John. Now two players towards the side of Vine, Cellar, and Snow Mobile Garage. A bit, they're anticipating a bit of those ground movements coming in. But I believe that is something which Team KNF would really want to keep a shuffle on those initializations which they'll be doing to initiate inside the house. But this is going to be quite tough, and Team Force, they got the first round, which is within itself a great start. Otherwise, Team KNF, they have just 5 more rounds remaining, and in the second half, Team Force will definitely then get their chance to play the cards well.
Absolutely. Right about now, we have a situation in the hands of Team KNF. Now, looking back at map number 1, because I like to do this a lot, right? Looking back at this, looking back at that. But going back to map 1, the way round 1 started, and I have it right here, early aggression. This time it was from Guards. That time it was from John. First bloods being taken. There were a couple of trades from KNF. This time there really weren't any trades from KNF. But overall, an aggressive start by the defense. And in both cases, defense was Force. So, Force starting off aggressively with a first blood 2k from Guards this time around. And you've got a very similar round overall to how we had the start of the first map. Now, I'm not saying it's going to go exactly the same way. Things can be very, very different very quickly. And of course, they probably will be. But I just find it funny that, we had this overall very similar start to both maps. So I just wanted to point it out. Regardless, Breach should go off on Snowmobile Garage any second now. As we have a play going off towards the trophy window. John playing a bit of an aggressive position. But nothing just yet. Trackstring is going out from the gridlock. I believe the breach has been taken care of. No, that's actually on Big Garage. All the way behind, or what's called the Snowmobile Garage. John, wait a minute, has rotated down on West Main, but can't quite get the shot off. They will be falling back as a result. But that West Main window is also open, which means that John would be in trouble any second now. Thatcher MP goes off, and that is going to be one breach. No, wait, the Kite Electric Claw was heard, and that means another one will be required. EMP, but Nixus with a beautiful shot, only to get taken down by Yazan. The Kite comes in with a kill of their own, as the breach will happen in the meanwhile. Trackstring is going out left and right. Yazan peeking this breach aggressively, as it were, while the Jaeger is still all the way up on top floor. Guards, there we go, finds Shax as the ace off the board.
That week was quite amazing, but no, John once again. Man, these all are something they cannot really afford, but the trade instantly come off. Nahi with a close peak. This is quite down to just 3 players. Guards, Yazan over to kick up against the side of Moff and Lahi. Lahi, can they really manage to even things out? Can they really manage to pull out this situation? Something which we saw previously, but Lahi always gets some initial frags. Will he get one more time? Moff with the ace at this point of time. Okay, that's something which I'm really anticipating for him to get that opening, but Dope the King He is down. Team Ace, they are on the verge of getting 3v2'd. And if they get, that's a massive, massive loss of confidence right there. You're gonna give a big advantage and you are already giving it away. It's all down to a one person remaining. Guards is down. He already has that kill. Maybe good for a triple one to secure the second round, but it's totally been anticipated. Morph and the side of Lahi is now gonna just take him in a sandwich position. In case he gets sandwich, he need to just make sure that his reflexes are quite good. 5 seconds remaining. He just had to take down the diffuser, but that's where he comes in, gets a one, gets another one, and the diffuser
Oh
was
my
never
goodness!
even caught to go and plant. That's massive. That's brilliant. And the way he has been working on those audio clues, the rotation, the siege timings. 4 is just got saved by the side of guards from getting 3v2'd, and that was the play of the grand finals for sure.
Definitely a top contender. I have to agree on that one. The defense taking 2 rounds in a row right now, immediately striking out from the first match. They're not going to let it be the same as it was back on Cafe. No siree, not this time. They're going to make it different, and they're going to keep it there this time around. They are absolutely sure of it. Team Force, more so guards, that 1v2, but more so than that, the way guards played it was, again, just so good. Look at it this way, right? Audio in a situation where there are no visual cues is absolutely important. And I feel like KNF probably didn't really have any drones in a position that could have found out guards, right? So what they did, their idea was to have the Thatcher come in from the back, come in into Wine Cellar through the rotate, and the Thermite will push in aggressively after a flashbang. They wanted to coordinate and pincer. They didn't see the Jaeger anywhere. They just had a brief idea of where the Jaeger could be. Now, at least the Thermite did, and thus the flash went off towards that, towards the shelf, right? It was denied by an ADS, so guards wasn't even flashed. And the Thatcher, in the meanwhile, protecting the planter shore, was watching the hatch drop, not inside of the site where the player actually was, where guards was sitting there, still as just any, the most still thing you can think of, the most static thing you can think of, that was guards in that moment. Just refusing to move. No noise will be made by that Jaeger. And they were able to surprise them, get the jump on the, breaching duo, and shut them down. Beautifully done. Had to take a second to break down that play. Forgive me for that, folks. But right now, wait a minute, John. They just see that. Ooh, reactions from Lahi. They're going to get that anyway. Big kill. John goes down. They know that there might be somebody peeking the bathroom window right about now. Got to be careful. C4 is primed. At least we heard a C4 get ripped. But it's not going to be thrown out just yet. That is actually the Mira. Grenade goes out from Shaxton. Meanwhile, on the bottom of the stairs of Sunroom, as Salah takes a bit of damage right there. Nothing too big, but Yazan goes down. That's Nixus coming in, and looks like KNF are starting to fire back. Second floor master bedroom might actually be theirs right about now, but they have yet to get in the site. There's still a Mira in play. Sunroom is currently being watched by that Mira, which will be broken open thanks to the Selma. Yes, guards just a little bit too late. Grenade goes out. Doesn't actually find guards, but the player will. Nixus comes in with a double, and now it is a 2v5 with Saleh already so low on HP. The Mira trying their hardest, and they're gonna actually get one off of that. Beautifully done, but they need so many more. As Sunroom has been entirely invaded. No, here comes one. Big play from Dovtakin. Smoke will go out to deny lines of sight. And the grenade from below, will it actually find anyone? I don't think so. And it does not either. Nixus has yet to come up Sunroom as well. Everybody is there on Sunroom window or Sunroom stairs. Not really sure as to why. C4 goes out. That might find one. No, it doesn't. Just barely missing the finger coming up the stairs right about now. The Mira should know about this. They can't. Not just yet. It's actually an Osa. Damage done. As Dovtakin finds Nixus in the meanwhile. Huge drop the fingers off the board. 2v2 now. Down from a 2v5, and suddenly this looks very possible. Loser goes in, goes down to Salah, and now the Mira has just made it a 2v1. Dovtakin is the last one here. Shotgun out, and that is going to be a clutch, a huge one for Team Force. They hold on against all odds as the Mira and the Smoke rotating all over the site, around the site, lurking whenever possible, finding Nixes on the flank, making a 2v1 into a 2v0. What a play! I have to say, that 1v2 from guards may have been a contender for play of the finals, folks, but that 2v5 from Saleh and, oh my goodness, from the smoke, that is also right up there, if not the play of the tournament. My goodness, what a play from Team Force, from those two players right there. Absolutely required, absolutely desperately needed to win the round. And Team KNF, that is going to be a huge, huge blow to their mental game.
Well said from your side. Team Force, Dove to King specially coming up alongside the side of Salah. We were really talking about him, that he has to come up to be that one missing piece of puzzle in that whole amazing performance, the powerhouse which we talk about for the side of Team Force. Unlike yesterday, they were doing nothing but a sheer domination, ending things off. The first team who did eliminate this team 4As, it is the side of Team KNF in the playoffs, or else Team Force has been nothing but unbeatable. But let's talk about the round 4. First half, the initial 3 rounds have been done, only 3 more rounds remaining. Dove to King didn't have much HP last time, but this time is really working good with his pace. Guards towards the side of machining, trying to make sure that any intel which he gets, any audio clue, could be a big breakthrough. Sean towards the side of the lower area, towards Solarium. We are looking at him trying to get some peek, but well, some audio intel's coming in now. Team KNF, they would not want to get caught by this amazing shotgun alongside Dove to King, but Yazan holding things up with his agent. Oh, he spots a drone. That's a lot of intel which all of these players are trying to gather, but in this early stage, that is something which they really need to save up for this other half of the game as well.
For the time being, guards in an aggressive position on second floor bedroom. Of course, the site being kitchen pretty much warrants and needs rooms for the defense. As Saleh came in, their own aggression, but no, they're going to be found, and that's Nix's on the window to take them down. In the meanwhile, that is a big drop. First drop, the Jaeger off the board. But we saw how well that can work, as guards is still here, taking grenades and still alive. Hatch play could be here from the Amaru. Dove to King will find one. Nix is on the board. And that is big indeed. But wait a minute. Shax is going to find one. And there comes in Morph. It's now, well, a big push in from the side of the attack. KNF, they decided, all right, you know what? We've tried it. We've tried it the normal way. We've tried it the way that we thought would work. Standard play, aggressive play. None of it worked in the first 3 rounds. We're just going to go for the bamboozle instead. And boy, did it work. Did it work big. Aggressive as soon as they got the clear. The first drop on to the Jaeger. And then it was an all-in, all-out push. 1 round finally goes the way of KNF. They will finally put themselves on the board after some huge pressure from Force. But with KNF now on the board, the game is about to get really about to get started.
This is going to be interesting. This is going to be so exciting for us. A 3-1 scoreline, something which really reminds us of the previous one, isn't it? The round where we did saw Team 4A starting things off. But still, after those initial read, after almost a 5-1 to be called, it was a 4-2 to end things off at the first half. First map was quite interesting, and so was the setback as well, coming in the start of Team Force. But this time, it's the pick of Team KNF, and the history repeats. Just the past 2 history, I believe. The past 2 days really been that the team are really looking quite impressive when it comes to playing inside the opponent player's map. Round has begun for now. Team KNF just 2 rounds down the line. These 2 rounds would really be an ideal situation for them to do a 3-all, because you have already given defense that great potential to showcase and be the one who are looking quite well at the defensive poster, but not some ideal situation which might be right there. But whoa, 1-1 gets down John. That's a great way to start things off. Lahi just look after his position. Lahi is looking quite strong. Hope looking now anticipates it is going down towards the side of the gaming hallway, but Loser meanwhile towards the front yard is trying to see if there is any opening. Guards could take a risky pick, but Guards down towards dining hall is gonna regroup with his teammate. 2 minutes remaining. This drop sound would be heard, and if that has been heard now, Team Force know that they are just surrounded all over this place. Guards and Yazan goes in aggressive. He gives his intel away. Trying to shot, but does he anticipate? There are almost 3 players towards this floor. Man, this is going to be a big disaster if Lahi steps inside the room. But if he gets any kill, it's going to be a big advantage. But no, he does get a kill, but Yazan was there.
Right then.
Only to take him down to a 2v4 situation. And one goes for another one. Yazan, he has to do the clutch, but he's down to a very low HP. He doesn't have much HP to work with. Both is the only person left, but Loser is also looking at a bad position.
Attackers dropped the diffuser.
Oh, beautiful shot from Yazan right there. What a shot onto Morph. And that's going to put Loser in a 1v2. Full on HP, just like Dovahkiin. Or Dovahkiin, excuse me. And Yazan, on the other hand, very low. But it doesn't matter. Yazan is still going to play aggressive whenever possible. As we have a couple of pings that can be heard, Loser is just trying to find their way around the top floor right now. This top floor aggression that we saw from Force, or at least the way they held it, and, against KNF's overall aggressive play, that is what really helped them in that situation. They needed that. They needed to shut down any aggressors. They needed to shut down any forward players, entry fraggers and whatnot from KNF, and that is what they did. Shots fired now. Yazan got to be careful of the exposed legs because of those, lines of sight on the feet. But using audio, they know that Loser is coming around to that main door of the side. Dovahkiin has the better angle here, but also the more obvious one since it is straight on. That's going to be a drone. It'll be shut down, but Yazan gets pushed on right with that. And it's now a 1v1. Dovahkiin wants this kill, but do they know? Well, excuse me, all right. Loser wanted that, but they didn't know where Dovahkiin rotated, looking behind the wall, because that's where the initial few shots came from. And Dovahkiin pushing away, flicking at the best possible time, using what audio they had. And if we, if you will have seen, we did see that the Flores also tried to flick, but it was too late. The shots had already been fired, and the round had already gone the way of Team Force. They are now 4-1 up in the first half. My goodness. Going into round 6, the last round of the half, Force they're already ensured a 4-2 at a bare minimum, right? KNF, they will be trying to avoid a 1-5, because if they get 1-5 and Force maintains this momentum into the second half, boy, there is going to be a lot of words said in that KNF communications, and I for one will not be envious of any of the players in that camp right about now. But still, round 6, it's a 4-1. Team Force very much in the driver's seat.
4-1 is the scenario. Something which really reminds me is Team KNF actually leading that in the map number 1. Man, this is so interesting. This game is getting just started. A 1-0 favoring the side of Team KNF. But if you look after the side of map 2 scoreline, it's 4-1. One last round. Before the round starts, it's gonna be a side switch after this round ends. We don't know who is gonna be the initial one to secure it, but one thing is for sure, the Team KNF, they have tried each and everything, but the fast way, the ease way is something that they have really got a great victory on. The first round was being secured, and that was all the way being secured at the round number 4. Then round number 5 came in, where Team Force did pull out an amazing 4v3 situation, which was against them. A 3v4 to be precise. Well, Shreds going in quite aggressive. Morph is already up towards the side of roof. Down with him, it's going to be Lahi. And if you talk about the side of Team KNF, They are already started to get those initial angles. They are already started to take down these initial windows so that any peek comes in. At least two players who has a job to hold off these angles are really one who can get the option. And well, Murph gets the one. They are their rotation, their strategy really works out quite well, and they come up on top. But God, that's a big guy being taken down. It's down to a 4v5 situation, and I believe the 4-2 has already been called in from the side of KNF after that first blood.
Maybe, maybe not. Guards is a big pick, don't get me wrong. Absolutely crucial to get that player off the board. But we saw how well that can still work in the last round with Miltikeen and Yazan managing to hold down the fort regardless. But what this does mean is that the bit of aggression that they were trying for, the attack was trying for on second floor will go off. But oh, what a peek from Miltikeen. Beautifully executed right there as they will take down Loser, and a trade back does happen. But Saleh goes down in the meanwhile. Spray through the door from Morph is going to find the Mira in a position where, well, unfortunately, the Mira was, just not in the best of states for Lion Scan goes out. That will give away the fact that the smoke is trying to push, but the flashbang goes out and John finds one in the meanwhile. Shots off the board. Shots fired. Yazan through the smoke. Gets Nix's. Trying to get a kill here, but Morph takes so much damage spraying through the door. That's still Yazan taking so many bullets fired from them, taking these gunfights right about now. As we have, beautiful push right there, along with the ace, Selma. Morph is going to find one more. Yazan on the board. The shots are fired. Position is given away, but no, John gets one. Diffuser's dropped as well. They know where the line is, and they will take the head clean off. In Piano, there were two, and in Piano, there are now none. The tune being sung is Team Forces, as they will go 5-1 in the first half. Round 7 will start. The second half will start in a 5-1. Team Force 1 round away from map point. And KNF with absolutely no answers. They put Team Force up against the corner in a couple of rounds back to back, but it does not matter. I mean, when you have that 2v4 clutch from a few rounds ago, is there really any way to say that Team Force will not be able to win a round if they are backed into a corner? No, there is not. And you had better be sure that if you're going to push them, you push with full conviction. KNF, in the meanwhile, not a good showing from the Montreal. Their map pick, and they are 1-5 down, now on the defense in round 7.
5-1 score, and this is the last thing which we could have expected after knowing the loss, the struggles which Team Force have done, the addition of Sele which they have, the disconnectivity issues, the connections right there, and then Team KNF having their own map pick. This is one of the least things which we could have expected, but this is Rainbow Six Seed, ladies and gentlemen, and this is the grand finale of the Playtonia presents the Ramadan Gaming Championship, powered by SteelSeries and Tech Hubs. And here we go to the second half of our game number 2. It's a 1-0 favoring the side of KNF. KNF, do they still have any hopes? Because map 1 was been secured, but after we went into an overtime. Meanwhile, if we talk about the side of Team Force, Guards and Yazan playing together. Guards bringing down the control of the balcony. Keeping room, no keeping is already spotting what's happening. What are you doing, man? That is going to be something so much unfortunate. And Team KNF, already 2 players have been spotted off. God spots on another one. That's 3 players in tail. That's a lot of info. Now this would make things quite easier for the side of Team Force, but they are not underestimating their positioning. Salah spots on the 4th one. He is coming in all the way from the side of the backyard, and if we talk about the backyard, well, this seems to be quite some amazing start. John gets taken down from the side of Shags. This leaves us with only 4 players, but is that a problem? Well, no one's the answer, because they have been really looking good even after getting that first blood. Down to a 3v4 situation. This is the best case situation. Team KNF could really secure the round, but God is just running. He is just looking quite amazing, but he takes him down, and that's an instant trade. Down to a 2v3 situation. Salah and God. Salah is the only man with the clutch potential at this point, where his HP is kind of favoring, but God, even if he gets one, it's a big go, I'll say, for the side of Team Force. But well, KNF are looking quite well in the defensive position currently.
Not just that, Nixus has a very powerful position right about now, with the diffuser being dropped in the main lobby door of all things. How will Saleh be able to get this diffuser because guards is just nowhere close. And oh, peek out from the Thatcher, read and cleaned up on by Nix's guards. In the meanwhile, has managed to heal themselves up significantly, up to half HP. They're gonna break the barricade, not entirely, just enough to crawl through. They're gonna go up blue any second now. Not blue, excuse me. They're gonna go up. No, not West Main. Actually, they might be going up blue. They've got the time to do it. But Nixus wants to go for a headshot potentially. Shots fired, and guards will simply walk away. Slowly but surely, waltzing around the map, trying to find a kill, trying to squeeze in a point or two. Now on the hallway, there's a peek, and that will be won by Nixus regardless. KNF, good positioning, and despite the trades coming in from Force, they held their ground and they held on strong. They will put a second round on board for themselves at a much-needed juncture. And it is now 2-5 in favor still of Team Force. Mind you, all of Force's rounds came on the defensive half, their defensive half. So now with KNF on the defense, we might be looking at a situation where KNF start to make a comeback? Question mark?
Question mark from my side as well. Team Force with 5-2 situation, just one win could bring them that match point, but they would really want to avoid these overtime situations. Team Force, the previous round did not went in their favor, even though there was a chance to pull things off, but initially giving out the first blood from the side of Team Force, that is something which Team KNF always had an upper hand on. But that's where, these mid phases always we see Team Force coming out to be stronger, better off Team KNF, and always bringing up the clutch potential towards themselves. Finally, Team KNF started to stop things off, but they need to remember the number of rounds which they have is the number of rounds Team 4Ace needs to win. And in case Team KNF needs to come back, Team 4Ace have 5 rounds, and that's what you might be asking for. A 7-2 could be a big disaster. Especially when you talk about these eventual 4v2 situation which was being eliminated. Guards coming down towards the side of front yard. He is going too aggressive. Well, Shaq's X-Ray might already be anticipating him, and well, he's going down the stairs for now. Jazan along with Saleh taking care of the side of piano room. The front yard. Shaq's meanwhile going down towards the side of blue stairs. And once again, quite aggressive, wants to just make sure that the library entrance is being looked after. Loser is the one. Salah is not yet going in, trying to make sure that he plays it passively. Trying to peek inside, trying to make sure that any aggression coming in from the side of KNF would really be punished. But it's all about these initial first blood. Team Force is the attacking side. We have seen how strong these attacking sides have been when we had witnessed the match of Kamikaze versus KNF. Team KNF were the one with 5-5-3 massive, 7-7-3 massive blow. Whoa, he has a chance, but Lahi misses it. John gets the better of him. The comms are just brilliant, and Team 4Ace, another round, another first blood being given away to KNF.
And this time, I think we can all say that with KNF taking the first blood, Force might be in for another bit of a bad situation. Loser has taken a ton of damage, mind you, but still no dice. Lots of pre-firing going on. Lots of shots fired by the LMG on the Zofia, only to not find a single opponent. They are in a situation where the Team A's, that is, are in a situation where they've been doing a lot of work in opening up lines of sight, in forcing defenders out of positions, but none of it has quite worked out. In the meanwhile, Loser's actually going to be downed, but Shax is going to find Saleh in the meanwhile, and Morph finds Dovtakin. Does it even matter that Loser is down? Well, it does now, as guards will take down Morph, and the Jaeger's still on the floor, meaning it is still a 3v2. No one can quite go on the revive for the Jaeger just yet. Big push in from guards, but they get shut down, and Shax will find Yazan as well. No dice once again for the attack. They seem to just not be able to read into what the defenders are doing, just not be able to see or say with confidence as to where they want to go in from, because everywhere they do, there's a KNF defender ready and able to take their heads clean off. Round 9. Now, in this situation, Team Force has lost 2 back-to-back rounds. KNF on the defense here on Chalet is looking stronger and stronger by the second. Will they be able to muster a full-blown comeback? Honestly, it's looking likely the longer this match goes. But commentator's curse can take effect at any given point, so I'm gonna shut up about that for the time being as we move into the 9th round.
Round number 9 it is. 5-3 is some scoreline to watch out for. Both the teams are going to be quite equally concerned at this current point of time because of 5-3 scoreline. Team Force, they still need that 1 point for a map. They still need to make sure that the map point is going to be secured. But Team KNF, they have lost by a margin in the first half, like 3 rounds initially, then a 1. Then again losing back-to-back 2, and that was because those clutches did went inside the feet of Team Force. It was all the defensive side. Now with Team KNF having the defensive position, they really need to stop any aggressive peak coming in. And Team Force, they have been not looking that aggressive, playing it bit, playing it slow, getting those intel, and then putting a sensible approach towards the side. Not yet we did so. But in the second half, the attacking side managed to come near the plant area to make sure that the diffuser is anyway close to it. But on the piano side, Shax meanwhile holding things off. John is still there, wanted to get that one vision, one side. Lahi on the other hand, well, he gets the one who is already anticipating them. Some free fast coming in. The nade is going to be massive, but he survives it. He survives it at the most important time needed. But with this low HP, things are looking a bit off a bad start. Team Force, let's see what's gonna happen. Once again, that headshot gets landed. John is taken down, and this leaves us with a numbers disadvantage for Team Force.
Once again, Force with the first blood being taken against them. Shax, you have to be careful around this alibi. And Guards wasn't. John and Guards are down. Big aggression from the alibi to start us off, and aggressively taking the first 2K of the round. Now, we have Shaq still on the first floor, still able to just hold it down, and yet no answer from KNF side, not KNF, excuse me, Team Force's side, as we have one more kill taken now, this time onto Dotokeen. Yazan will fire back, finally finds Nixus, only to get taken down by the Mira, overseeing the library stairs. It is all down to Saleh, the Zofia, the last one standing. Shax watching that balcony, can't quite get the kill, but they are distracting. So many shots fired, and the Zofia now turns their attention to a potential flank from Piano. There is Morph there, shots are fired once again, Loser is here as well. But how much can really be done in this situation? C4 will go out, it will, doesn't find anything, as Saleh is just, you know, playing around the situation right now, dancing around the place. Not really a whole lot to do. Be careful on that peak. The shots fired will give away the position of the Zofia. And now it's just a question of who gets the one tap. No one, apparently. Not just yet anyway. Shax coming around for the peak. Zofia will go out to the balcony. Coming in towards the door. No, just holding that. Team Force. Not really sure what happened, but they have been dismantled. And there we go. It took a second, but Lahi will be the one to finish off the final attacker. Excuse me, had a bit of a tongue twister moment. I'm not really sure why. But the final attacker, it will be taken care of. And the aggression from KNF continues because they, suddenly, folks, are 1 round away from equalizing. Yes, it was a 5-1. Your eyes do not deceive you. Team Force were 5-1 up. KNF have brought it almost. They haven't quite done it yet, but they've almost brought it back. 5-4. Ace is only ahead by 1 round now, and they have only needed 1 round to get map point for the longest time. KNF, with this huge effort, are looking for the big play right now. Chalet is their pick. They are at their home ground right now in this matchup, in this map. They are at home turf. Will they be able to win it? Will they be able to make this comeback happen? If so, Team Force, I do not envy, you know, those in the comms of Team Force right about now, because they will be utterly perplexed as to what is going on. Looking at the scorecard, Morph and Nixus leading the charge, but Lahi right there, right behind them. Shax as well, very close behind. So to speak, Shax and Loser mostly playing support, but they've gotten a couple of kills when required. Shax in that last turn absolutely popping off. And now, Team Force have find themselves in a conundrum. Can they push ahead? Can they get around? We've gone back to first floor kitchen now. The first site that started off this potential comeback, KNF is now back there after a full rotate through the map.
Off on the other hand, now goes away, teams up with the side of his 3 players along with Lahi holding down the blue stairs. Piano room is now under the control. Team Force are slowly, steadily making their move to the side of the southernmost area. That's going to be massive. That is some massive way to start things off. It's a 5 versus 5 situation with Gizon using the drone, trying to make sure that at least a single peak could mean a lot. God setting up a crossfire, and this would be a big disaster. But Team KNF 1 point away from an equalizer. Team Force, they need just 1 point for the match point, and that's going to be it as they move on with the map number 2. But so far, no prediction sweat right here. Guards finally trying to take down Shax, and he does take him down for the very first time in the past 4 rounds, or else I'd say for the entire second half. Team Force managed to get a brilliant opening. A 5-1 was turned into a 5-3, but the equalizer need to be denied, and Team Force are still having the numbers advantage, but the point is going to be for the side of none other than the timer. 90 seconds remaining. Loser holding his angle off, but on the other hand, we see Salah going in huge with taking down Loser. Just down to 3 players, who's going to be Morph and 1 and Loser. Can we see Morph just making one of the greatest play which we could have ever expected from him? He has already amazed us with the semifinals. But just look after the way how Zenab is playing a bit passive. A 5v3, but well, Inman gets a kill. Team Force, they cannot afford to lose this. Well, were they on the verge of getting another one? The C4 is going to come in, and that's going to be a big explosion. What? Guards has also been taken care of. What is happening? What is Team Force doing right here? Is it that attacking position, or is it that defensive advantage which both of these teams were looking so promising on whenever it comes to a 2v5? And yet another player Dove taking down, and here we see another player, Yazan, getting down. And what? Team KNF just pulled out one amazing game of a 3v5 situation.
One mirror window in the hallway outside of kitchen. That and a Mozzie kind of being a bit of a rat inside of the site. That's all it took for Team Force to completely collapse. What? What? Excuse me, Team Force?
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
No answers from them at all. No vertical, because they hadn't cleared out the Jaeger yet. Loser was still just chilling up there. They did the breach on second floor. We saw them do the breach on bedroom, right? We saw them holding piano through library stairs. What happened to all that? Why? How was Nixus just allowed to get away with the kill on guards? Not guards, excuse me. Whoever was playing on the door to kitchen. Okay, fine. That was a beautiful headshot. Full credit where credit is due to Mozzie. But then the Thatcher just blindly pushing in. There was nobody coordinating that. Nobody watching the door between sites or the rotate between sites or the mirror window. Nothing. Thatcher gets downed. You know, the Finka can't res. Guards, I think, was out of charges. And then gets taken down because they were pushing in to try and find the Mozzie. There's a Mira window there. What are you doing? There's somebody behind that. Thatcher has been down because of that. Okay. And then everybody dies to that same Mira window? Sure. I mean, what, I don't really know. But what I do know is that Team Force now have lost the lead. It is a 5-5. KNF are in full swing right about now. Guys trying to find one, but John will actually be the one to find Lahi. That's a big drop right there. The Valkyrie will be taken care of. Utility on library stairs is going away slowly but surely. Bar Gaming is the side of choice here on round 11 on the first floor. Flashbangs are coming in. Dovtakin wants this kill. Do they know where that kill is? No, they don't. As Morph will find one, they need to fall back quickly. And Shax comes in for cover. Guards goes down. 3v3. Once again, this is one of those situations where you just cannot allow this to happen. Soleil here, but no. What? You're in the site. There's a Mira on the main stairs. Where are the calls? There is no comms. You cannot play like this. Why was Zofia in the side prone and more worried about hallway when there is a Mira waiting on main stairs? You don't think the call won't go out? Loser in the meanwhile trying to find one. Can't quite. Yazan going for the plant. Might be able to get that done in just a second here. Yes, it's a post plant. 2v3 now for the attack. A little bit of advantage is what they needed. Maybe, potentially. As Shax will come in. Slowly but surely. They know there's one in the pantry. But that position is working in the advantage of the Twitch. Nearly gets her head taken off. John, gotta be careful. They do take the kill. Finally, C4 goes off, but that doesn't matter. Jaeger will push aggressively. They find the Twitch on the reload. Where is the other attacker? Outside. They didn't see the Mira, but there is a Claymore, so they can't quite go for it. Counter defuse. Morph trying to bait this one. No, not quite. They're gonna stick it. They're gonna stick it. Ooh. They can't. 9 seconds now, and Loser's gonna go for a big play. They're gonna be seen. Yazan is going to shut them down. No intel on where Yazan was, allowing for the play to be happen. What am I even saying? Allowing for the clutch to happen in the post plan 1v2. Comfortable, all things considered, for Yazan, as map point will finally be taken. Team Force goes 6-5 up. Finally, after being 5-1 for so long. My goodness. Over the course of the map, they've just been less and less impressive overall. But I feel like that last round, it was a misplay in that moment from Loser and the Mira player as well. Because one could have counter defused, one could have held the window, really. It wasn't that big of a deal per se, but they just didn't know where Yazan was, so Loser tried to go up, didn't find the ace, and by then the counter defuse had been stopped, so there really wasn't enough time as well. So all things considered, you know, KNF didn't have much of a choice there. But I will say Team Force, the comms just aren't there overall. And say what you will about the 1v2, it was well executed by Yazan, absolutely. But really, if that 1v2 hadn't happened there, which mind you, there was a big chance of, this would have been a 6-5 for KNF, and they would have been one round away from just winning and going into series point, no less. But, well, not series point, match point, I'd say, but still.
5 seconds.
Regardless of that fact, Team Force are now 6-5 up, one round away from winning map number 2 after a long struggle for these first 4 rounds in the second half. Can they finally close it out here? Can their mental game finally pick itself back up just enough to close it out here before they can take a break for map number 3? I'm not really sure if KNF will allow them that opportunity. We're back on a bar once again here on round number 12. And folks, at the very least, we hope you're ready for what's to come, because it could be huge. We have a Capitan play this time from Doptekin, which could actually be the play that they need right about now. Because Capital, with those smoke and firebolts, is very good at denying area. And there we go. Smoke bolt going out is going to make sure the Mira has no intel whatsoever. Grenades are out as well. Loser Bar takes a bit of damage as we have the Zofia coming in with her concussions, with her impacts, taking care of utility as it comes. Ooh. He nearly had a head there. Not quite though. As another firebolt and a Selma charge will go out.
Oh, John takes on the sort of Loser. That's a brilliant shot. John had been looking not that promising, but Salah gets punished down. Lahi comes up at the very right time his team needed, and overtime is something Team KNF wants at this point. Team Force has already got the map point, and they are willing to take us to Villa in case they just secure this one win. But oh my god, the sound was massive, the damage was massive, but somehow Sax really struggles to defend that to his favor. But on the other hand, towards the side of front here, Dove to King, trying to enter the house at this point of time, but it's gonna be not that easy. 75 seconds down the clock. Team KNF still anticipating. Checks have been really worked on with his HP as they have a Fink Eye, but on the other hand, if we talk about the start of the 4 players remaining, Team Force, can they really manage to be the winner of this map too? It's very important. John steps up once again, takes down the side of Morph, takes down another player, and Team KNF, and all of a sudden, they are now going to be at a very problematic scenario. Doors to take it on John. Oh my god! Back-to-back taking up this is the overtime call. But oh my god, guards just get faded away. It's a 2v4. And what? Team KNF, mind-blowing performance right there. And Team Force, there was not even a single chance. They got within a blink of an eye an entire wipeout of all the 4 players. And Team KNF, they live, they play for another time, but this time it's an overtime.
And now for the second time in this match tonight, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to rumble overtime? Part 2 is in play. 6-6, round 13. And my goodness, we have a situation at our hands. Shax! Alibi in the site. Capital. Gone.
Defenders,
The
protect your bomb.
aggressor
Defenders
from
by attackers.
the site window on Games Room. Gone. And now,
Located by attackers.
woo-wee. We're overtime, folks. Like I said, folks, we hope you're ready at home because both these first 2 maps have been long and they have been very, very good, very interesting, amazing, fantastic round 13 OT as we move into, once again, KNF defense, the side that they have been dominating on this entire second half. Now onto OT, they have gone to first floor kitchen.
Attackers are moving to defuse the bomb.
Force, on the other hand, they had the chance. Now backed up with the attacking position. This is potentially one last time you will get to make sure that you are at an attacking position. If any teams wins consecutively 2 rounds, may it be the attack, may it be the defensive side, it is going to be a turnaround of events. But what a brilliant play. Lahi, what's happening? Lahi is just dodging all of these bullets, trying to make sure that he does not reveal himself with an instant rotation or a panic situation, but guards down there towards the side of bar. The gaming room is now being held towards the side of Dove Cooking. Dove Cooking, what's cooking in his mind? But more of that, what's cooking in Team KNF's mind? 4 players right there towards the side of the bottom area. Dove Cooking now trying to make sure that he is the one with the flank. Guards moves on along with Yazan's drone. And the drone is giving a lot of intel. The diffuser has to be planted within the next 2 minutes, and they have already got so close. Piano room being hooded off from the side of Chax. It's a 5v5. None of the first blood has been given away. But Team 4Days, they have just a little idea as to where you could really expect the defenders to be positioned at this point of time. They don't have any visuals towards those initial openings. They don't know where each and every loopholes are going to be there where they could get a big offside angle and give the benefit towards the side of Team KNF. But KNF, they have to do it. They have shown us one brilliant comeback all the way from 5-1 to a 6-all. But Dove to King. Just a little more. Oh, his drone gets away. And so does his opportunity. He's still trying to make sure that 1 pixel of the helmet and he gets an head connection. But John now gives a great intel. Guards gets aggressive after getting these intel, and John is going to be the one who will take down Mob. That's a brilliant nade. That's a brilliant start. And Team 4A's would not want to miss on to this advantage.
Attackers bomb diffuser has been lost.
Here we have once again Shax in the side, but they're trying, as it's a 3v2. It's all down to these last 2 defenders right about now. Shax in a weird position. They see the Zofia, they can't take them down, not this time. Loser on second floor. It's all on them. The last one standing. Diffuser has been recovered as well, but 1 down and 1 kill on the stairs of Sunroom. Yazan on board. Plant is happening. It's the first plant now. And they're going to come down the stairs, but not safely. Guards will shut them down. And we still have a moment here that can still go the way of Force. Force are yet not out of this, folks. It is OT map point now. Round 14 in favor of Team 4. 7-6. KNF on the attack. Need to bring it back. They need to win this round here and now if they want to stay alive. If they want to make it 2-0, they will need to win 2 rounds. They managed to do it before. Can they do it again? Second floor, master bedroom, and office. is the side of choice.
That's a brilliant one. 7-6 is going to be the eventual scoreline. I believe these starts have
Attackers
been
need to locate and
something
defuse
nothing but
remaining bombs when they
unexpected. The
can.
defense being so powerful. Firstly, Team Force making sure that their defense is going towards their favor. Then came in the sort of Team KNF. Just one round being secured, and that was the round number 11 itself. And then finally, an overtime to be called. All Team Force need is this one defensive round which they gotta capitalize. But if we talk about the side of KNF, they gotta win two back-to-back ones. And in case they win two, that's where they could really come up on top and try to make sure that they are still keeping the hopes alive to be the first team to get to the second point in the BO5 series. It's the best of 5 series. The first to get 3 map wins is the champions here at the Playtonia Presents Gaming Ramadan Championship powered by Steel. Round has just begun and Team Force, they are up with an OT match point. Salah trying to go a bit aggressive. John spots out multiple players. That's a lot of intel, a lot of info. And KNF might not be even having any indication as to the positions currently.
For the time being, is this going to be a chill early round for the side of, well, both of these teams really, they're not going to do too much aggression, but guards might actually have something to say about that. They see it, but no! Turning around and trying to run away. Nixus is there on the window, and guards goes down. That is a huge first drop. The Jaeger of the board, more importantly, one of your top fraggers of the board as well. I'm not really sure what was with that decision making, but guards of the board will at least give the call that they are going to be aggressive on library now. Second floor will go the way of KNF most likely, which means first floor will have to be watched. Good positions being peaked by the side of the defense, but oh, look at that. It's been given away by the drones as well. Nixus is, you know, out here trying to get that kill. Not going to be able to find the Legion just yet. John survives. Dokikin, ooh, that's from the low. And, ooh, all right. Lahi, not really sure what happened there, but they will be caught by the Mira window. And Dokikin playing on that Mira window. As in the meanwhile, the breach goes off next to the smoke. It's going to be a big pressure for the smoke to deal with right about now. Shax finds one more. That's John on the board. 3v4 situation. And another defender goes down. It's Dokikin down. But Nixus on the floor. In the meanwhile, Soleil takes one. And another. And with Morph on the floor, it's all down to Shax, the last one standing out in the balcony. They don't even know where these two are. They might try to jump in. They won't just yet. C4 will miss. In the meanwhile, where are they going to go? They're going to see the Kai. They're going to down them. Now it's all down to the Mira, the last one standing. They're going to jump in and they're going to be found by the defense. And folks, it is not over. We are definitely going map number 4 now because Force have just taken match number 2. Map number 2, I should say. Excuse me, I got too excited right there. But yeah, it's a 1-1 on the scorecard between both of these teams. And my goodness, it is quite the situation to be in. Like we said, map 4 was absolutely inevitable between these two teams. And 2 OTs back-to-back. That's a lot of energy being expelled. Let me tell you, they're going to need a break after this one, but we're not quite done, as this map now means that we are going to be going into map number 3, just going over what it is. It is Clubhouse, picked by Team Force. So they're going back to home turf. Well, I say home turf a lot, but really they're just going back to their map pick with now their, map pick, their advantage as well. Momentum is on their side. Well, I say that. Yep. It's not really too much momentum. They won 3 rounds, I think. But still, that's enough for them to start something, right? That's a spark at least, and that's what they need right now to win against KNF. KNF has put up a big fight, but they couldn't quite close the gap this time. Not like the first map, but who knows? Map 3 might have something different for us.
Surely would have, but the biggest thing is that Team 4 Ace, the one who have been unbeatable, were being taken down at the map number 1. The pick which was there, they were being totally devastated. But in the map 2, where Team KNF have practically even showcased their display with a sheer domination and some great attacking side plays, This is being totally a parallel universe matches which we are witnessing. Each and everything is, you are expecting, you are seeing what is unexpected. Every single thing you expect goes on other way around. A great pre-all first half. No, that's a 5-1. And well, that's an overtime in the end because the 5-1 comes in from the side of Team KNF as well. Meanwhile, map number one, which was a pick from the side of KNF, okay, it was a side, if I'm not wrong, coming in from the side of Team Force, was being denied, but Force grab it back at the second half. And not only do they grab it, they go towards their overtime, and not only once but twice. Two maps, two overtimes, and a 1-all. Tonight has really been quite great, but now I can finally say that it's not just two maps remaining, it's a BO3 practically remaining because you have down the line that, two maps are done and it's a 1-all, three maps more remaining, and any team out there need to make sure that they have to secure back to back two. Looking after the maps, we had Villa, we have none other than the side of the Clubhouse, if I'm not wrong, and Clubhouse and Villa, both the map where we'll be seeing a great defensive position coming in from the side of Team Force. Team Force at the defense, yeah, they've been looking something quite amazingly dominative. But how far will they take us? Will they take us to a 3-1? Will it go to a 2-all and then the border? Because after witnessing so many actions, we know for a fact Blackjack it is the day which we will be calling off the tournament. So it's better, the later with the better, and obviously it's going to be almost the morning today. So why not? Let's take us to the border and let the border decide who is the champion of this Ramadan Gaming Championship, which is presented by Playtonia, powered by SteelSeries and Tech Hub.
Man, I'll tell you what, this grand finals is just, it's already quite the show, right? Quite the show indeed. Excuse me as I adjust myself in my seat for a second as we move into the scoreboard. Uh and just overall, a much better performance from both teams, much more well distributed, I feel like, especially on the force side. Look at that, 12, 10, 9, 9, 9. All of them performing and all of them bringing out the guns when required. Yazan, Dotuki, and Saleh have been firing this round. John and Guards definitely didn't have to carry as hard. And in the meanwhile, you can see, once again, the distribution is big. Loser is the only one who
Yep.
didn't really, I would say, perform the same way the others did, but he was supporting from the back end, I guess. So, that's on them. That's what they want to do. And sometimes on some maps, you just have to take the back foot, let others take the lead. For instance, Lahi, 11-8. I don't think Lahi was, really crossing doubles for a long time until tonight, but Lahi has been proving themselves. Shax as well. In the midway point, they didn't have too many kills, but they got kills. They got their supports as well. It's absolutely wonderfully done from both sides, and just a great performance from both teams.
I believe only one player out there got a ratio of 1 point, or as every player of the side of Team Force, they are below a KDR ratio of 1. A whole sum of those decimals places are you going to see, but all the players from the side of Team KNF, 4 out of 5 players are above that 1 ratio. This really shows how confident players have been playing. And next, coming up on top, if we talk about the sort of PVTP, just looking at this, you could be anticipating the, yep, this is the map where Team KNF might have secured, but no is the answer. This is the map which Team Force did. 12 kills, 12 death, 3 assists and 1 KDR at the map of Shalaid. But if we talk about next, 16 kills, 1.6 KDR, only 10 deaths in the initial, I'll say, almost 15 rounds, and some 4 assists as well. So that's been some action right there. Each and every player stepping up, being that one contributor towards the team's success. And Team KNF, they were this close, yet so far from grabbing the second map for themselves. But in case the second map would have went, then eventually Team KNF things would have been really quite difficult because in the second one they have Clubhouse, and after Clubhouse we know it's going to be Villa then, which will be awaiting for us. So no matter which team is going to be securing the map of Clubhouse, we know we have yet another map. And to witness these amazing maps, let's take a quick short break so that we'll see you guys with more energy on the other side.
All right, then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Playtonia presents the Ramadan Gaming Championship, powered by SteelSeries and Tech. I'm here with the host Blackjack and Opcon, as we are now here, folks, for map number 3. We hope you're ready. Maps 1 and 2 have been amazing. Both OT 8-6 wins for both teams. That is correct. We had map number 1 go the way of Team KNF after a big lead early, a comeback potentially from the side of Team Force, and then the win finally secured. The second time, map number 2, Chalet, it wasn't quite to be for KNF. They were 1-5 down. They managed a comeback all the way to 6-6. But it wasn't just there. They didn't just have enough momentum, and the Team Force won it out in an 8-6 as well. So with that, we find ourselves here on Clubhouse, which is a pick by Team Force, who are now looking to put a second map on board, but so are KNF. Effectively, the scores have been reset, and we are playing, well, kind of a BO3 at this point, right? 1-1. So
Yeah.
you could say it's a 0-0 BO3 from the beginning once again, but with players who are at least a little bit tired after the first 2 maps. So now we're going to see exactly what happens, folks. This game, this map, Clubhouse, is going to be absolutely amazing.
True. Well said from your side. And this is going to be the map number 3, as you say. Another map will be having Villa. Potentially, if any team wins this map and wins Villa, it's going to be the finals who will be called off, and they are going to be thrown as the winner. But in case some similar situations happen back and forth as we go into an overtime for previous 2 maps, if in case we get to see these close matchups once again happening, then that's something where Border is going to be calling us, and Border for the first time here on stream we will be witnessing, and that's going to be a big go for our players. The 5th map potentially, which will be deciding. So things really start to get way more interesting. For the first time in the grand finals, Clubhouse is here, and in grand final of BO5, Clubhouse is at 1 map. Team Force will be defending. We start things off with the operator ban. Do we expect the same? Do we expect Jekyll? Oh, here we go. It's a Jekyll at the same time, coming in from the side of 4 days this time, because they know Team KNF at times are going to be too good based on just these clutch situation on their intel. So, this was a good ban coming in, but I got to see what is going to be counter to that KNF. Where are they heading towards? Is it going to be a Thatcher? Now, let's see, one more second. And, oh, that's Ibana. Clubhouse, so arguably we have seen Ibana being earlier quarantined as well in this current map.
Well, she is the queen of hatches for a reason. That reason being that she can select how many X-Kairos pellets are shot from the pellet launcher at any given point in time. And because of that, she's able to control how many hatches and how many walls, how many lines of sight she can break at any given point in a map. Clubhouse is one of those maps that relies on lots of reinforced walls, lots of hatches, and thusly Hibana will be banned. The other bans are more standard, all things considered. Wamai and Malusi, and Jackal will be the ban from the side of Team Force. Force's bans, to be specific, are Jackal and Malusi. KNF's bans are Hibana and Wamai. And with that, round 1 will be a go, folks. Map number 3 is going to be huge. This map decides who goes on to match point on the map count for this series, BO5, and a 2-1 score is going to be achieved one way or the other. Who will it be? Let's find out, as round 1 is now a go.
Round 1 is just about to begin. Eco, Mute, Oxy. Okay, that's some great initial picks. Team,
Attackers need to
none other than Force at the defensive position. The prep rounds begin, and Dove to King already with the shotguns. Knows how to look after the side of Church. The utility room is going to be held off from his side. But the escape tunnel, oh my god, I cannot just get over this place where we had Team Kamikaze versus KNF. And damn, this was that one map which was quite amazingly played from the side of Team Kamikaze. But nonetheless, Team KNF were the one who eventually did not manage to close things down. And I believe this was that one map which almost went to a 7-5. Do you remember Blackjack?
10
Was
seconds left
7-5
before
at this map for the side of
Oh
KNF.
yes.
That too,
Oh
they've been
yes.
losing
5
is
seconds
something
to
which is going to
insertion.
be, like they might recall, but those were just some of these
Attackers' objective is
eventual
to locate a bomb and
circumstances.
defuse it.
The Kamikaze did had a very big upper hand, having those many players. But well, the round has begun for now. Team KNF will be the one invading this side, invading this amazing map of Clubhouse. Dove to King towards the blue stair. On the other side, the tunnels are going to be taken care of, and Team KNF slowly, steadily start to make their move in through the side of garage.
Just a little bit of movement right about now. Not a whole lot. It's, early rounds here in a Clubhouse, so don't expect too much aggression from either side. As we have the breach charges on the hatches going off. No real threat, per se, to any particular team member on either side just yet, unless you're Shax, who's going to find one, only to get taken down by John on the refrag. Nearly getting taken down, mind you. John right there, solo on HP. They're going to have to run all the way back to site to get cover because that Oryx is bleeding hard right about now. Shax, however, getting the first blood onto the mute. Saleh going down. That is a pretty big kill, mind you. The mute is pretty annoying to deal with at certain situations. And those mute jammers, they'll continue to work passively. So the mute is still effective in the map regardless of the kill going off right about now. Side, of course, being basement, church, and arsenal. Shots fired. But they won't connect just yet. Guards here on blue. They've got an echo drone as well to give them intel. The blue stairs are being watched, but John's going to go down in the meanwhile. There's the Oryx. They've been bleeding for a while. They're going to go down for the count. The team wants to peek on the main stairs. Verticality is being established by the attackers right about now as Guards gets a trade back. That is Nixus. Oh, that's the Finka of the board. And now the push just got so much harder as Lahi, Loser, and Morphle no longer have the buff that the Finka provides for themselves. And now Guards still peeking the hatch, so aggressive in their playstyle. That is Team Force here now. They'll be feeling it as well because they were able to use this aggressive playstyle on Chalet and get away with a lot. And the Team KNF, while they were punishing them when they were making the comeback, they lost their steam, unfortunately. And Guards finds the ace who was just trying to take care of the barbed wire. That's the diffuser drop as well. And that should be another kill. No, the buck comes in and gets away with it. Dovahkiin, oh dear me, couldn't quite get the kill when needed. Walks away, runs away, in fact, scurries away in deep arsenal into the hallway, trying to find where the Thatcher was. Doesn't matter. Loser goes down in the meanwhile to Yazan. And Lahi now the last one standing. 10 seconds remain. They know one's towards the shelf. And they're trying to get them, but they can't. Yazan will be the one to finish it off with a double kill. Beautifully coordinated. Even though they lost a few bodies to trades, Force standing strong, holding strong on the defense. As is to be expected, Clubhouse is a ever so slightly defender-satted map. And it's a 1-0. The first round goes to Team Force.
Team Force have been looking nothing but brilliant, starting things off with the casualty against them. But John with a Valkyrie, now that is insane. Thunderbird for Yazan. Mira is going to step in. Mute and Jagger, Ace, Finka, Lana, Maverick, and Thatcher. So this is the round to watch out for. This is that one round to watch out for. Some of the
Attackers need to
toppest
locate
pick
and defuse as many
operators
bombs
now
as they
being
can.
there inside the current lobby for the round specifically. Some prep rounds coming in from both the sides. Drone being initiated, making sure that the setups are going to be quite tight and unheard at times when the round gets started, so they would really be at a good pace. But look after the position coming in from the side of Team 4A's. Well, Team 4's knows that they have that one round. Each and every single round which they win is going to be counted on for. And these are the rounds which has been really been so close, because we saw every time the game goes to an
10
overtime,
seconds left.
that's where you would really be one avoiding those circumstances.
5 seconds
And for the both of the times we have seen that Team KNF are the one who wins every single first round of the
Attackers' objective
overtime.
is to locate a bomb and defuse
Clubhouse is a place where Team KNF has really shown their true struggle against Kamikaze. A 7-5, getting down with 4-2, then giving the comeback, but Kamikaze being the one who eliminates him. But well, first zone gets taken down, and that's a big loss, I'd say. But It's a round 2. We still have 5 rounds remaining. So these starting rounds are something where Team 4s have really been, quite promising. Round has just begun. Jan holding down towards the side of the garage. Central have been taken care of from the side of John. Meanwhile, if we talk about the side of Lahi, well, Yazan takes down Shaz. That's a big one. That's a big intel being given away. And some advantage. But Team KNF, there's a very, very high probability that another trade would come into their favor. And in case they whiff it, that won't just be a casualty, but an entire round which they might have lost.
Changing mags.
Maybe, maybe not. But KNF now just have to make sure they at least get a trade back any second now. They might be able to lots of shots fired between a loser and a potential defender, but no dice just yet. As big jump out from guards with the crouches as well. They do get traded by Nixes, but again, the body count situation remains the same. It is still a one-person advantage to Force. They are still strong in the map, and you just lost your Finka and your Thatcher. The breach has happened, but the Thatcher is still useful for so much more.
Drop the bomb diffuser.
Oh, the C4 from John. That's going to be a big one. Diffuser dropped as well. And there's Yazan to take down Nixus. Team KNF completely torn apart right here, right now. Round number 2. Absolutely lost from them. No response whatsoever. And looks like Lahi just wants to chill out and maybe just, give their team some time to talk about what went wrong in that round. They kind of need to. The aggression from Force was all there. They still have the energy that they need. But KNF, not so much. C4 goes up, but really he's just baiting to try and find this ace. Who is just going to sit on the roof and looks like they're just going to waste the time out. Run the clock, let it run its course, as it were. But man, what a round indeed from Force. They are aggressive. They are all over the place. They are in here scurrying around like rats. And KNF, unfortunately, their role currently for these first 6 rounds as the Pest Exterminator isn't really going all too well. 15 seconds remain on the timer. Chill as you please. No one's really going to take this any seriously. Lahi finally comes alive. They do get a kill, and they might get another. Yes, they do. Yazan goes down. 4 seconds remaining on the clock, and shot should be fired any second. Now, there we go. The Mira behind her window will be the one to get the kill. As chill as you please. There was no time for Lahi, to make that play anyway. And a little heart emoji from John in the chat as well, because why not, folks? We're all here to have fun anyway, and a bit of fun has been had. 2-0 to Team Force, as they are now in the lead early in Map 3.
That's a 2-0. That's a great start, but some changes out there. Card has been rolled. Maestro, now Mosey, Jagger being that common pick, Thatcher, Maverick, Ace, Thermite, and Finka. I believe Team KNF are really starting to realize that every single time they come up with an amazing change, it's something which Team 4As have already been done, and they have already been set according to those situations. No matter how hard Team KNF is going to try in this one map, Team 4As has been looking quite strong if we just talk about these starting 2 rounds. Not only about the operator picks, but also about these initial openings where they are getting. Yazan is looking as if he's stepping up. Tove 2 King hasn't not even been started off. But John is doing a real job right there. I'm talking about the start of Team KNF. Morph not even with that single opening, and Morph is that one operator, that one player in the team who has been really strong. But look after the way Morph is going to steal away the intel with these shoes being used to just move away at places. The down towards the CCTV room is totally been taken care of. Guards goes all the way towards bedroom. You want to make sure that all of these wooden slashes are being broken to make sure that they get some good peek. And this is going to be a tough time. Team KNF, once again, the round has begun a long time ago, and Chan already anticipating them to enter from the side of Garrett. This is going to be not easy, but if he gets a single chance, he would want to capitalize on that, or else if he gives away his intel, there's no use getting out of that single garage area. Sharks on the other hand, still spots on 1, that's 2 intel being gathered, but the player towards the side of garage is still not yet been spotted. Guards meanwhile takes a risky play, and well, Shanks is going to be the one who will be punishing him. Taking the player down, taking Team 4S down for the first time with the player's disadvantage. Now it's a 3v5. The player is going to do the job. Salai gets another one. Dove King is left alone in a 1v5 situation. 1v5, a massive 1v5. And some kill is being bombed. Breaks again, getting shot off, getting pinned down from two different sides. Try to throw the C4, but gets denied. And finally, a round coming in from the side of KNF, a much needed one to be honest, as the 3 rounds of the first 6 rounds of the first half has been already done, keeping us with the next 3 rounds remaining.
Force definitely got a bit too ahead of themselves there. They were a little loose. They were a little, all over the place, as it were, scattered, if you will, trying to get these kills, being even more aggressive, I feel like, than rounds 1 and 2. But that doesn't quite work all the time. And KNF were more than happy to, at the very least, remind them of that fact. Round 4 is now in play. 2-1 is the scoreline, and we have a situation. KNF have put themselves on the board. Team Force, once again, will be deciding how to go about this round, as we will be going to Basement Church. Seems like the site of choice from the side of Force. Interesting for them, I feel like, because primarily, when it comes to Clubhouse, and I've said this a couple of times before, Clubhouse, you usually see the sites of CCTV and then maybe basement, or basement and then CCTV. You don't really see gym unless it's the third site of the map being picked. Or, in certain cases, some teams will decide to go there first, right? If they have a specific plan for it. And then they'll go to basement because they have a plan based on that. And then CCTV. Now, in this case, Team Force is one of those teams. They went to bedroom first on 2nd floor, and they managed to win out the round. Now, they've gone back to Basement Church because that was their first round, and bedroom was their second. They did not go to CCTV. And one of those reasons could be that CCTV just might not be all that good for them. They might not be all that good on CC, as good as they are on bedroom and basement, which is totally understandable. Sometimes some maps, some sites will not be always in your favor. Given that this is a Team Force pick, however, I would venture to say that they will need to pick up CCTV if they do go OT, and when, oh dear me, John goes down in the meanwhile. Shax will take that kill, happily so. Shax and Alahi are very low themselves. Guards in the meanwhile trying to find one in bathroom, and no, they overextended on that. They're gonna get taken down as a result. Grenade being cooked. It will force the smoke down the main stairs. The SAS operator, that is Saleh, the mute on main stairs. Back down. Drone will be destroyed. Another drone is heard. Yazan has got to be careful. Dotakeen on blue as well. Trying to find one, but no. Yazan goes down. Lahi from the top of the hatch is going to get one more. And Saleh on main stairs, still trying to be aggressive. Got to be careful. Grenade's going to come their way any second now. Doesn't find... I don't think it actually went out, but even if it did, it didn't find anything. Grenade now towards the other side. That could be big! Oh, only minor damage done. It didn't quite cross the wall right there. Saleh still alive. No longer. The buck comes in, finishes it off, and Dovtakin trying to escape the site, trying to escape the grenade. Does not matter. Another flawless round for KNF. They seem to have picked up on what Team Force is putting down, and they have won 2 back-to-back rounds with 0 casualties on board for themselves.
That's massive. That's brilliantly played from the side of Team KNF. I really doubted on for that one point where we saw Team 4S actually just changing on these operators one by one, but once again a classical pick coming out from their giant Shagger, Smoke, Valkyrie, Mute, Eco, Thermite for the side of Mob this time. No ways. They know it's an attacking side. They know it's just 2 rounds remaining. Best case situation of 4-2 for a team, and a worst case situation is something against them, or basically a 3-0. A 3-all. So a 3-all could quite be idolized. Shax meanwhile once again trying to position himself all the way towards the side of the toilet. Dizan with 4 kills. Team Force has been really looking slowly, steadily approaching this game, while Dove King haven't yet found his first frag. But Team KNF, man, Lahi needs to be solved. And today, Lahi has been in a completely great form. Because if we compare him with the one which we did saw previously, it was none other than Shax and one and only Mob doing his great work. Round number 5 has just begun. Prep phases are over. Dove to King trying to use the stock room to his advantage in case any players are choosing to walk by his side so that he gets a good one-way visual. But on the other hand, guards, this is going to be a risky move. Did not step out down the way towards the side of Garrett. Storage has given away his audio clue. Dove to King still anticipating someone to come out from the side of tunnels and Soleil as well. Trying to keep these chairs inside his control. Morph and the players are now entering CCTV room, the garage, and initially also guards going down towards the side of garage storage. So this is where guards has the opportunity to get that first opening, but down the line, let's see if Morph is he anticipating that aggression. 2 minutes down the clock, and the CCTV, well, that's doing a lot of job here. Each and every angle slowly, steadily, one by one being cleared away. But Shex now has the nade in his hand. Really gonna toss off. Well, he does toss, but the connection wasn't being made. 1 minute 45 seconds remaining, and the first blood is still yet to be found. Meanwhile, Lahi founds on all the trap and all the preps towards the side of the stock room. He enters the side of the arsenal. Well, but the guard is still holding off, and well, one person just passes away. Guards might not be having that initial intel. John still keeping an eye on the top of the arsenal rooms. Shags gets at a very good position, but oh, he just misses by an inch. Once again, he misses. That's massive. Jan is trying to make sure that he gets the intel. Okay, he gets a good peek, and the C4 is going to do the job. Well, almost he did have that pin, but amazingly played. Still keeping the pressure on, and KNF has just been quite delayed in their presence.
Attackers have located a bomb.
The pings are coming out, the shotgun shots are in, and there we go, the buck will go down. Dovetakin is in here right now. Lahi off the board. Shots are fired from inside of dirt, and that's going to be Shax finding Yazan. In the meanwhile, grenade goes out. Shax wants one more, but they've been seen. Doesn't matter, they get the double. And now the shotgun peek has been spotted out. Morph knows this, so they're not going to even dare to peek that, but guards finds loser. In the meanwhile, on blue, big drop. There is one more there. That is the Finca, but that position is being watched. John's going to go out aggressive. Can they get that? No, they can't. As Soleil finds one more, that's more from the board. The Ace decided to push it anyway, I guess. 2v2, but Diffuse has been dropped. Soleil has it. C4 out. They're not going to blow it just yet. They see one more. They get the down. Finca res, but it doesn't matter. Guards gets the other one in the meanwhile. Beautifully done right there. Coordinating, communicating, and eliminating. That is Team Force firing one back for themselves. A KNF right here, right now. They needed another round. They weren't able to. They were able to take away momentum from Force, but that does not mean that Force will let you get away with it. Force fires back and fires back hard. 3-2 is the scoreline. Will it be a 4-2 half once again, or will we see the first 3-3 half of this grand finals?
A 3-2 is the scoreline. And Team KNF, that was some massive, play coming out from the side of Shelley himself. Trying to make sure that these shotguns are really coming to his favor. But I believe each and every player, just look after the way how slowly, steadily they were giving the space. They were letting Team KNF come to their side. They were letting them come into that trap which they had kept in. But Dove to King finally got that first frag in the previous round, and that was initially the first blood itself. So that is something which is quite interesting. Dove to King now would love to do what he is the best at. I mean, today we have seen quite rarely the case of any 2-3k coming in. It did came in from the side of Lahi, but I believe, something which we see as a very often basis from the side of Team Force. Today, they have been really having some tough challenge out there, and that's a big reason, right, that the grand finale has been consisting with only 2 maps currently, and both the maps went to an overtime. This is the 3rd map. The game is nowhere even close to be over. We are nowhere even close to have a prediction like who will be winning, and that is what we call it as a grand finals.
indeed. Excuse me for the delay right there once again. I was just drinking some water. Stay hydrated, folks. As guards in the meanwhile all the way down on the basement. Interesting position being taken. The site itself, of course, is second floor. Bedroom and gym once again from both sides. And John's going to get the first kill. That is big. John is going to get traded back. That's the IQ. Taking one back for the team. John off the board. Shax will get that. But here's an interesting thing that I've noticed in these first 4 rounds. And overall, it's kind of obvious when you think about it, that Team Force have been winning whenever the first blood goes their way. When KNF gets the first blood, they walk away with a flawless. And Dove to Keen might just be on the way to proving my point. Shax goes down. That little floor level breach. Oh,
Yep.
what do you mean? Sorry. Excuse me about that one. Temporary internet down, as it were. But oh no! That's the worst thing that could have happened there. That's the worst thing that could have happened there, folks. Not even my internet disconnection can, compensate for that one. A team kill from Dove, and then they themselves get taken down. It's now 2v3.
That's difficult. That's too difficult right there. Team KNF now has a chance to even nice thing, but it all falls out to Yazan, and he had an expectation, but C4 just look after the way it's been so well placed. That's for the first time I saw that replay, to be honest, in these days. But a long play is yet to be played. 3-0 for the first time. We started off with a 4-2, then a 5-1, now a 3-0. What's left more? A 6-0? Because each and every possible outcome which could happen in the first half is something which we have already witnessed, and I'm loving the grand finals today. I am loving the energy the players are carrying, but Yazan with these, Thatcher, Ilana, Thermite, Finka, okay, we have Mira, we have Mute. Oh my god, this is some strange things happening right there. Especially to count on from the sort of Team KNF, knowing the fact that they will be defending for the rest 6 round.
Attackers need to
No matter which team wins, the round after that round. But before we get to a match point, one thing is for sure, that both of them are going to give a tough time and a tough close call as well, because a 3, all coming in from the side of Team 4Ace and being ended up inside the favor of Team KNF is something where I do believe that this is the map pick potentially coming in from the side of Team Force. And if Team Force have this map pick, they know how big of a struggle it was for Team KNF, as the only map they have been defeated were at this map and the previous map of Shellid in the grand finals. Would this read be quite beneficial? Team Force still expecting, still be expecting, and the previous round, which did result in a big drawback, was when Dove King did eventually ended up team killing, and then eventually him getting punished by the opponent player. But still, no use crying over the spilt milk, as you have a grand finals, you have some 10,000 dirhams and some amazing games of our SteelSeries being awaited by your doorstep. So what's stopping them to just grab those prizes, grab those peripherals? But before that, the game of 6 Siege grand finals, and I believe this is the very right time to say that 50% of the round, 50% of the grand finals is now been over.
Pretty much, yeah. You are exactly correct on the maths there. 50% of the grand finals have already ended, folks. And would you look at that? Time has whizzed by very quickly. Sometimes I wish we could capture time in a bottle so that we could remember these moments forever. But that's the point of it, isn't it, folks? That's the beauty of it all. That, the fact that we will remember these going into days and years into the future. Matches like these are what are worth remembering. As in the meanwhile, impact tricks will happen. There we go. Selma will be denied, and that's it. That is that hatch entirely shut down, unless someone has a couple of can openers or Dovtakin comes in to finish off the rest of that hatch's HP. Because as we know, the hatches now have HP, and Maverick, because of that change, is able to break too. But they've already used, as in Dovtakin has already used a little bit of that fuel of the Maverick's blowtorch to open up a, a little bit of a rotate breach into that container. Oh dear, Morph might have at least a double kill here, or maybe even just one. They know that there's multiple folks right on the other side of these couple of beams right now. ADS will be taken care of. Shots are fired, but Morph does not have the firepower to contest that right about now. C4 goes out. Will that find one? No, that doesn't. Huge damage done to guards. In the meanwhile, the sledge is mighty low now. They have got to be careful on what angle they decide to peek. As in the meanwhile, inside of the site, so far all is calm. The closest the attackers have come, the closest forces come, is
Attackers recovered.
in dirt.
Attackers dropped.
But
the
they're
diffuser.
not quite here yet. Morph knows this, and the rest of the team does now too. Guards is very low on HP, the sledge that is, and they will have to be very, very careful. The push out is in. Guards is going to find one. That's Morph off the board. Huge drop. But Soleil goes down in the meanwhile. Shots fired. Shax with one more. But John fires back instantly. More shots fired, but no, wait, Morph's already in there. By the boxes, Dovtakin is in, but so low on HP. Can they get a kill here? I don't think so. They don't. And the alibi downs another and gets the final kill. Well played by Shax inside of Deep Arsenal, peeking the entry from dirt and, of course, the shelves and boxes area. The only one who really made it away from the alibi's line of sight was the Maverick, and the Maverick could only do so much. Attempted late aggression from Team Force, but the trades from KNF kept them afloat long enough for them to win out the round and force Team Force to make a mistake. 4-3 is the scoreline. KNF finally have a lead.
That's a great lead, to be honest. It's a 3-4 situation. Team KNF now would really want to hop on to these advantages.
Defenders
Unlikely
protect the bomb
wise,
from being
we
defused by
once again
attackers.
talking about the side of Team KNF having that disadvantage. Team 4 is picking out this map and that too, going on with that defensive position. All the things since the semi-finale 1, not the semi-finale 2 to be specific, but the semi-finale 1 and grandfathers have been something which has been totally opposite of what we expect. And I'm ready to see Team KNF finally winning this map. Well, but that one expectation is still going to be on for me to hop on towards the lobby with the map named Border. Border, as you mentioned, we have not witnessed yet in the Ramadan gaming series on stream. Guards, meanwhile, taking down the path of Canals now, going back towards the side of
Attackers'
parking lot.
objective is to locate a bomb
Oh,
and
the
defuse
round is begin, and I believe that he really wanted to put a setup which he wasn't quite reasonable on. Team KNF had the defensive position. Team Ace, they have been looking too good with their amazing attacking posture, but yet Saleh has been trying to just adapt to the situation. He has been something who we then saw yesterday at the semi-finale too. But he has really a big responsibility, that gap to be filled, and once he does, that's gonna be a big advantage. But for now, John does his job right, gets the first opening, takes down N1's head, and this turns them into a good body advantage, a 5v4 situation. Team KNF is still the one with the lead, but just 1 point lead, and then losing this round would really evenize those situations. Oh my god, the
so,
timing!
but Shax is here. The reactions. That's going to be Saleh off the board. Guards also solo on HP. Lahi unable to secure the kill right there, and the heals will come in from the nano boost. Guards making sure of that. Morph and Lahi are both very low on HP, but this extension down below, with all the lines of sight and so on and so forth, seems to have worked out at least a little bit. The Thatcher is off the board, and despite the heals coming in, there was for a second there almost no way to get the breach done, but Dovtakin will manage to do just that. Garage will be harder to infiltrate for the time being because the electric claws are still in play. Yazan
Attackers have located
risking
a
a
bomb.
run by to get some intel on where any potential shots could come from Garage, but nothing quite yet. Lahi will hear the rappel ups as the sledge goes down to the first floor to try and find where the Mozzie is. Where is the Mozzie? Seems like they are up on red stairs for the time being, maybe potentially. At least they should be. There's a body there. Flashbang comes out. Looks like the push into sight is about to come in. 50 seconds on the mark. And now is when it all matters. Guards gets one, but loser goes down to John. In the meanwhile, Garage is being watched, and Diffuser is still in the hands of the attackers. John gets one more. That's Shax off the board. John just unstoppable when it matters. A quad for John. All remains onto one player inside, or was inside
And
of the
it's an
catwalk.
ace.
It doesn't matter. It's an ace, folks. John, all the way through, gets the ace. One of the first and few aces that we have had in the Ramadan Gaming Championship here and now. And it's going to be John in the grand finals. What a time to get it. 4-4 equalizer going into the 9th round. KNF, there might have been a situation where they could have won that round, but not quite. Force will still take it, and take it quite well indeed.
What? This could have been the most perfectual time to come in. Just 4 rounds remaining. A 4-all scenario and 4 rounds remaining. Each and every one of team needs a 3-round win at this point of time. And the ace is gonna mean that this is a start where John is gonna be rising. Was already up with 9 kills. Dove to King, as I mentioned, haven't even started quite yet. Sorry for that. But on the other hand, if we talk about the start of KNF, man, they have been having some numbers by their side. If we talk about Shaz, he has got 12. Shahid going on with 11. And Naz really struggling a bit on 3 along with Morph and Loser X Roy. But these drastical drops really shows how dependency and those responsibility is being carried so brilliantly from the side of Lahi, from the side of Shaz, and they are not even willing to give up. They are not even willing to give up those hopes. Team KNF are up with these 4v4 situation and at the defensive position. Guards meanwhile has already brought up his side. John all the way now carrying his kennels. Yazan down to okay. Yazan is at a good position. All 5 players there, all 5 distributed all over the map. At this time, if you talk about the second floor scenarios, I've been looking as if 4 players are working on a crossfire, and it's going to be Jim which will be holding on from the side of Lai. Lai really needs to make sure that he is that one player who is kept alive in these clutches scenario. First blood does come in, but look out to the side of John. John is being so patient. Morph's kind of expecting someone to enter the central stair to make sure that they progress. If they progress at the second position, they do from the side of stairs, because eventually those window entries have been really worked on for quite for a while. Doof entrance coming in, will they drop off? Team Force really giving on that respect, but it's almost a minute and more. 1 minute 45 seconds remaining. Oh, that's massive! John did have a chance to shot the fire, but the net did the job. Morph taking down Yazan. That's a 4v4 situation in a 4-all scorecard.
Oh boy, 4v4 in the 4-4. Map number 3 though. If this was map number 4, then we'd have a full rhyme about that one. But regardless, Mira window has been pinged and guards trying to get a grenade kill will not be able to do that. Mira will still be able to play around that same mirror. The one who died, of course, being Shax in that same position not too long ago. Flashbangs going out in the meanwhile. But they can't quite find anyone per se through those flashbangs, nor can they find any potential operator positions. Lahi going inside the site. Nixus anticipating one. They almost got, well, their head taken off, but not to be, not just yet. It's a bit of a lull moment, as it were. A bit of a calm before the storm, as it were. And maybe switching to shotgun. The timing of that as the Thatcher peak, but no, here we go. The big push is in, and Morph is gonna find one. That's Zotukin off the board, and there's another. John goes down, but Guards is in with two big ones. They're rotating around to kitchen, not to kitchen, to construction, excuse me. The down comes in onto one, but no, Soleil is back up on their feet. It's a 1v2, all up to Loser now. Their position is given away. The plant is coming out. Can be seen, not quite yet, but they find the Finca. From the third, Loser wants this kill. Will they be able to get it? It's a topsy-turvy situation. 6 seconds on the clock. One will have to rotate. Whoa! And it is Loser in the 1v2! Rotating around, playing peekaboo with both. Finding the Finca and using every single available piece of cover to keep the Thatcher out of the plant for so long. Well played, Jaeger. And KNF will take back the lead 5-4 going into the 10th round.
That's amazing. That's Team KNF. Still 1 round away from the match point. From the map point. From the second map point, I believe. But it hasn't been that first time. It hasn't been the first time they have been in this situation. He is coming in from Yazan. Now that's a change. John did had a great start, to be honest. But man, Team KNF, they are that one team who is not ready to die at this point of time. Shaz now being up with almost 12 total kills. Dove to King still struggling a bit down there, but that's not the case always. We know Dove to King, he has been that one amazing monster yesterday with the firepower, and that's how they got that name of a powerhouse. You know, they were totally some power packed action right there with their rifles. 4-5 situation. 7 seconds remaining. Round number 10 it is. 3 shots has still been available, so they are quite not being utilizing most of their utility. Making sure that they don't beat it at an early point. But if we talk about the side of Team Force, 4 grenades, 4 explosives, 2 entry chokes point, to be honest. Construction sites being held from the side of none other than guards. Chalet coming down, John down the line using the drone, but wait a minute, there's someone under that tunnel and that's gonna be Shaz. Shaz gets some early intel, maybe might have fallen down the side of John, but guards on the other hand is still holding passively. Salah towards the eastern map is just holding on towards these entry points. He's giving his audio cues, he's giving his total presence, and look after those presence, how effective does this make? But he has walked all the way. Lahi has walked all the way towards those tunnels. Dove to King now taking those entries, followed by the side of none other than Yazan. Well, this is turning out to be way more interesting because tunnels are those entry points which has been expected. But KNF, do they expect the bar to be leaked on? The bar is being leaked already. Guards doing some rat play right there, but Salah on the other hand has got a lot of info, but look at the need. The need was quite well timed, but not well positioned. And well, 3 players towards the side of Arsenal Room, where the diffuser has to be planted.
For the time being, site has plenty of heavy cover, as once again, impact tricks will happen on the kitchen hatch. Check to make sure that the hatch breach does not go off just yet. Bit of a late time to ask for a rotate right there, but the Mira is going to get that done anyway as Shax finds one. Verticality, Shax has it. Yazan off the board, ace down. Dovtiki really wants to protect that hatch breach. The can opener does go off eventually, and the hatch will be broken. But Shax is undeterred. They know exactly where what is, but they will finally go down. Dovtiki punishes them for their aggression, and that is going to be one more kill. The evener for the body count here and now. But oh, that's a drop and that's a kill potentially. It's a down at least. Saleh gets that. That now means that Lahi is off the board. Guards taking so much damage. They're going in. And about now, they want this down to be there. Shots fired once again. The prone will not be seen. The loser is down as well. So many more shots fired. And Saleh will finally go down. It's a 3v2. Effectively make that a 3v1 because Nixus is the only one standing. John does go down on the floor. Gets taken down. Strong peek from Dove Takeen, trying to find where this Mira is. There in the hallway. And there we go. Dove Takeen will finally shut them down. And the downed operator will go down. Taken care of as well. Late aggression this time from the side of from the side of Team Force. And now in round 11 it is a 5-5 equalizer between both sides.
Things are getting way more interesting, I believe. Team Force are not ready to give up that one match point. Each and every map they go, that first advantage to get that match point is going to be coming up from the side of none other than Team Force. It's unbelievable to say that this is just the third map. This is just the third map and there's been no drastic change. First map going into an overtime with a 6-all and then an 8-6. Map being secured from the side of Team KNF. The map of Cafe from KNF. Map number 2, KNF's pick of 5-1. And counter to that, another 5-1. And that's Team 4A's first losing the first round of overtime and then securing it. That is Team 4A's giving that fight back. But this is just the third map. A 5-all to keep things equal. It all starts, those 1-2, 2-1, 2-all. 3-all, now 4-all, now 5-all, like it's unstoppable. Where are we heading? Are we heading to a 7-5? Are we heading to another overtime? Because I believe after all the expectations at these overtime, this is going to be a 7-5. So anyone winning this round is the one I'll be definitely rooting for. Blackjack that will be securing the map, eventually closing it down to a 7-5.
Well, that's going to be quite interesting. Oh, looks like we've gone back a few years in Guards' POV. Oh my goodness, it's black and white everywhere. Oh dear me, a couple decades. We're back in the 90s, folks. Not even the 90s. I think, when was color TV invented? Early 90s, right? Or at least late 80s. So we're back in the early 80s at least. Everybody's black and white with only a little bit of color on the map, folks. Don't worry, there's a little visual bug that happens when drones or something or the other gets shot, and the transition from that to operator is just a little too quick. But don't worry, it should go back to normal within a few seconds or maybe by the minute mark, we'll be back. There we go. Valkyrie Black Eye camera, and then we're back to modern ages. We're back to color screen, folks. But jokes aside, once again, it seems like Team Force is actually trying to conserve the regression for later. On the attack, of course, they kind of like this. Oh, the pings are in. The Mozzie should go down. No! Shax will survive. Not to survive, but thrive. Taking down John. Those first two bodies are huge. It's John and Saleh with one more potentially. They see the head, but Shax doesn't quite get it before the run back, and Yazan will peek again and will take down Shax as a result. One body taken back for the price of two. Was that really worth it for Team Force? I guess we'll find out. The round progressing now, 61 seconds on the clock. The breach has been done, but no big pushes off of that just yet. Losers here, actually. But no, garage door will be denied, but Yazan will still take the kill. And the refrag, mind you. Morphin, the meanwhile, finds Dovtakin. It's all down to Yazan in the 1v3 now. Potential C4 comes right their way! Whoa! Can't quite shoot it out of the air. They tried it, but what a toss, and boom! Or as they say, boom goes the dynamite. And now, it is a match point. Kobe is still alive. Absolutely well said, Morph. 6-5 for KNF. They are on map point. If they win this, they go on to match point. And map number 4 will be so much for them to win and even to lose. But now 6-5 is the scoreline. How does Force respond?
This is map number 3, indicating the side that this is gonna be the map pick coming in from the side of Team 4Ace. Previous map pick was from the side of KNF, where Team 4Ace won, and previous to that was from 4Ace, which Team KNF won. A 5-6, and this is where I did told that this momentum is not looking as if we are heading anywhere close to an overtime, but yeah, we are close, just one round down the line. But after those previous mistakes, after those eventual advantages with Team KNF started to make sure that this is where they went wrong. Now there's no stopping Shaz. There's no stopping Lahi. If you get anywhere a first kill, taking down Lahi would be your biggest chance. But if John gets taken down in that early peak, it's all gonna be very difficult, and it all falls down to those clutch potentials. But you are clutching against the side of Team KNF, the ones who have been really, they are the ones who will never ever give up. They have been with this statement not only in the grand finals, in the early 2 or the 3rd map, but also in the semi-finale number 1. But Chalet towards the side of exit kennels, John taking a look towards the side of kitchen, and escape tunnel being taken care of. John at the central highway, the Arsenal is gonna go up, and Morph will come up towards joining his team. John meanwhile gives a lot of intel, but the drone is still helping him initiate towards the stair area. The stock room has now been taken care of. Gaz and the side of John. Any player getting taken down is going to be a massive disadvantage, but it's going to be smoked off. Church towards Lahi is assisted with that amazing crossfire setup. 1 minute 50 seconds remaining, and Saleh, he got a good peeker's advantage with himself after getting the control of the entire launch area. Is giving away a lot of audio clues. Might be a bait, might be a DK, but it's not gonna help it so much to the side of Team Force, as they really have to get inside that area to plant the diffuser. Still, we see a good hole coming in towards the side of the garage storage. Saleh still wanting to enter that, but this could result in a big mistake. They are already 2 players position. Look after losers position. 1 minute 20 seconds, and Team 4 is they now have to make a move soon.
Absolutely. The fact that they've taken this long to even get a body, they've established themselves across the map, primarily because Team Force is really just playing turtle. But oh, Morph has been down in the meanwhile. This could be the start of the big push in here and now. Maybe, maybe not. Grenade goes out. That should find Morph. It does not. Wait a minute. The revive could actually go off. Loser's going to go for it. And I don't think John actually has a grenade to get the, kill regardless. No, but the Mira goes down in the meanwhile. Guards with a grenade will find one. John goes down in the meanwhile. Guards finds another. Shax off the board. 4v3. Team Force is now coming down hard. They're gonna find another. That's Izan onto Morph, leaving it in a 2v5 or 1v4, excuse me. Loser is now the last one standing as Nixon goes down to Guards in the meanwhile. Guards trying to find one more, but it'll be Saleh with the Zofia to take that kill. And folks, now for a third round in a row. Are you ready, folks? Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to rumble overtime? Is in play, part 3. 6-6 is the score line. And we're in OT once again. Can you believe it, Upcon?
Here we go. Once again. The overtime is right here on Team Force versus the side of KNF. This is the grand finals, which we like to say the epic grand finale. In case there will be ever an highlight out there of what happened at the Ramadan Championship, this is going to be one iconic moment where teams are not willing to give it up that easily. Third map and yet another overtime. We don't know which team is winning, we don't know which team is losing, but one thing which we do know is that both of these teams are keeping it quite toe-to-toe. They are not just giving up that series lead of a 2-0 or maybe of even a 3-1 to be honest, because that is really gonna close down the scenario. But in overtime, what have been happening in this past overtime? The map number 1, it was Team KNF taking it 8-6. This time it is Team 4 is yet again being at the attacking side. And just talking about the attacking position, it's been like 3 rounds have been secured, 3 rounds have been lost. A start has been initiated. This time there was been no presence towards the start of tunnel. Only one last time where we did saw a good opening right there. But Team Force, what's gonna be this initial start? Warehouse being totally captured. Guards trying to make sure that he breaks out these initial CCTVs. But the first blood comes in on Saleh. Man, he loses out his life at a very unasked angle.
Not just that, it's the Thatcher. I'm not really sure how that would have happened, but that is big because breaching is now going to be so much more difficult for the Thermite. They're going to need the Finka or John, the Iana, to go in down below and try and get a grenade onto the meat jammer, or maybe have the Thermite go upside down, repel, and get the breach off if it's a meat jammer in there, which it probably is, because Kaid, on the other hand, has used his electro claws to make sure that the walls here on Garage are reinforced. Shax all the way down in the basement. Lahi on Garage catwalk in the meanwhile. The breach should go off. Grenade comes in, but will that find anyone? Yes, it does! Morph off the board. Guards with a big kill. A little bit of a, fire back, as it were. Not quite revenge, because it was Shax, I believe, which is down Saleh. John goes in aggressive. Dotugin finds one in the meanwhile. John goes down. Unfortunate, as Guards and Dotugin fired in two. Shax with the C4. Will it find one? Yes, it does, but they move into cash, and unawares of where the ace actually was, they get taken down as a result. And once again, Force will be able to get the first OT map point here. 7-6. KNF, the ball's in your court. You're on attack. Can you somehow bring this back?
This is so unexpected. Team Force pulling things off to their favor. Even though being at the defensive position, Mute, Jagger, Mira, Thunderbird, Valkyrie, Maverick, Thatcher, Lana, Thermite, and Finka. This is that one classical pick which we got to see in an early round number 2. What was the result right there? It was the round which went almost with 4 players remaining alive for the start of Team KNF. Team KNF, just look out for those numbers. It's just insane. Yazan, Dove to King have now stepped up. They are looking incredibly right. They are looking incredibly too much aggressive, which what they had to offer in the first half. But this is... Okay, sorry for the squeeze right there. Apologies. But this blackjack is the first time Team Force has managed to win the first round in an overtime. Team KNF for the first map, they won an 8-6, which left no doubt how Team 4A's capitalized. In the previous map of Chalet, it was Team KNF and then Team Force winning back-to-back 2 rounds and taking us to an equalizer. Potentially the third map, and this could result in a very big closer. Let me remind you once again, this map pick is coming in all the way from the side of Team Force. Team Force have picked this map. They have the defensive side. And another next map is going to be coming in from the side of none other than KNF. So it's important that they win in their respective maps for now. Unlike what we are getting to see since the very semi-finale one, and this guards at the upper stairs, kind of holding things off. Not even a single opening, but Dove to King has a big bull behind himself and is trying to make sure that he is going to come up with a great shotgun shot once any player comes into a close range situation 2 minutes down the clock. And Central Roof seems to be breached down so that they get an entry, but Garage is being cleared for the first time. But Dove took him look at his position towards cash room, being his peak, Jan towards utility, Solim towards the side of logistics. The tunnels is something which we really had to watch out for, but wow, what an opening coming from the side of John, but instant trade, and that leaves us to a 4v4 situation.
The trade between John and Nix, both of them literally one-tapping each other as the Summer Breeze goes off and cash in the meanwhile. The Roma has been taken care of, but there is still another C4. It doesn't do much damage. Dovtakin takes a bit on themselves as a result as well. The fire through the wall on red hallway. But they will manage to fall back. No questions asked, no problems whatsoever. The footholds opened up by the Summer Breeze do not result in a kill, because Dovtakin has gone all the way down to first floor. Potentially, they might rotate up red stairs or metal stairs, depending on their persuasion, and get a big flank. The Thatcher might have seen this, though, or at least have anticipated this, because they're going off towards red stairs themselves. And the Selma will go off, and a C4 comes in as well. Oh, okay. Lahi, no damage on that. Interesting, as guards will take a bit on themselves from shots fired from the attackers. KNF are trying. They're trying real hard. The Miras position given away, and there we go. Lahi's going to get that. Flashbangs out onto logistics, and the loser's going to find Dovtakin in the meanwhile. That is the mute of the board, but guards is still in here. Can they get one? Can they get two? No, they can't. That's Shax onto guards. It's a 1v3 now. Yazana, where are they? Inside of the gym. And Shax will shut them down. KNF are not quite done yet. Good utility clear, good clearance on the roamers and potential late flankers. And folks, for the first time in the grand finals, let's have a cheer, because it is round 15, maximum overtime.
Round number 15. Here we go once Sana yet again. That has been some insane plays out there coming in from the side of KNF. Back-to-back players switching around the rounds. Yet again back to the attacker side is Thatcher, Lana, Buck, and Finka. Dove took in with the Buck. Let's see how big of an advantage it's going to be. But for the side of Team KNF, it's Shagger, Mute, Alibi, Bandit, and Meter. So that is something quite,
Defenders, protect your bombs.
I'd say, do you know the operator bans? This is where it does keeps a lot of effect. But Yazan with an ace, now things are starting to get way more interesting. This is for the first time, as you mentioned, a maximum overtime is what we are witnessing. But this really means that the advantage is on for Team KNF. Team KNF had won the previous round, and this is where the winner of this round is going to be declared eventually the winner of the map, isn't it?
Well, of this map
10
for
seconds
sure,
to insertion.
and the team to go 2-1 up with match point on their
5 seconds
side.
to insertion.
On the map count, mind you, not match point in a given map. But then again, they will only need one more map to finish it off. And whichever team loses here, I can tell you at least one thing for sure, Upcon. Whichever team loses here, they will definitely be, as they say, hit hard in the mental game, you know? They will not be feeling too good about themselves because they are now going to need 2 whole maps to win. Not 2 rounds, which is already a daunting ask as it were, but 2 whole maps. That in and of itself is a lot to ask of any given team.
Attackers dropped the
As the
diffuser.
meanwhile, grenade will go out. Oh! Just a frame! Loser survived that by just a frame!
Attackers have
And,
recovered the diffuser.
oh my goodness, that Jaeger will pretty much be thanking the stars right now because they have managed to somehow survive that grenade that came their way. Loser is still alive in the map, but Morph goes down. That's the bandit of the board. Soleil will take that kill, and suddenly Force are very much in the driver's seat early in the round. Mira has been denied as well because it was placed right next to the reinforced wall that goes outside of construction. And with that being broken, with that angle on the exothermic charge, means that the Mira becomes mostly defunct. And the position is now going to be very difficult to hold. The Nixes get so low on HP as well. And another grenade's gonna come in. There it goes! That's Nixis! That's the Mira, but Loser fires back. Guards will go down in the meanwhile. It is still a 3v4. KNF, it is still very possible for them. Shax, wait a minute, on the main stairs right now. They heard that Gone 6. They know the Iana is close by. The Gemini will go out. That might actually give away the position. Shax is going to go in, but no, they fiend it. And they're going to go back up the stairs. Oh my goodness. Played, well played. They see they have one more on the breach. They know that there's an Iana there. They take down the drone. They peek it. They take damage. They do none back. John is still there, still alive, and still absolutely shutting down this alibi. Shax goes down. It's now up to Lahi and Loser, excuse me. And Loser is so low on HP, but it doesn't matter. Dova King and Soleil will fire 2-on-2. And that, folks, is going to be a hard-fought victory indeed for the side of Team Force. They will go on to map count match point 2-1. On the grand finals, we finally have the first match point, which it looked for so long that it might actually be KNF when they were coming back on Chalet, but now a whole other overtime later, and maximum OT at that, we have Force on match point. They are 2-1 up, 1 round away from winning it all. And in the meanwhile, KNF is a big ask for them right now. They just lost Clubhouse, which was Force's pick, admittedly. But even then, they looked like they could have won it at so many points, but Force simply outplaying them left and right. And now it's 2-1. KNF, you've got this map. You've got Villa to try and bring this back. It is their pick. And force our defense first. So we'll see how that goes. But folks, we'll talk about the scorecard. We'll talk about the players. We'll talk about all of it. But right now, what a map we just witnessed.
And this is being unbelievably one of the best grand finals we have witnessed here at the Playtonia Presents Ramadan Gaming Championship. What more could you ask for from a grand finals? This is not just the maximum overtime, but the maximum of entertainment coming out in a grand finals. That's massive. This is going to be massive from your side, and we are really witnessing here that eventually each and every team, Team Force, you talk about the side of Team KNF, they are doing nothing but sheer domination, one toe, another toe, a toe-to-toe climb all the way on top towards that championship mark. But only one team is going to win it, and the winner will take away the massive 10,000 dirham of prize pool along with amazing gigs of SteelSeries. But I believe one of the best things which has been happening here at the Ramadan Gaming Series is definitely Takeover and SteelSeries bringing up this entire event possible. And on the other hand, if we talk about the side of the peripherals, it's not just limited for the side of our winners. So polite of them, making sure that they are being given to the semifinalists and also to the runner-up. So I believe, it's something quite great to see how players are really being responding to that, that as well. This is why Rainbow Six Siege esports have been so interesting to be watching. Lately, I've seen the craze is phenomenal, and it's not just about the audience, not just about the games, but about the situations, about the versatility which the players are experimenting. First game an 8-6, second game a hard fought victory, but this time it was from the side of Team Force, and not just once, but back to back. They have won it twice, Blackjack. Not just one, they have won it twice, and this time they won it in their own map pick. This was the map pick coming in from the side of Team Force. Map of Villa is going to go all the way towards the side of Team KNF, and the map of Villa is going to have some interesting plays right there. So before we hop on to the map number 4, let's take a quick look at the scorecard and let's see what the scorecard has to offer, because this is going to be one maximum entertainment, one maximum matches we will be witnessing endless. And this evening, I believe now the night is just got started, because this is where things are starting to be problematic. Team Force were 1-0 down and now are 2-1 up. They are being up with a map of a lead. If they lose another round, that's not a problem, but yep, Border is calling us then.
Absolutely. Border is calling us indeed. Let's have a look at the scorecard right here, folks. 8-7 for Force. They have won the two maps here and now, and it is now 8-1 for them in the map count. Who, KNF, they fought so hard, they came so close, and yet were so far. Looking at the scoreboard, it's also kind of, what we talked about in map number 1, when Force had so many kills concentrated in the top 2, but after that, there wasn't really an even distribution. And once again, this time for KNF, look at that. Shax and Lahi leading 18-14 respectively. But then Morph and Loser 9-7, Nixus with 6. The support was there clearly. They went a long way in the map, but it just wasn't enough. It really just wasn't. They needed a little bit more from those three. They didn't get it in moments where they really would have liked it. Force, on the other hand, as you can see, guards John, Saleh, Dovtakin, and Yazan, absolutely just, all of them doing good work. Guards with 15, just phenomenal player. And phenomenal overall performance from them.
Surely, and I believe looking after the sort of the PvP, which is going to be the player to player, 15 massive kill guards stepping up at the very right time, but that's something similar, isn't it, Blackjack? Previously in the previous map, we did saw that the higher skill, the KDR, everything was quite favoring the side of Team KNF, but they weren't the winners, and that's where it all comes down to the team's composure, the team's synergy, how importantly the teams have been taking out those toe-to-toe fights, those initial ones. But for now, our viewers are just being expecting which map is it, who have been winning. It's not yet over. This is the Playtonia presents the Ramadan Gaming Championship powered by SteelSeries and Tech Hub. First map was been over and was been secured all the way from the side of Team KNF. Second map as well, a hard-fought battle, a maximum overtime, but that went in the favor of Team Force, and that was the pick of none other than our Team KNF. The third map, which has just been witnessed, this map was the map number 3, one and only being the side of Team Force, and I believe this is going to be yet interesting clubhouse map. But the next map could be one end map. This is going to be the last map of Villa. The team who confirms the win, in case if it happens to be Team KNF, then well, see, the night is not yet over unless it's done, because that's where Border will be incoming. But in case Team 4 is, which is going to be Team Force, if they secure the win, that's going to be the champions. Champions are going to be rising. And this night is an epic night, as Rainbow Six Siege just got way more younger, I feel. Each and every map going on with that overtime. That's so much interesting. But well, it's important that now we start to talk about the side of Villa, because one thing which was quite interesting was not just the overtime, but yep, the team KNF, each and every map they are playing, they start off at the attacking side. They have to attack the attackers, which are being quite well known as the side of Team Force, and they having such 5 players. Can we finally expect the 5th player to step in, or will they still might continue with the side of their substitute?
Well, I think the way that Soleil has been playing overall, I think them staying around is probably fine for the time being. Soleil has definitely proven themselves quite well, I'd say. And on the other hand, of course, well, as you can see, folks, we're not going to be waiting at all for map number 4. We're going straight in. No breaks this time. Team Force, Team KNF are in here. The bands are about to begin. Villa is here. That actually kind of caught me off guard as well. I knew that we were going to go in without breaks, but okay, the timer, I think I misread the timer for a second there. All the players were ready, and we just started straight up. Let's get in there with the Jackal band coming in from the side of Team Force. To be expected, but still, it's a little sad to see Jackal completely sit out the grand finals.
It's Villa. Now it's going to be the turn from the side of Team KNF. Are they going in for the side of Malusi? Because that is something which Team Force have been really doing for a while right now. Previously, with Dead Sea, Jackal, along with that, maybe a Thatcher. Oh, it is the case. Thatcher coming in. This is going to be quite amazing. And I believe that it is going to be quite an interesting way to start things off. Defensive side, Team Force. 2-1 side, Team Force. Back-to-back 2 rounds of victory, Team Force. Mira, now this is effectively very disastrous. Force had the defensive position, they did needed Mira. And now because Mira is going to be a band that's going to be massively, I'll say, kind of disturbing their whole momentum. What's going to be the initial pick coming in from the side of none other than Dove to King is something I would love to watch out for. But oh, you ban Mira, you take Valkyrie along with her, and that's the 4 amazing operators who won't be able to get to see this brilliant sunshine of the map of Villa. Villa is the map, Mute being the pick from the side of Nicole. The Mai was not being banned this time from the side of Force. That's interesting. Hibana, the operator with a lot of util by her side, with a lot of disturbance, with a lot of presence of ability. Finka, Jagger, Osa, Sophia, and Smoke. John going on with the side of Mosey. I mean, this is quite interesting. I am already started to get those feelings initially. Is this the last map for tonight? Is this the finale map of tonight? Border is something where things are going off looking against Team Force, and I'll be practically honest. Border, if we fall down towards the side of the players, we still have. Okay, we don't still have. My god, that's interesting. That's massive. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up to the lineup of Team Force. Gods, Dove to King, John, Yazan, and we have Nicole back inside the lineup. The playing 5 as we were anticipating. And speaking with Blackjack that this is the playing 5. Well, a great job done from the side of Shahid right there, but now he is here watching out for his team, making sure that he wanted up to a 2-1. Can they close things down? Nicole, it's been a while, but Nicole is right back. Each and every touch has been used, and now we fall all the way towards the game. The game has just begun. We are seeing Dove to King all the way towards the start of the classical hall. He coming up on top of these rooftops and trying to make sure that these ruins entrance is being taken care of so that he gets his entry point. But well, Dove to King now is down to those games room and he's looking bottom. One headshot could really do the job. It's just round number 1. And round number 1 is eventually one of those initial rounds you would definitely don't want to miss out. And it's been quite easy. You get the initial 2 pick. You have a 5v3 situation. There's no point. You are getting clutched right in this map.
That is absolutely true. Villa has been home to a lot of clutches. Oh, there we go. John's going to start things off aggressively, as always. That's Nixus. That is your Finka. Down and out of the first round. Not even DBNO, just down and out entirely of round number 1. Nixus. And now Loser will go down. In the meanwhile, Yazan has been taken care of, but Args is here. You know that there's somebody in our studio. They're not going to contest that for too long. They're going to fall back above as the grenades come in. Not gonna find one off of that. Shots fired. Shax is being closed in on, sort of, but no, the Jaeger. Unfortunately, Lahi exposing themselves just a little bit too much, but the turnaround is here. Shax finds John, but Nicole in the meanwhile came in for another. Nicole! One more on the drop down. C4 goes out, and that actually finds Morph. I don't think Nicole was expecting that to work either. Oh, the timing of that. The C4 goes out, and then the Iana pushes the door just inside the blast radius of that C4, and that aggression will win Team Force the first round. They are starting off strong. Villa, unlike Clubhouse, which is only slightly defender-sided, unlike Cafe, which is a 50-50, unlike Chalet, which some have touted as an attacker-sided map, no less, Villa is very defender-sided. So I'm not entirely certain about KNF going attack first, but since they were the ones to pick the map, I believe Force were the ones to pick the side, and Force, taking full advantage of Villa's defender-sided nature, will take the first round as well.
This reminds me of our second map. We did head it on after a big destruction for Team Force, where they headed towards the side of Chalet. Chalet, the defensive advantage wasn't quite being, yet memorized. What a 5-1 is what they got, and then it was a counter 5-1. So at any given point of time, Team Force, they go big, they have been already recovered. That's what we have been talking, right? Map 1, it was a 4-2. Map 2, it was a 5-1. Map 3, it was a 3-on first half. The only first half which we haven't quite seen till now, Blackjack, is the 6-0. If that really is a heavily defensive side, and if you have Nicole, if you have these terms of domination, which Team 4 is definitely looking to dominate. Team 4's, well, the last thing which we would have expected here at this amazing tournament would be a sheer domination of a 6-0. Well, a 6-0 is something which I believe Team KNF might not be expecting. They would want to give a comeback. They would want to keep fighting till the very last map of the series, till the very last round of the map. But on the other hand, Morph taking in towards the side of Walk-in Closet. Nax, on the other hand, reloading. He has his teammate to assist him and give him that essential cover. But look, after the Master Bathroom holding off from the side of Gods, 3 players are near to his area. He is being hunted out towards his hideout location. But well, if he rises at this point, any drone passes out from his point, it's going to be very unfortunate. But double flash, man, oh my god, this is going to be kind of difficult. Did they spot yet the side of Guards? Because if they didn't, then Guard is going to be a big advantage for him. And well, here we go. Guards coming up with an opening. Looks for another one, but well gets traded. Loser X-Ray. Looking quite good and down to a 4v4 situation.
That is, quite the cross being held there. But still, Nyx is going down early to Guards. Once again, not the best situation to be in. That Jaeger has just been absolutely amazing. Guards in general has been absolutely amazing. Wait! Lahi, did they not see the prone peak on the open wall? No, they didn't. Dovtakin will walk away with the kill. John, in the meanwhile, gets taken down. Shaq will take one for the team. Oh, the shot from the shotgun comes in, and Lahi is going to be converted on. Dovtakin with the big one right there, leaving it in a 3v2. The 2 attackers are the only ones on the map remaining right now who can maybe bring this back for their team. Shax and Loser, last 2, trying to find even one. They see one, they get the down. That's Dovtakin on the floor, not quite dead yet. Nicole finds Shax, and now, even with that kill not confirmed, okay, it is confirmed now. All right, Loser's gonna get that kill confirmation. They're not in a position that is considered vulnerable. They will still find one. Can they find 2? Oh! Bro, what? What a shot! What a beautiful headshot. Look at that, man. They painted a circle around the door and they still got the shot off. My goodness. All right, Loser. Not a loser indeed. Not at all. 1-1. KNF holding on. Barely getting by the skin of their teeth, mind you, as Team Force absolutely had them against the wall in that round. But KNF responded in kind. Round 3 now with a 1-1. Villa once again heating up early.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Just spoke about the side of a 6-0, or maybe that defensive advantage being quite powerfully held. But KNF had other plans in their mind. But well, is it about the start of KNF? Or do we talk about the start of Loser? Loser, a 1v4 indeed. That's just massive. Taking down Do to King, taking down Nicole, taking down each and every player coming in his crosshairs. Well, this brings us down to a 1-all scoreline. 4 more rounds remaining for the first half to end. Who will be gathering
10
these
seconds
back-to-back post 4 rounds is something which I'm really questioned about, but more than that,
5 seconds left before
it's the
insertion.
situation where Team Force is now being the closest
Attacker's objective is to locate a
to
bomb
the
and
grand
defuse it.
finale victory. They have never been this close, nor have been the side of Team KNF. Getting the second map, just 1 map needed. In case they lose this, it's a whole big disadvantage because it's the map of border, and now is when we can really start to talk about it. Because, well, when we go on towards the side of border, defensive position for Team Force, and that's going to be a bit difficult. But Astronomy don't being holded off guards at a very close angle. He's at a very close angle, does not wants to break out. Knows that there are multiple corners to check out for, and initially that intel being given away. But from the side of Morph, being played from Team KNF, trying to slowly step in. Avatar room from the side of none other than Nicole. Guards takes in a huge damage. But still, Team KNF does not get a first opening. But finally, Yazan gets taken down. Back-to-back kill comes in for the side of Shaz as well. But this is still a big numbers advantage. Dove King, guards with few HP, and John is up against an entire 5-man lineup. If Team KNF have done it, this is going to be quite a possibility. And Team 4A's, they got some of those brilliant players. A good hold of the C4, trying to make sure that they get a chance to fight back at 3v4 situations. John moving out towards the side of the living room, but Dove to King, that HP is massively drained. And that's a very low possibility that he could really regain with it.
A bomb has been located.
Lots of shots fired, lots of health taken, but the important part is Nikul and Yazan out of the board. Nikul, such a pain for KNF to deal with already. They've only been here for like 2 rounds, and they've already proved themselves quite well, but oh, good shot from Guards. It's a 2v3 now, mind you. As the Osa tries to find the Jaeger, they can't quite. Guards goes down. And there goes John as well. All right, looks like a little bit more of a classic cleanup coming in from the side of the attack as a KNF on the attack. They are going to be taking a couple of rounds here. 2-1 in the early game. They're not exactly out of anything. They still have a lot of energy, clearly. Same with Force. As round 4 will see us in a 2-1, KNF with their lead now established as we head back to second floor Aviator Games Room. Classic take, really, all things considered, from KNF. A couple of folks over towards the landing of Red Stairs and the 90 hallway, and a couple of folks over towards bedroom bathroom. And just, finding their crosses and getting their kills with utility clearance all throughout. Well done for Team KNF, all things considered. Team Force, on the other hand, I don't think they quite thought that KNF wouldn't be aggressive this round, but that's the thing. KNF, just like Force, likes to change it up every now and again. Thing is, unlike Force tonight, KNF has done it way more often, sometimes to their own, detriment as well, as sometimes they can get a little bit easy to read with their changes or non-changes even. Force, on the other hand, they wait until they truly need it to start making big changes in their play. So overall, the battle is really of who gives out first in a given round, and by extension, in the BO5.
And 1-2 situation, a 1-2 scoreline to start things off. John towards the back always, table yard being loaded off, and Lahi is now stepping up. Round has just begun, and it's going to be all those pantry places which needs to be taken care of, as Morph is above them all. Trying to make sure that these entries are coming in, but Guards somehow, every time he comes up at this position, he sees himself in a very great mode to trade. But instantly, as a defender, these trades are never been quite enough. But whoa! He gets a good opening, manages to leave away with that. But well, that's another player being holding on right there. Lahi is expecting him to enter. Yes, he is expecting him. The crosshair placement is tremendous. Patience has to play a clean out, but Saxi almost had lost it. but somehow recovers. Yazan taking down Lahi. That's massively been incurred as a disaster. Team KNF is down to 3v4 situation. And Team Force, Nicole, Yazan, Dove to King, John. They have a big numbers advantage. They have a big role to do. They have a grand finale to win. After being this close, let's see what's gonna happen. Trophy Dome from the start of Shax. He just missed on to his opportunity, and Lai getting taken down from the start of Yazan was something which we did not really anticipate. It was Morph totally coming down to that spray. Recoil was completely phenomenally controlled, but the damage is just done like 40%. Adrenaline comes in. Once again, Nas trying to make sure that he gives a specific grenade, but that's a great entry of the drone. Drone does the job, gets a great intel, but the nade hasn't quite done the job. Dove King down to still 50% of the HP. 4v3 situation. Dove King still holding off, and that's where Shax comes in. John gets taken down. It's a 3v3 situation. It's a 1-2 score, and Yazan just passes out, and Dove King gets down. Just 10 seconds remaining. Yazan has a good pressure, and he gets the pressure. He gets the better of him. This leaves us down to Nicole. And Nicole gets eliminated after the big numbers advantage of 4v3. Team KNF is all set to get that attacking to a domination. And map of Villa is being dominatively looking quite good for KNF. A pick for Team KNF and performing well. This is where things are starting to look quite stable. Previous map was being secured from the start of Team Force, and yes, they did defended it quite well, and they did took it at the maximum overtime. But now, Team KNF, this is their big, this is their last chance to become the champions here. Becoming the champions, you want to count on each and every minute, each and every mistakes, each and every round, which is led by your side. Not even the match point, the series point, or the grand finale point has been lost from their side. But yup, there's just one map down. They have to go all in. You have to go big or you go home. And Team KNF, they would love to go twice. Once big, and then with those big prize pool and peripherals want to take that home. But I believe now still 7 seconds remaining. 2 more rounds for the first half to end. And what scoreline are we expecting here, Blackjack?
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Well, right about now, I'm not really sure about the scoreline. I'll be honest with you. KNF, this sudden fireback from them, shall we say, is a little unexpected. But they know exactly what they're doing on Villa. Force, on the other hand, they seem to be almost going through the motions, unable to get the first kill. And even if they do, the instant trade back is there from KNF to shut them down ASAP. And that, of course, has hurt Force many ways, more than one. As we have this 3-1 situation, round 5 is looking like it could potentially be a force round. I'm not really sure if Team Force is going to be able to bring this one back just yet, but they might be able to, depending on how they approach this. Plenty of drones going out towards the bedroom side because they want to be careful of Garz and John. They love their aggressive playstyles, those two do. But Garz are actually going to be playing on red stairs by the landing. John on 90 hallway, but they're actually falling back, sort of conceding area to KNF whenever they can, so that, you know, KNF is lulled almost into a false sense of security. But Loser already knows that there might be somebody on the lower end of the red stairs, and that is Garz. As a flashbang goes out, it was caught by the Womai magnet, but John is more than safe for the time being. Another one will go out. Dota King peeking around the shield. As the Hibana will go for a breach. Yazan just about gets another Womai magnet out. Does not lose their life, mind you. Yazan holding. Dota King holding. Taking a bit of damage, but still holding. As we have the breach coming out. Oh, will that work? Oh, C4 denial. Okay, Nicole. They're actually going to get that down and get the C4 off, which means that breach won't work anymore, at least for the time being. Gonsick goes up in the meanwhile on the red stairs side of things. Where is Guards? Still below red stairs. They got to be seen. They might be taken out. Not quite. They're still alive. Lots of shots missed by Loser. And the Jaeger will manage to run away just about. 45 seconds on the clock. One body has to go down. Shax couldn't confirm it, but they have the BBNO, and they drop down the hatch accidentally on 90. But that's still fine. Yazan will be picked back up And wait, this drop on to that main stairs is huge. They're gonna find one off of that, and they're gonna come in from the back towards the big classical hallway. As they're gonna go in. Oh, John and Guards, there they are, fighting back, but Guards goes down. Nicole finds one. Nicole goes down as well. So many bodies being taken. Oh, woo! John with the angle is gonna find that headshot. Excuse me, right there. One more operator off the board, and the SMG comes out from Dovtakin. Lots of trades in the late round execute from the attacking side. They had no bodies taken until so long in the match that they were forced to go for an execute with both sides on full health, practically speaking. And despite the down and kill on the Wamai by the Iana, there was only so much that Shaxx could do. 3-2, KNF. They do finally lose the round. Force will put one on the board for themselves. They are 1 run away from equalizing once again.
Zahn going on with a pulse. A Rooney for John, smoke for the sort of Dove King, and mute yet again for Nicole. Well, we gotta see what's gonna be the eventual changes. This is the last round of the first half of the fourth map. This is gonna be way more interesting than we could have expected, because that defensive side, well, that's something which is not really been looking that promising at all. First round been secured, the previous round been secured, and between those 3 rounds, it was Team KNF winning back-to-back 3 in their favor. Moff still trying to find the first kill for himself. Meanwhile, his team is looking quite stepping up in each and every way possible, but the previous round was a big mistake. They wanted to find out some bodies, they wanted to find out some first blood, but just 1 minute remaining down the clock. That's where those calls comes in, that's where those multiple options comes in, and that's where you limit yourself with those opportunities which you could have rather gathered if you had some more seconds by your side. Fountain side is going to be the initial spawn, and okay, John, are you once again getting an aggressive peek? I mean, it is going to be anticipated nonetheless. It's going to be mobbed by the other side, but okay, some great start. Ruins being captured, Shaxx kind of coming in, Moff crown the side road. Uses some drone, uses the drone. How long is it going to be? Their lives coming in. Loser all the way towards the side of the upper kitchen area, goes all the way towards Centric. But none of the players are holding on the game room, and that's where a big advantage. Team KNF, they could really be all over the place. And when you are all over the place, this gives you a big benefit of doubt that you eventually come up on top in case there's any play of you getting down as a casualty. As those trade are going to come in, the intel are going to be massive. And how much intel is Team Force having at this point? I believe nil, because they have been really giving up those spaces. That's not something normally Team Forces usually do. Dove2King always being aggressive at these initial windows are now looking to play as a whole unit. And as a unit, when you play, you know that for a fact, you have to make sure that those lives, those numbers advantage are being counted on, because if you lose them, you lose the entirety of the round.
Ooh, what a C4 right there. Guards are going to take that, and oh, that's the IQ in play. Yazan is going to be taken down because the Pulse's cardiac sensor that he holds in his hand while using it is actively detectable by the IQ's scanner, which scans all electronics. IQ is a direct counter to Pulse. And that was in full flow right there from Shaxx. Very well done. Eliminating at least one of the C4s from the side of the defense. And Yazan, overall, a very dangerous player to have alive in the late round. Guards' C4 was the one that went out, but Yazan with their C4 in their pocket is off the board as well. Dovtakin, so much damage down, they will go down as well. And that is going to be Lahi. Wait, right outside the site? They're in here, but no, they're going to go down. Nicole watching from an angle, but Shaxx is here as well. They're going to get taken down. Nicole is here. C4 goes out, but that will not find a kill. Shots fired, and Morph will get Nicole off the board as well. Buck has been seen. Wait, that's the diffuser drop. Oh, that's big, potentially, but no! Guards had no idea where the gridlock was. And the AUG A3 will win out instead. So close for Team Force to bring it back. A 1v2 that could have been for Guards, but no intel on the gridlock. They couldn't even see them on that side. That is to say, by that wall. And with that, 4-2 is the scoreline. KNF with a clear lead on the first half. Force, you are now on the attack. And tonight feels like one of those nights where, Villa, despite being a defender-centered map, might be actually attacker-sided. So we'll have to see how round 7 goes. The second half is now a go.
Second half is just yet to begin, and at the same time, we'd like to talk about here the eventual 4-2 scenario.
Attackers need to locate and
Kind of
defuse the
reminding
bomb.
me of the first map itself, but Team Force, that's where they started to give their comeback, and this is where the comeback is much needed. Nickel, the moment he's back on the server, he is at the top of the table. Followed by Guards, followed by John. Jizan kind of struggling, but well, massive assist by his side. Dove to King with 3-1. Eventually, the operator bans of Valkyrie of these amazing Thatchers. Jackal was kind of big drastical drawback.
10 seconds left
But they
before
played it
insertion.
quite right in the first half. Eventually, each and
5
every
seconds
round
left
happens
before
to be
insertion.
this close that we could really not anticipate that which team would
Attackers
be
are
the
moving
one who
out to
will
locate
get
a
better
bomb
off
and
other.
defuse it.
Round number 7 is just begin. Team KNF is now at the defensive position. Towards the exit door, you are going to see guards coming in, and from the side of the entrance area of Fountain, it's going to be the 4 players. Yazan slowly, steadily overcooking, and now Nicole. Shaz has been just holding the master bedroom. Any window being tackled away, he has to come up from the side of Shaz. And when Shaz finally comes in, but that's a big retaliation. Nicole is going to take him down, is going to eliminate him. But look after the HP. Nicole doesn't have much HP to work with either. 5v4 situation. Lahi coming down. Oh my god, Nicole is spotted. Nicole just manages to stay survived. Those situations would have really been quite drastically bad. But Lahi is anticipating these entrance areas from the side of the master bedroom. Drops down towards the side of the sky like always. Loser giving some wall bangs. But the HP low after these HP, and well, the C4 being not that efficiently utilized. But John is down to quite a low HP, but they manages to get an headshot. That's a numbers advantage, but it's gonna be draining a lot of HP. So the game is still looking even for both of the sides.
Right now, it's a 5v3. Team Force with all of their players alive. John and Nicole have gotten a few heals off thanks to Guards the Finca. But Morph, prone on 90. The drone should spot them any minute now. It has, their position is now given away. But the mute will hang around. Concussion goes in. A second one should come. It does. And Morph is rightly stunned. They're going to go back. Hold through the door towards 90. Shots are fired, giving away their position potentially. More shots are fired in the meanwhile as the Wamai disc will take away one of the many utilities being thrown into Vault. Morph saw 3 people there, decided to fall back as the Meat Jammer is still present inside of the Vault. It has not been taken away. It is still there as Morph takes a bit of damage right now. Nicole is very low on HP. Can they really still afford to peek that? I don't think so. But they still just might. C4 ready for Morph on the default plant spot right by the door, so to speak, right by the big
Bomb
vault
located
door
by
as
attackers.
well. They're just holding. KNF are just holding. That's all they can do. Hold your crosses. But John's drone has a sight on the Jaeger. The position's given away, and Nicole will get rid of the jammer from below. No, actually, I don't think it's been taken care of, which means it's going to have to be a big play in towards the side. Flashbangs are out. All of them, every single one of them. But no push in. They were trying to bait the C4, but Dovtakin has been downed. There we go. Lucy's going to find one. Nick's going to find another. Oh dear, mistaken knife from John is going to get that Jaeger taken care of, but a double shotgun in the meanwhile from Morph has basically ensured that the round will go the way of the defense. KNF still hold on. They still win a round, folks. They are now, 5-2 up? Had me confused right there with so many bodies going down. A very late round execute from Force. Despite having such an early lead, they just could not find those players of KNF. They just could not find where those remaining 3 were. And we saw just how far that went to the detriment of them. 5-2 is the score line, and it is now round 8.
It is definitely the side of Team KNF, just 2 rounds away from taking us to the map of Border, and
protect
that
your
is
bombs
that
from being
one
defused by
finale
attackers.
map we would love to witness. But Team Force, man, what's happening? The start, the beginning, and then just one more round. things have been really working against them. Nicole has been that addition. Everything was looking quite powerful. But in case there's ever a chance for them to secure the grand finals in the very fourth map, it's now or never. The defense's poster is still up. Team KNF have been looking nothing but dominative throughout the entire map. Yeah, when it falls down to Villa. But after this point, if Team Force wants to give a comeback, it should be from this very point. Wolf to King with the amazing use of his diffuser is gonna start a step in. The action phase has begun. Players spawning all the way from the side of foundation. Okay, the front entrance being utilized. Guard is already coming in. Blood loser Ray kind of not giving in those footsteps. Shax meanwhile rotating. Nicole trying to go up with the side doors, and balcony has been totally utilized from the side of John and Yazan. Keep to King using on the drone. This is going to be interesting. Guard is giving each and every footstep, making it look as if it's a back alley push. He's on the other hand is still trying to play passive. The first blood is yet to be seen, and Nicole has now given the intel that master bedroom is being leaked. Shaz, can he get any opening? Oh my god, just look after Yazan. Yazan is too close, but Shaz, he is needed to get an opening. He's needed to get at least that one player down. Giving this much room to the opponent player is going to give them a very big disadvantage in the end of the round. 2-5 up, just one more round, and that's going to be a big advantage. But look after Milford. He gets the opening. Just the match point is going to be calling in. And then it's the last map, but the grenades are going to be impeccable. And Guards takes out the side of Shaz. That was a big unfortunate situation. Towards trophy room, we are able to see Team Force still managing to bring up some advantage, but the use of utility is phenomenal. They just have one need remaining. They just have one single flashback remaining. Oh my god. Oh, he is still holding things off. He misses the head. He had that opportunity, but just misses it and now gives up his position. It's a 4v4. It's a 2v5 situation, but it's going to be other side of the scoreline. 3v3 to end things off. John gets a good one, but John instantly gets traded away, and loser. Man, this guy, there's no stopping him.
Absolutely. That seems to be the case right now. The Nomad taking so much damage. Yazan, that is from Lahi. Fellow Moroccan operator right there. And the plant is going off. C4 goes out. Will it be stopped? No, it won't be. Doktekin down. C4 on the ground. And the Nomad so close to getting taken care of. But no, the Finka trying to push from Astro. Called out, taken care of. Lahi with another headshot after headshot. And now, map point for KNF. Folks, what is going on right here for Team Force? They have absolutely no answer to KNF on Villa right now. KNF obviously coming in strong because Villa is their map, right? They know this map. They picked it for a reason. But Force, something tells me that they would much rather be on Oregon or any other map right now other than Villa, because it's a 6-2 and Force has not looked good other than 2 rounds, and even then KNF was trading back and forth.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Match point. Map number 2. Villa. 4 point of buffer. Will Team 4Ace manage to win? And if they manage to win, they have to consecutively win 6 rounds. 4 rounds to take us to an overtime, and 2 more rounds to bring it all up after taking the win, snatching the win, being the grand finalist winner. But as cool as it sounds, it's as hard as it seems, because Team KNF look after the side of Moff, look after each and every player. They have just been brilliant out there with their defensive
5
position.
seconds to go.
5 seconds remaining, and the action phase is now gonna begin.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb.
Well, is this that one last time we'll be witnessing this map? Because if Team KNF wins this, it's the map of Border, which will be calling us. The grand finale has been just amazing. 3 maps and 3 overtimes, but the 4th map seems to be a drastic lose, and now we can feel that the players have started to lose those energy. But the one substitute, Nicole, he has been an addition. This has been an upper hand, but Team KNF Once they lose, they come back stronger, they come back harder, and they have been doing that for a while now in the semi-finale one, or you say the finals. But God's taking on Shaz. Shaz had got the first initial advantage, but well, like coming down, taking down cards, that's a big trade. We are seeing a bit of those fast-paced gameplay because there has been no patience right there throughout the map. Morph taking down Dove King as well. This leaves Team Force with only trio player remaining, but Nicole comes in huge, takes on Loser. Morph, Maze, and Lahi up against the side of John, Yazan, and Nicole. Yazan now is still waiting to see that where the diffuser could be potentially planted, but down towards the side of the piano room. Nicole wants to peek. He wants to peek aggressive, but Lahi from behind, trying to make sure that he's keeping each and every clear. The diffuser has to be planted, but Yazan, oh my god, this reflex, this quick scope, that's just gonna peek off and clear off the angle, and this leaves us with just two players remaining. Can we expect Team Force to capitalize? Can we expect one of the greatest comeback after giving away the map point, which Team Force can potentially do? Well, it's not going to be an easy job, but at the same time, it's not an impossible at the same. Well, here we go once again using his abilities. Jan is going to go out there, get some intel, probably use this as a bait as well at the same time. But only 1 minute remaining, and Team Force, they have to plant the diffuser or get a team elimination for the win within 50 seconds.
Gemini's offline.
Only 50 seconds on the clock. There's only so much to be done anymore. It's a 3v2. It's only Morph and Lahi. However, okay, I was gonna say John didn't know where Morph was, but it doesn't matter. Yazan comes in for the trade because Nicole just went down to Lahi in the meanwhile. And folks, it's not over just yet. It's not over just yet. Force will take a round. They win the trade battle overall, keeping a body count advantage, and now we are in round number 10. At one point, it didn't even look like this map would hit double-digit rounds, but here we are, round 10, 6-3. Team Force has a round under their belt. 3 more to equalize KNF. 1 round to win and push to decider map. It is going to be second floor Aviator Games Room once again, AVG, as we like to call it, because, you know, Aviator Games both can be used to describe the entire site as a whole, so why not just shorten it down to AVG? Aviator G Games, right? Now then, 6-3. In this moment right about now, looking at the scoreboard, very overall evenly distributed for both sides, although obviously for Team Force there's a lot less kills in there and a lot more deaths, primarily because they are of course 3-6 down. 9-9 for Nicole and guards John with 8, but Yazan and Dovtakin have to pick themselves up. They've been doing support from the back end, sure. However, there's only so much that the top 3 can do without full support from the 2 at the bottom. On the other side, 11 to Morph, 9 to Shax, 7 to Loser, 6 to Nixes, and, well, I was going to say 5 to the last player. I believe that's, wait a minute, Morph is playing the Clash, I just realized. That's, I think, one of the first times we've seen Clash for this entire tournament. Well then, that's quite the interesting pick right there. Clash is actually a very viable operator for competitive. It's just that, you know, you have to play a team, or as a team, you have to play around the way the Clash plays. Someone has to be with that shield operator constantly so that the Clash can slow them down, whittle away their health and whatnot, and the, you know, cover defender, basically. Just like Nixus in this situation, he's going to be able to take a kill. But, ooh, John's grenade does a good bit of damage to both. Both are, well, yeah, both are actually half HP, or just under half for that matter. And Morph is just going to scurry on back to site, back to AVG. But Morph, not so much. They do have a Thunderboard, mind you. And there we go. Nixus, excuse me, actually did go back. Morph did as well. And they're both going to get healed up in time, which means that grenade ends up becoming, you know, more of a clearance than anything. But other than that, not a whole lot of damage done. As the Clash will reposition onto red stairs, is holding the top of it for the time being. Morph sees one. Can't zap from that distance. The maximum range is, of course, 12 meters. As the calls will go out that they're droning the landing, they're getting into Trophy Statuary, they're getting in on Fox Window, and it's going to be time very soon for an execute from Force's end.
Team KNF haven't yet got that first opening. They have a lot of intel being given, but Morph, oh my god, he has been looking in a very risky move. A utility bait out could do the job, but well, John gets taken up. Nico trying to get the opening, but John gets taken down. Shaz does not want to just deal with this position right there, but the pre-fire is promising. Yazan is down to quite a low HP. Somehow, Morph manages to fall back. They know they have the numbers advantage. They know they have the map point. They know they can beat this all. But the nade is gonna be coming in, and Shaz, that's gonna be it for his side. And now this leaves us with only 4 players. Nicole trying to peek. Well, he's thrown down towards the backside of the pool table, but he gets up. Oh my goodness! Nicole just missing all on the shots, and Lahi just manages to come away with that. Nicole, man, this is gonna be so interesting. He is going to plant that C4 right there. Still trying to make sure that this annoying creature is finally getting that damage, that taste of his own medicine. 3v4 to end things up. KNF is still off with the numbers advantage, but Yazani misses his opportunity. But well taken down, Mob. That's a great flank, but 7 seconds remaining. They have to play for the timer. They have to plant the diffuser, but it's all done. And is this the map? And yes, it is. Oh my god, the triple kill does comes in. The Doom is going to be securing the map. It's a match point down the line. The diffuser is planted. He's chucked the diffuser. It's a 1v1 situation. Loser has the job. Loser has the trigger in his hand. He has to got Nicole on the other side. He is waiting for him, but he does not have much HP to work. And then Nicole gets it on time. He did not have much HP, and that was just one single bullet. He had to connect, and look after that aggression coming in from the side of Nicole. It was all the way a clutch. All the way a 3v4 being pulled off, but Team Force, they live for another round. We have been seeing nothing but 3 back-to-back maps with 3 back-to-back overtimes. This is the 4th map. Hibana, Nomad, Twitch, Finca. Oh my god, Lana, that's all. That's all the females right there. Jagger, Crate, Thunderbird, okay, it's Alibi and Melusa. Man, this is interesting. This is one more chance. Just one more chance before you two get into an overtime. And that is something that Team Force would not want to gamble with. They really need to play it slow. And what went wrong in the previous round for the start of KNF suddenly?
I think it was more to do with Dovtakin. We saw the kills firing off from the Hibana, right? I don't think any single one of them, that is to say, Team KNF, expected Dovtakin to just flank with, what, like 13 seconds left on the clock? Thankfully, Hibana, being a 3-speed operator, allows for Dovtakin to make a play like that. And with, what, 4 seconds on the clock, we had the plant. Jaeger, loser, nearly brought it in. They got the kill on the cover, but the problem was the Claymore. They couldn't enter. They couldn't get a line of sight on the Twitch who was planting, and the plant went off. And they still damn near had it. Pistol kill onto one, a 1v1, but it was not to be. And now 4-6. Team KNF have lost 2 big rounds in big ways, and Force will be very happy with the results of those. However, it's not over yet, Force. Not even close. Get to OT, and then you can afford a little bit of breathing room to relax. Until then, the fight is not done at all. Right about now, still on map point in favor of KNF. The drone comes in from the skylight. Lahi does see that. So the warning will go out that maybe there could be grenades from skylight, just like a couple of rounds ago. As in the meanwhile, the denial of the electricity on the wall is in, or is going to come in just a second. Nix is on the hallway outside, expecting folks to come in from the side of AVG. Grenade goes out, but no, cooked a little bit too much. And I believe that was the second grenade for guards. Was there a C4 rip? I feel like we heard a C4 rip, but in the meanwhile, a grenade is being requested, but it says flashbangs and flashbangs left and right. Guards' grenade did not go far enough at all. That's the thing. The Jaeger will find the drone regardless. Position will be given away. The calls will be in. Shots are fired. And now checking the drones, they will see that, yep, that drone is no longer in play. So we're going to have this position being held right now by Force. They are in bedroom. They're in the bathroom even. But the thing is, there's no pincer. No one's coming up Astro Stairs, but John's going to find one that's morphed down. That's the alibi. Big drop in the meanwhile. As the flashbang goes out, more shots are being fired. Lahi wants one as Nicole goes down on Astro Stairs. That's Loser coming up the back. Absolutely beautifully done. Shots fired again. John, you got to be careful. Dovtakin finds Lahi in the meanwhile, saving the Finka. But Shax comes in to find Dovtakin as well. Nixus is solo on HP. Right behind the big statue in Deer Room. Shots fired towards Shax. They're trying to find them. Diffuser has been dropped. Oh no! John gets that kill. Big one indeed. 3-2. Yazan's trying to get in. They know there's got to be somebody in the hallway. Where's the last one? They don't know. They need the diffuser. They have it. John's going to go for the plant. Is there a C4? Nixus might have it, but is it going to be in time? No, it isn't. Yazan takes Nixus out, and it's back to Loser once again in a 1v3. Now a 1v2. Their position is given away. They're being healed by the Thunderbirds actively in this situation. Shots are fired. Their position is known. Loser needs to make a play right now. They're getting calls from all over. The comms are bound to be a mess. They have moved out in towards the bathroom through Astro. No, they might actually take the door instead. They know where one is behind the bomb of the site. Oh, the hip fire from John. My goodness, I thought John lost that gunfight, but no, not at all. The hip fire connects, and it's now only one round remaining, folks. One round for OT once again. Team Force are bringing it back, but they're not there yet. They're not there yet. Let's not count, put all our eggs into one basket in the meanwhile. A pause has been called, and it seems like a tactical pause from KNF's side. Understandably so. They have just lost 4 straight rounds. Team Force have brought back 4 straight rounds. KNF are absolutely unaware on what to do right now. This is a situation that KNF have to deal with. They don't know what to do. They've gone to Aviator. It didn't work. They went to Kitchen. It didn't work. They went to Trophy. It did not work. Where do they go from here? That is the question. How do you bring this back? That is what really matters right now. KNF, look at that. None of them are even picking operators right now. They are all discussing hard about what could be done. They're going to go Trophy Statuary once again. They probably feel like they had it with just a few minor tweaks to their play, because at the end of the day, that's what matters, right? If you feel like you had a site, go back to it. But not too many times, mind you. Sometimes changing sites is probably the good idea, as they've given the ready. The signal is in, and both sides are ready. We're resuming the timer, folks. 6-5. Map point for KNF.
Defenders,
Force
protect your bombs.
one round away
By
from what is the 4th, or to be the 4th OT in a row.
Man, I am out of words. I'm out of everything, but one thing which I'm not out of is gonna be the quiz which we are having currently. Team 4 is, they have done nothing but share domination since the last previous 3 rounds. Just one round. This could be that one round if we secure from the start of Team KNF. They live for another map. They live for another chance. But in case it goes all the way to overtime,
5 seconds left.
previous to overtime, Team Force have been completely disastrous.
Attackers are moving
Not
to
do they
defuse
just
bomb.
lose the one of those 2 initial rounds, but well, sorry folks. Well, but when it comes to the maximum overtime, they bring up the best within themselves. 4 players towards ruins, 1 player towards foundation, fountain. Balcony been secured once again. Nickel coming up towards the side of the balcony area. Now he is still holding off this trophy room. They've tried it before. They've tried. The master bed is completely left devastating. John has been holding out towards the side of the bedroom room. This is that one round which, no matter which team wins, it's gonna be a great epic scenario. One team wins, it goes to an overtime, but if another team wins, it goes to not an overtime, but the map of border. Nicole now is in at the master bedroom. He is holding off quite strong. But the kill comes in and God gets you.
this could
But
be
the
big.
grade is mine. The grade is here. Blade comes in. Blade is going to be quite promising. Mob gets another one, but it's going to be a very big 1v1. But Guts loses it. This is a devastating. Team Force is on the verge of losing this 3v4. They are out to a low numbers advantage. Plus, Lahi is the only person with a very low HP.
Oh dear me, guards nearly had that, but they should have stuck in the side. They made for big plays, but it wasn't to be. Lahi will find Yazan, and now it's a 2v4. Dovtakin and Nicole. They've been here before, but can they make this happen again? Can they make the comeback a reality? Morph peeking bathroom door. They know that there's one there. They might want to peek it right about now. They will do that. Just about to survive with their life. Dovtakin finds one as a 2v3 now. Takes a ton of damage from the Kaid. That position being played, and the C4 comes out. 1v3. Position given away. A kill is needed, but Morph is just going to vibe in here right about now. A feign made by Nicole to try and make it seem like they're rotating away, but they're actually not. But they will now, this time on the bedroom. Do they know where the players are? They know where the Jaeger is, but the long angle is being held. They're gonna go in hard, and the Jaeger's gonna peek! That's it! Villa is a wrap! And when it was needed the most, guards who should have been able to make the play inside of the site, sneaking in, was not able to hold it. And folks, we are not done with this match, not by a long shot, because KNF have just won Villa, their map, 7-5, the first non-OT game in this entire match, in this entire BO5. I feel like we may have commentators curse them, I'll be honest with you, with how much we were hyping up overtime. But it is what it is. Sometimes it just doesn't happen, you know. But you know what will happen? Map number 5. Yes, folks, map number 5 will indeed happen. We will be going to Border. Ladies and gents, and everybody at home, I hope you're ready. I hope that you're watching with bated breath, just like we are casting with bated breath, and a lot of sleep in our eyes, mind you, as that was a round 12 finish. Not round 13, not round 14, not round 15, like the first 3 maps have been. No, round 12, non-OT. Who'd have thought that in a BO5, one day I'd be saying a non-OT finish is a rarity? But you look at the stats, we've had 2 overtimes back to back, and now this one a non-OT. 7-5 to KNF. Brilliantly played, but now here comes the, you know, as they say, now here comes the big question. Who will Border go to? Because it's decider. Neither teams were willing to pick this map, probably for a reason. But this is also the first time we'll see Border on stream here at the RGC at the Playtonia presents the Ramadan Gaming Championship, powered by SteelSeries and Tech Hub. So folks, once again, we hope you're ready. But before that, we're going to have a look at the scoreboard and the PvP of this match, and we'll get to that in just a sec. But Opcon, the first 7-5 of this series, can you believe it?
It's unbelievable. I'm out of words, I'm out of emotions, but one thing which is for sure, that man, this grand finals is that epic grand finals which we could have ever witnessed here at the Rainbow Six Siege, powered by amazingly our very own sponsors SteelSeries and Tech Hub, and presented by Playtonia. Such an amazing night to be at. Well, it's not only a night, within an hour it's gonna be another morning, to be honest. But well before the sunrise, we'll see a winner rise here, and he will be claiming the championship, the title, the prize pool, each and every pride, each and every bragging rights which you mention always, that's going to be lifted. But which team is it going to be? Since the very start, we've been predicting maps, we've been predicting numbers, but we've not been telling which team is it. Well, because it's a big reason, because the teams have been looking quite toe-to-toe fight back. Team Force, they did a massive comeback, but sometimes that's just not enough. A 4-2 first half and then losing it to 5-2, and then a match point, still you being down to just 2 points. You were giving quite an amazing comeback, but in the end, it did not really ended up quite in a well position. Just look after the numbers. Nickel, after being joining in, second half did not really had a good I'll say half, but guards with 11, John with 11, 10 kills for the side of Nicole, 8 for Dove King, and 4 for the side of Yazan. Lahi coming up with 14 frags with 1.56 KDR, along with Loser, the man with the clutch potential, Shaz with 10 kills, Nix with 8 kills, and Morph Man, what a brilliant display of determination. What a brilliant skill level these players are having. And these players have just outperformed the entire expectations level. The bar has just been busted out of its highest ranked capability. And these players are the big reason for such a wonderful night we've been having here. But well, let's take a quick look at the player which is going to be live versus the side of cards. Finally, we talk that every time we see Team K, one and only KNF, they come up being the players who are quite good with their potential. Just look after three players having the ratio of one and above. But if we talk about the side of Team One and Only Force, they are four players down with only 0.92 and below that ratio. Only John is the one who've been working quite well. So these things are some drastic improvements which needs to be done. Energy level is drained to just 20 HP for our players. But will it stop them? There is a lot at stake. There is a 10,000 dirham at stake. The winning prize pool, the pride, the every single thing which they'll be getting is just another cherry on top. But most importantly, this tournament is yet about to get ended after this one map, the finale map, the decider map, and it all falls down to this night. Well, 11 to 14 kills is what we're getting to see. Liza Zinde has been looking quite tremendous. 4 assists for both and 1.38 KDR for John and 1.56 for Lies. This player is that one monster not ready to die, and he have been really showing up. Some amazing kills, some amazing KDR, but for now it's time for us to take a quick short break. Because let's not wait, let's not our audience also wait, let's not our viewers also wait. Let's give the players a quick short break, and we'll be talking alongside Blackjack on the other side of an ad break.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. What is for sure to be now the final time to the Playtonia presents the Ramadan Gaming Championship powered by SteelSeries and Tech Hub. We are now here, folks, for map number 5. That is correct. The 5th map of this grand finals between Team Force and Team KNF. They have fought hard. It has been what now? 3 overtimes and a 7-5. So it's been like 8-6, 8-6, 8-7, 7-5, and now we're here on map number 5. Border. For the first time here in the RGC stream, live for all of our viewers to see, Border will be played. And what better a stage to play it than here in the grand finale? Don't you agree, Upcon?
Totally, man, and I'll help you out with the numbers you told about. Two, I believe, the maximum overtime.
Oh, yeah.
175, 186. It's total of 56 round. After witnessing 56
Woo-hoo.
round, this is where we get. This is it. This is the last map. For the first time, we'll be here to witness the map of Border. Border for one last time, the last map of the Ramadan Gaming League, presented by
Oh,
Playtonia,
dear.
powered by SteelSeries. And here we go. The map is gonna be beginning, but before that, we would not want you to miss on to the operator bands. So let's have a quick look at the operator bands, and meanwhile, we'll let you guys know as well that what's gonna be up for the players once they win it. Because I know there have been a lot of new viewers tuning in, thinking that this is one epic grand final, a classical tournament coming up with a brilliant prize pool. But it's not just the prize pool, but some massive support, some massive surprises for our players as well. And prize pool is also something which is going to be in dirham. So total of how many prize pool would it be there? That is something which we will be keeping it all for the post match, the vote of thanks, everything is to be done. But first, why are we here? We are here to get that one champion. Team Force up against the side of one and only Team KNF. Team KNF won the first round, won the first map, and they won the previous map. In the mid two maps, that was being done from the side of none other than Team Force. So who are the one? What are the odds favoring them? And what is the possible scoreline which we could predict as for once again? Attacking stays for KNF, defending stays for the side of none other than a very own Team Force. And as you know, it's the map of Border. What are the scoreline and what are your predictions coming in? Because this is it. The final map, no more maps. This is it. Maybe an overtime, maybe not. But this is where one of the champion team will be winning it. And I believe both of them have just displayed a phenomenal role of their skills.
That they have. And now, to let our viewers know exactly why we went into the game and went back so quickly, is because there was a bit of an error in the lobby setup. For whatever reason, the operator bands were not turned on. You have to turn them on when you're setting up custom games, right? So they weren't turned on, I think. Something or the other went wrong. The op bands basically didn't happen, and we were sort of about to go straight into round number 1. And that's not really how the competitive game flows. So the rehost had to happen. It was an admin call. Don't worry. No rehost will be taken away from the players. No pauses will be taken away from the players for this. They are just fine. It's just a minor lobby setup issue that will be fixed, and we'll be back into the game very shortly indeed. It's not going to take that long, really. Just rehost the map, make sure to get op bands on and get the players in. They'll be ready because they are raring to go. While we were having the break, making sure that everyone on both our side and the Arabic stream side were ready to play and ready to cast, as it were, we were getting messages from the back end that, guys, the players are really wanting to play. So let's get this over. Let's get this started, And well, here we are. We're about to get this started. And since the players are this energetic to get it going, that means it's not going to take that long. Now, we know how annoying it can be, when the casters like us are just sitting here blabbering away. But we're just the messengers, folks. We don't really have power over the lobby or anything. We're just here to make sure that all of our viewers stay engaged until the match itself, which y'all are here for to begin with, goes live. So yeah, just give us a minute here and we will get the lobby set back up and ready for all of our viewers at home. Although I will say, overall, this match has been amazing. The last map that we had, Villa, 7-5, sure, it wasn't an OT, right? But we had 3 overtimes before that. three
Yeah, 3
overtimes in a
overtimes.
BO5. This is some G2 BDS level stuff going on right now. Although, to be fair,
Oh my
G2
god.
but to be fair, G2 and BDS, I still remember 2019. 2019 season in 2020, they had the LAN right for the invitationals. G2 BDS in the final. I think it was G2 BDS that final. I like off the top of my head, I can't quite remember. But basically, it was just BO5 and last map it went to OT. And at the invitational, basically the rules are what that instead of a 3-round OT, it's infinite overtime, right? So like as
Yeah,
soon as it's equalized, overtime is reset, and you have to win 2 rounds again. And then it just kept going, infinite OT, round after round after round. There was like what 25 rounds of Siege played that day,
25, 27. Yeah.
something like that. Yeah, my goodness, that was a big night. I don't, as far as I know, we don't have infinite OT here, so don't worry, folks. This game is not going to go on for like 5 days, but we are going to go into the match right here and now. Osa and Thatcher have been banned on your screens already, and we are a go for Border, the final map of the night.
Also been banned. Thatcher been banned. Now this is a pick coming in, a final pick. KNF, is it going to be Jackal? They have been always going for it, but Mira yet again. Once again, and counter to that, it was Valkyrie with the ace with the side of force previously. But is it going to be once again? It's Border. They need to make sure what's going to be that one annoying pick. Lahi has been really moving on some drastic shit, but Melusi is something which we'll be seeing. So some brilliant operator picks. And I believe not only are players and we are so excited, Black Jag, I believe, like Room hosts were also so much excited that eventually we did miss the operator ban, which is one of the most important ones. But well, finally, with everything said and done, this is the beginning. Now we start the round number 1. Border is gonna be the map number 5. All of our players are ready, and Nicole is back inside the server, some classical player. So let the game begin one last time. You're at the Playtonia presents Ramadan Gaming Championship, powered by SteelSeries and TechHub. And well,
Attackers need to
for
locate
6th
and
round,
defuse as many
it's
bombs
gonna
as
be
they
all
can.
the way, just waiting inside of Team Force.
Bomb located by attackers.
First floor ventilation and workshop is going to be the side of choice right about now for Team Force right here on this map. I don't know why I said right twice like that. It caught me off guard as well. Sometimes my brain just, says words, and then my mouth just says words, and then my brain is left to pick up the pieces. But regardless, ventilation and workshop. Interesting site to begin with for Team Force right about now, because you
10
usually
seconds to
see like second floor CCTV and archives be the site of choice,
5 seconds
or
left
even
before insertion.
bathroom and tellers, because that has become a very viable site nowadays
are moving
on
to defuse
Border.
the bomb.
Albeit a lot of Border, despite the map buff that they called a rework, is it flows the same way that it used to. Really, very minor changes have been made overall to this map. It's just a little bit more viable competitively, I feel like, than it used to be, with a few key important areas being, redone, as it were, especially on that bathroom side, making that third site more viable, allowing this map to flow just a little bit more freely. But anyhow, C4 from Dovtakin, very early indeed, but they're not going to be able to get anything off of that just yet. And they will simply have to fall back and wait for a clearance for any of the other plays to happen. See, the grenade's gonna come in from Nixus. There we go. Will that find the Kaid? No. But oh, run out from John. Wait a minute. Legion of all operators running out of passport check, or detention door as it's called. Okay, Nixus and Morph off the board. John takes a bit of damage. Their position is given away because of the run out, but my goodness. How do you even respond to that? Oh, Lahi. That was the Legion as well. Goes right by in front of the Lion. Oh my goodness. Pinch from two sides. Dovtakin gets that kill. He's been lurking around this, area in Passport for so long. Passport and detention, as it were. Finally gets the kill. Loser, and Shax, the last two standing. Grenade will find one. Shax beautifully done. Dovtakin goes down, and Loser finds one. Nicole as well. 3v2. careful, Shax. There is still that Legion on the prowl, whose position is given away inside of CCTV. Loser wants to find this kill. Can they do it? Not quite. Grenade goes out. Shax will not find it either. In a 2v3 situation, Diffuser is still dropped. It has to be recovered. They've got the time. 56 seconds on the board. And they're going to break open the door in Tellers that was barricaded off. ARX, of course, doesn't have a whole lot of bullets in the magazine. So, you know, it's going to take a second. A full reload at that, too. He's on, holding a long angle. With the spear in hand. Shax as well. Goomine in Shax's shin. He's gonna have to be taken out, but that is such a weird position to be doing that. Loser takes a bit of damage right there. Shots fired. John does go down, but Guards finds Shax. And now it's a 1v2. Loser, the last one standing. They have to find this. Can they, though? Comes the flank, but no! Loser now with the triple. They're looking at a potential play. Camera will be shot. Flashbang will be out. Will that find the Thunderbird? It does, but they don't know about it. Yazan's position is not given away. And Yazan, quiet as a mouse, inside of the server by the table, will get the kill. Barely allowing Team Force to skim by in the first round. 1-0 as Ace will land, Force will land the first round of the first half.
Man, just the beginning, just the first map, and always as always, Team Force is the one who comes up on top. But do they manage to sustain at this current time? That's the problem. Guards coming up with Drone Alibi for the side of Nicole, Dove 2 King with Aruni, Legion for the side of none other than John, and let's see what's going to be happening. Mute we have for the side of Yazan, Ace for Morph, something quite interesting being seen there. A 1-0 scoreline, or let's gonna be, let the map begin, let the game begin here at an amazing pace. Game number 2.
Defenders, protect your
Well,
bombs.
here we go.
Used
Once
by
again, the
attackers.
preparation phase goes on. Guards, Nicole, Dove to King, John, and Yazan, all the 5 players are going to be setting up their eventual, substantial openings. They are each and every cornered position is going to be secured by Team KNF. Out of what we saw in the previous round, a massive triple kill coming in from the side of Lisa, but that was just not enough as Guards, Yazan, Dove to King, and John, they came up better than them. It was as close as anything, but well, it was just the first round.
10
There
seconds
are
to go.
more 5 rounds remaining. That defensive position is at one advantage,
5 seconds to insert.
which you would just not want to give away. But Morph playing once again back with an ace.
Attackers must
That's going to be something which he is going to only enjoy for these eventual rounds. The game has begun and rally, and all the way from the side of the exit wrecked bridge area. Team KNF are now traveling their way in. This is a BO5, the best of 5. And 2 matches have been went each and every team's way. So this leaves us with one final one. And this is it. Team Force, they just got to win 6 more. But if we talk about the side of Team KNF, they got to win 7. And the first team to cross the finish line will be the champions here with security room holded off from the side of John, making sure that he is able to pinpoint each and every angle. But well, the right angle should be cleared, or it's a reflex. It all falls onto that one reflex, holding down the second, third position. Upward towards the side of the waiting room. Loser uses a drone and man, he gets an intel. He gets a big info. Look after the HP. Dove to King is just drained down to that one minimal HP. And after this minimum HP being left, it's going to be a big problem. John gets taken down. Problem starts to create as Team Force is now down to very low players disadvantage. Not only that, but also they don't have much HP to work with. A finger could have done a lot of job, but finally Yazan getting the damage, and Yazan as well is now looking in a very struggle position. Dove to King gets taken down. That's a none damage being given away. It's a 3v4 situation, now a 1v5 situation. All of a sudden everything's are going against the side of Team Force, and what a brilliant recovery. Well, Nigel gets taken down, and that's a flawless to deny that lead, and this is gonna mean that we once again hop into a 1-all equalizer.
KNF with a brilliant clap back right there. Armory Archives and, well, Armory Lockers, excuse me, and Archives. Just not the place to be for the side of the defense, it seems. But they will go back there again. Maybe they're not really that confident with first floor bathroom or first floor customs. Could be the case with regardless of whatever Wow, okay. Excuse me. Had a burp in my mouth
It's
right
okay.
there. But regardless of what it is, ooh boy, what a round for
Defenders,
KNF.
protect your bombs
Absolute
from being defused by
domination
attackers.
from them in that one round. Is that an indicator of things to come? Maybe they are slightly more comfortable with top floor sites on the attack than they are with bottom floor. Could be any number of things, really. As we move into round number 3, 1-1 is the scoreline between both sides right about now. Shax and Loser and Nixes obviously, competing for kills right about now. Morph and Lahi just about doing the work from the back. John, in the meanwhile, leading, but not by too much, mind you. Delta Kane, Yazan, and Guards have one each as well. Not too many kills went off in the last round, obviously, because no attacker died at all. No kill was taken. And Team
Attackers
Force,
must locate
well,
and defuse a
they
bomb.
would want to avoid that. All right, drone will be denied by a little bit of a run out right there. Interesting strategy. But again, it's not a bad idea, actually, because you want to hamper your enemy's intel gain as much as possible. And KNF, well, they will be missing that drone because that drone was in a pretty important spot right outside of the door to CCTV where runouts happen very frequently from. Now, wait a minute. Where is John? The Thunderbird, I believe. Yes. In the custom supply room, maybe preparing for a run out on a rappel, but no one is really rappelling just yet. They're going to wait a while. Gontex will go off. That's going to open up the castle door in CCTV. Castle being played by Dovtakin in this situation. But they can't really enter because there's a line of sight on the hallway wall, and there's a Jaeger inside of CCTV main. As we have shots fired, the castle is doing damage instead to Lahi. Nikul has been spotted. They're going to go in. Grenade will not find its mark, actually. Nix is trying to get a kill right now, but still unable to do so. One more grenade might go in. Salma goes out to try and take care of one of the reinforced walls. That headshot didn't go off for Nix is right there, and John's going to find one. That's a big one. That is the heart breacher gone, but no, Dovtakin exposing themselves to the angle that Nixes was watching. That's going to be one kill in return. 4v4 on the body count as Shax finds another. Guards is off the board. Nikul comes in, finds Shax. It's the trade. 3v3 now. My goodness, a constant stream of kills and a constant stream of utilities being used. Flashbang goes out. It's going to clear out Fountain, or at least Office. Not really Fountain, the room. But Loser comes in, so does Nixes. There is a Thorn gadget there. No damage done. Avoided in time. Lahi watching through the hallway line of sight that was made by the defenders early in the round. Ooh, Loser. Not the best moment to have an internet hiccup, but it is what it is. They're still alive, and that's all that matters. Nikul waiting for a run up. Ooh, wait. This could be big. No, they're going to barricade it off. That's the worst time to do it. Lahi's going to shut that down so quickly. And could that be the round? Could that have just costed the round? John is still alive, mind you. Inside of Archives, right by the entry door. That's where Nix is attempting to come in from. Loser, in the meanwhile, from Fountain. Lahi from the hallway. They're going to see the Jaeger, but the Jaeger's going to strike first. That's one. Will it be two? No, not quite. They know the position of one more. That's the Twitch by Metal Stairs. And there's going to be another coming into Archive. C4 goes off. Will that find one? No, it doesn't. Nixes somehow does not get the kill yet. Shotgun's going to get one.
Whoa.
The res will be stopped. Oh my goodness.
Whoa.
Oh my goodness. The rotates, the movement. Yazan with the shotgun. Is there any way to stop them when they get going? I don't think so. A shotgun at that range, you do not contest like that. But unfortunately, as we saw, they tried it. KNF, Nixus, and I believe it was Lahi playing the Twitch. They tried it. Not gonna work. And Yazan was more than happy to show them what's good. Team Force will take back the lead 2-1 in round 4.
What a map. What an amazing round it's been, and this map is something which makes it all more exciting. The map which is nobody's map. We call a no man's land. This is a no team's map which we got to see. Initially the picks were amazing. None other than the side of team one and only Force going off with Cafe where they did lose. Team KNF going on with Shellade where they did lose. Then Team 4 is going on with Clubhouse where they did win. And then Villa coming in from the side of KNF. This left us with us only one map remaining. Border, where we had a choice for the pick, and that's where Team Force happened to defend. A good defensive posture, a 2-1 position.
10 seconds
There
to
we
go.
go, round number 4 it is. This time John has been looking already at
5
peak.
seconds
For the
left.
first time, John in the grand finals is up. Yazan, the
Attackers are
clutch
moving out to locate
master,
a bomb and
has
defuse it.
jumped the clutch, and this is how. The energy which we talked about, I don't believe for a single second that I should be even doubting to these players, because they are looking nothing but at the peak level of the performance. It's like that's the boiling point which they have now. That's the point which they have been peaking, and after this point, they are crosshairs placement, they are precision. It's just gonna be insane. 2 minutes 30 seconds remaining, almost 150 seconds down the clock. Team Force, they just have to stop the aggression mode. On the other hand, we have Team KNF. KNF Naze trying to make some explodity, trying to initiate. Laser being there towards the side of waiting room. East chairs being holded off from the side of Shaz. And that's a lot of Eastern control being given away. That's a lot and lot of info that there is not even a single person out there. Now it's a chance for the side of Lahi and Shaz to make sure that they are coming in. But well, that's a big move. John's aggression is now turned down, and Team Force, they lose that player base. They lose that player's advantage. That one player, the top frag of their team, is taken down. But Yazan, the clutch meister, he still have Shaz has been taken down. It's a 4v4 situation. Let's see his 4v4 situation में किस तरीके से you're going to get to see Team 4 is coming up on top. But well, I believe Lahi is still holding a great position out there, making sure that one peak coming in from the opponent player would really be punished down. But from the side of Moff, well, he comes again. KNF trying to make sure that he is holding on these hallway area, but the hallways is something which is going to be quite an interesting place to be at, because Team KNF, they have had a great time here in the previous 3 rounds, and this is the 4th round. They do not want to work on their mistakes back and forth. But Lohi comes again like takes on cards. Team Force are now at a very big disadvantage, but yet another player, Yazan, gets taken down. This leaves us with only 2 players. Only 2 players surviving. Dove to King also gets taken out. This leaves us with 1. The equalizer is calling in, but still, there is that 1 player, Nicole. Have been really missing those initial 2 to 3 maps. Finally came back in the 4th one, where the team was almost up for winning it. But unfortunate for them that Team Canada then started to rise, but Nicole will be shut down from the side of Nade. A massive headshot being connected, and look at this spam. I mean, wow, that's just brilliant. Round number 5. 2 rounds remaining. 2 rounds, 1 from 4As, 2 rounds, 1 from Team KNF. Who will be winning the rest 2 rounds? Is it going to be 1-1 for both, taking us to a 3-3 second half, or else is it going to be a 4-2 coming in from one of these teams? Well, a Thunderbird, Aruni, Castle, Valkyrie, and Butte is something which we are still anticipating, and that is what they will be spawning all the way towards the side of workshop and the ventilation room. But if we talk about the side of Team KNF, amazing adaptability, but they are counting these rounds. They are counting these rounds.
Attackers
Each
need to
and every
locate and
round
defuse
is
as many
one
bombs as they
step
can.
closer to cross the finish line. Who will be that first one to step on that finish line, to step on the other side? Because the one with the 7th round will take away, no matter how close it was, no matter how competitive it was. Only one team is going to be the champion. And well, we are still in search, and we have still plenty of time left to witness some amazing end rounds here.
That is absolutely true. There's so many amazing rounds to be played, but only one team will be able to walk away with the victory here. There is no 6th map, there is no infinite overtime, and there are no second chances, folks. It is all here, it is all now. Whether they are able to, KNF or Force, are able to win it here, or they're not, it has to be decided one way or the other. They've dragged it out, they've fought hard, they have absolutely pulled this match to its extreme. And the only logical conclusion is one final long game to finish it all off. That's what is on the cards for us. At least that is what I choose to believe right about now. KNF on the attack. They're going to be faced with, once again, a bit of an interesting defense from the side of Force, because we've got a situation where Force has brought in a castle and a mute, and they're going to be extending above. Right. There was a castle barricade on the TV with a rotate and everything. Dotakin is still setting up, mind you, towards excuse me right there, towards customs and supply, but they're about to be finished, which means they can be freed up to do other stuff along the map, primarily speaking, do some killing. But guards are going to be down. And John's going to go down as well. Oh dear me, guards is on the floor. Can they be healed? They cannot. 3v5. Suddenly, we have a situation on our hands with guards and John gone. It's all down to Yazan, who was the real clutch master of the first round. Not the first round, excuse me, the third round. Nicole and Dotakin just about being able to bring a couple of rounds for themselves here. Maybe. But they have been mostly quiet. Nicole, especially after their inclusion in the fourth map. They did some good stuff in the fourth map's first half, but in the second half they kind of quieted down. As the grenade will go out, it should take care of the castle barricade. No, it will not. I think it rolls just a little bit too far for the radius to be effective anymore. Shots fired, but the Buck can't find the castle. Doesn't matter. The castle will go down anyway. That's going to be Nixus to take that kill. And Nixus to take another. That is Yazan on the board. The plan is going off. Loser will be getting the final kill on the final defender. Once again, a near flawless round from the side of the attack. KNF are looking mighty smooth right about now as they are flowing through this map with what seems like ease, having picked up what Team Force is putting down for this map. However, there's a long way to go for them. Will they be able to close it out? Will Force once again start mounting a comeback? Well, it's round 6, the last round of the first half. Let's first see if it's a 4-2 or a 3-3.
The last round of the first half, and Team Force, they just lost again those initial rounds which they had capitalized on. Some amazing starts, some promising start which we did expect it from them every time winning the first initial round. But then again they lost it, then again they recovered, and then it was a great equalizer. +1 round for the side of TNF. This round would mean a lot for the side of Team East. First, imagine losing this. Then you go into a second half. You need those initial 1 or 2 setup rounds to just settle yourself. But in case those 4-2 and then you take at least 2 rounds to settle, we are talking about something like a 6-2 scoreline after a 4-2 half and back-to-back 2 rounds, which they might really not be sure of them being capitalizing on. And this would remind us of Villa, where they did give a massive comeback all the way from 6-2 to 5-6, but in the end, just one timeout, just one momentum shift is all it took for the side of Team KNF to secure the map and take us all the way to this map of border. The first half is about to begin. This is the final moment of truth. Once this half is over, just 6 more rounds. Just 6 rounds remaining, then potentially 2 outcomes would be there. Either one of them is going to be win, or another outcome would be an overtime. And overtime is something which will be a 3-round overtime. 3-round overtime is something quite more interesting, but for now the game has begun. Lahi making sure that he comes up all the way towards the side of the south balcony. Did have some shots being fired, but on the side of nades, he is still expecting his teammate to just regroup with himself so that he could take down the side of guards, who seems to be present at a very unpleasant angle. West balcony once again, Lahi's trying to make sure that he is able to beat out his utility. The drone is all over the place, but still no player to get spotted. 5v4 situation and a last single round, one final round, but Nate comes in. Dove King gets taken down, yet another peek, a risky peek, and John will be punished for that peek. This seems to be quite a 4-2, but well, let's not be that quick. We have Gods, Nicole and Yazan still surviving. Team KNF, they have found the bomb at the A side. Now let's see what's going to initially happen. Lahi making sure that he is trying to go aggressive at this point, but Gods, just look at this position. He's anticipating the topmost floor to be that angle of clearance, and then he's going to get a great spam with some equalizer, but still moving on to a flawless Team KNF. There's no stopping them.
Maybe there might just be no, actually it will not be a flawless, interestingly enough. Shax is going to go down, but in the meanwhile, Yazan and guards go down as well. suddenly all the bodies are on the floor, and Nicole will be taken care of by Morph. It is indeed a 4-2 first half. Border truly looking like an attacker's map right about now, or at least KNF's map. As we are now in round 7, folks, the half has been, well, taken care of. The first half is done, and now we're in the second. 4-2. KNF truly in the lead, truly in the driver's seat. Armory was simply not to be for the side of Force, and now we have the switch of sights of players and teams coming in, and of Force going on the attack, and of KNF going on the defense. Will Force be able to repeat what KNF has done in this second half? Will it be another 4-2, or has Team Force finally run out of juice, and are they finally about to get taken down and out all the way? KNF, round number 7, 2 rounds away from series point. As we have a look at the scoreboard, pretty evenly distributed for KNF right there, really. Shaq's the only one mostly playing support alongside Morph, but Morph with the castle, the UMP, not really the best gun overall. And in the first half, Morph was the ace, getting the hard breach done, getting a couple of kills every now and again. They actually got the last kill of the first half, but they were more interested in supporting their teammates, same with Shaq's. Shaq's unfortunately did die a couple of times early, and I feel like that is to their detriment, of course. But you never know, on the defense they could shine again. Force, on the other hand, well, we saw what happened on the scoreboard for them. Nothing to particularly highlight just yet, as the site is first floor ventilation once again, this time from the side of Team KNF. They've got a big extended roam above, kind of the same as Team Force was doing, but without the mute. They've got a Kaid instead to try and deny electrically some hard breaches that could come out. But John, wait a minute, John and Yazan are right here on metal door. They want to go in, but they're not sure about when, as the flashbang will go out, but it was caught by an ADS, I feel. And Morph is simply watching for any feet, of an operator trying to break that castle barricade. Not gonna find one just yet. A big push could have happened, but it seems like Force will hold off on that just for the time being, because they just don't know what to do, and they expect the Valkyrie, Lahi, to be able to give proper intel on all of this. Grenade does go out, so it will deny something or the other, and John's gonna find one. That's a big one indeed. Shaq's on the board once again. The Jaeger goes down. Lahi trying to find one, will do so. Yazan on the board. Grenade goes out, but all that's done is not much. John will get a lot of damage done to them. Nicole, in the meanwhile, is low. Will be taken care of. Wallbang from John onto Lahi as the big fights have happened on the second floor. Oh, there's still a couple more. Oh, beautiful shot. John with one more. A triple. Can they get the quad? They know that there's one there. Yes, they can! Whoa. On for an ace. John. Do they know that the last defender is on metal stairs? Loser is right there. But, of course, you have metal stairs being barricaded up by the Mozzie. The spots go out, and they might see them. No, they're busy cooking a grenade. They drop in, wait for the grenade to explode. They will do so. Right above the stairs, all the way through the hallway, in Fountain, no less. Who has the diffuser? It's Dovtakin. Coming in, potentially. John is also here. Wait, Dovtakin is above the hatch. Can they get a line of sight on the planter? I don't think so. Not just yet, anyway. They could get a drop onto guards. Oh, that's a lot of damage. That's a lot of self-inflicted damage. And Dovtakin will take advantage of that. C4. Oh, dear me. Opening up a line of sight in a very crucial spot, mind you. But the scramble went the way of the thermite anyway. And that is going to be Team Force putting a round on board on the second half. The first round for them in a while as well. 3-4. 1 round away from equalizing.
It's massive. This is one massive victory coming in from the side of Team Force in that current round. Wasn't that easy, but John is now being that stepping stone. John is taking matters into his own hand. Each and every head being puffed off the first round of the second half. That one round which they could not afford to lose. That one set of rounds which they really need to adapt, and especially when you're there as an attacker. You need to make sure that the defense is being
Attackers need to
outplayed
locate and
and
defuse
not
as
only
many bombs
outplayed
as
but
they can.
totally being broken up. Nickel being spotted all the way towards the side of the spawn. John already with 8 frags in just 7 rounds. Team goes for the sort of nade. Lai looking quite promising. Guard and over to King and Nickel still in 2-1 kills, but that is something which really does not really concerns them. Because what concerns them is the overall team being that one place where they would really like to idolize and make sure that they are winning rounds. They are converting those rounds into the wins.
5
5
seconds to insertion.
seconds, and within 5 seconds, the game is about to begin. The
Attackers are
game
moving out to
number
locate
8,
a
the
bomb
round
and
number 8. Which team is getting the round number 8? That's going to be something to look out for. But if it's the sort of KNF, that's a 2-round lead. But if Team 4 is Team 4 still happen to qualify, this would mean that we will be heading to yet another equalizer. Oh my god, look where this match has taken us for now. Customs and inspection being taken care of, the sort of tracks. Shaz really trying to make sure that he is holding these angles. Armory lockers from the side of Mob, but vehicles is being holding off from the side of John. Yazan still trying to explore his way. Guards is already in. John been expecting to be here at the main hall area. 1 minute is already done. Just 2 more minutes remaining, and that's where the drone is going to come up, but it just gives an intel of one single player, which is Lahi. Lahi, if he comes in aggressive, oh, he has an opportunity. When he had an opportunity, look after the damage which he has done. That's a lot and lot of damage. He needs to sit back. He would need all of those 3 heals, but still, the 4v5 situation still quite close, and Team Force might really get their chance to fight back as well at the same time.
Absolutely. Grenade coming out. No, Nicole is going to withdraw that because the drones have probably said that no, there's no point putting a grenade out.
Located
Right about
bomb.
now. There we go. Breaks the door open. There is a meat jammer here, stopping a lot of utility from going out for the side of Force right about now. Nicole knows that that angle is dangerous. The one into small office that they are staring at right about now. There's probably a defender there, and that seems to be Morph, kind of. Morph is on the table behind, on the back end of, Armory, as it were, the Armory small office. As we have guards running right past what could be a run out potentially by the Valkyrie. Lahi right there. As the drones are going to be shot, minute is on the clock. 55 seconds. It's now or never for this push. And Team Force are still 1 body down. They don't know where to go, really. John knows the position of 1, but do they know where the Valkyrie is? I don't think so. As the Ying... Oh, do you mean that's actually a long toss of the Candela? And that could prove to be big for the side of the attack right about now. Unless it was nearly all a distraction, and it seems like that could have been the case. Shax is going to find 1 anyway, and there's a Valkyrie with 1. Instant trade back, but no! John falls down the hatch, and the rest of the team has been dismantled by KNF. It's all down to John in 15 seconds. How much can they really do? Comes up, finds 1 on 90, pushes out, but it's going to be Nixus to get the kill onto John. Metal Stairs will be denied. And folks... that's going to be 1 more round for KNF. 5-3, 1 round away from series point. Team Force, the pressure is mounting. The pressure is rising. Can you respond?
Team KNF, just 1 round away. This is what I'd like to call the closest to championship. They are definitely going to go on to a series point, but how fast is it going to be? Once again, Nickel with a sledge, Finca, Termite, but a 5-3 scoreline to start things off. A brilliant display right there in the previous round, but John eventually falling down. His team was not been anticipating those current situations, and that's where the effective trades did not come in. It could have been close, it could have been still went in the side of team and the KNF. But Team Force, they lost that 1 round which wasn't quite afforded. They have played 2 rounds. In case they have to win it, they have to win it now. They have to win it back to back. They can just afford to lose 1 single round, which would then take them to an overtime. But in case Team KNF wants to win it, they are now at the closest situation. 10 seconds more to go. Team KNF versus 4S. What a brilliant grand finale it has been. It all falls down to these end half, the finale half year. For the last time at the Ramadan Gaming Championship, presented by Playtonia, powered by SteelSeries and Tech Hub. Well, the setup seems to be quite downside the server room and the offices. 3 players being stacked up, guards trying to go aggressive with those drones, trying to find some intel along with assisting Nicole. Nicole really need to make sure that he is kind of staying alive, but look after the drone. Drone is all over the place at this point of time. Loser or towards main lobby gets spotted off. Still Nicole is trying to make sure that some wall bank points could come in, but south balcony is being that choke point, and wow. That's amazing. Only one player who has been responsible is going to be loser, but let's see what's going to happen. He's been thrown down at this point of time, and well, he gets taken down. Lahi has been taken down from the side of Dove King. The south balcony is now being the control. Team Force finally comes up in full force at this entry point and has a big numbers advantage, a 5v4 situation by their side. Players are still looking at an unpleasant angle. Guards towards the side of none other than Fountain area. Morph still holding on the Archie. He's trying to make sure that one entry angle there, a player is being waited. He comes in, but Guards on the other hand takes out Shaz. Another kill for the side of Guards, and Yazan leaves us with one single kill. The flawless was been denied, but the match is still on. The grand finale is still on. And a 5-3 scoreline has now turned into a 5-4. Round number 10. And Team Force is all set to give us an equalizer, but if not an equalizer, then KNF, they've had it previously, they're gonna once again have it, the match point, the series point, and one step closer to being the champions year itself.
That is indeed the case. One step closer for both teams. For Force, one step closer to equalizing. For KNF, one step closer to series point. One step closer for both to becoming the champions of the Playtonia presents the Ramadan Gaming Championship, powered by SteelSeries and Tech Hub. 10 rounds have been played here, along with the 50 plus rounds of the first 4 maps. Now, in this situation, in this position, Team Force, how will you equalize? The pressure is still mounting. KNF, how will you win this round? The pressure is mounting. And the site that they have chosen is an interesting one. They've lost ventilations twice now. They won armory in round 8. So now in round 10, they have decided to go to bathroom tellers on the first floor. The site that I was talking about a while ago, Bathroom Tellers, which is now the de facto third site, or for most teams the de facto third site of Border. That is going to be in play here and now in the 10th round for both of these teams. Team KNF have brought it out, so they must have an idea in hand, and not just to bamboozle the attackers, also to completely catch them and punish them for any mistake that they make. Their plays need to be in order right now. Shots are fired on the main door, but it's not going to connect onto anyone just yet. Guards wants a grenade from below. They're looking directly at a defender, but no. Oh, Nyx is so low on HP. Once again, saved by a frame. Literally. But Morphe's going to find John in the meanwhile. The Iana is down. This is huge. They don't know that there's somebody in the hallway looking to execute onto them in just a second. As Nixus is getting healed in the meanwhile, flashbang is out. It will miss Morph. Okay, the hipfire connects, I guess. That's gonna be big. Yazan gonna go down off the board. Big shot taken right there. With Yazan down, it's all down to guards Nicole and Dovahkiin, excuse me. And the shots are fired from below. Nicole doesn't know where they came from. He's going to get the hatch done. Potentially a C4 coming up any second now. The alibi is still in Fountain. Dovahkiin can't push this. This is a bad situation to be in, but there we go. Shax is going to go down, but here is Nyx is back again. Finds guards, and now it's a 2v4. Nakul and Dovtakin, the last two standing. Dovtakin, interesting idea, going for a breach on the, well, at least setting down the exothermic charge on the wall, the triple wall of office. Is he going to find anyone off of that? Not just yet. It just opens up a new line of entry potentially, but not much more other than that. It's even being shot at by losers, so it's not like it's a safe entry point to begin with because it's right in the line of sight of the hatch. But wait, one's in fountain. Morph might see this. They will, and oh, that's going to be another kill. Dovtakin off the board. And Morph might find one more. They're looking for it. Yes, they will get it. Interesting right there that we didn't see them ADS even once, but I feel like they actually did. Probably a visual bug that they didn't ADS right there. That is very interesting indeed. But regardless, folks, series point, match point in true fashion is now on KNF's side. Team Force, it is the ultimate pressure. Can you bear the storm and walk into an OT? Can you make it the fourth OT of the night? Is it possible? Or will KNF absolutely shut them down? There's no time to waste. They're not going to take time in picking operators. They all know what they need to do. And we're going to be heading into this round. There we go. As it is, yeah, all in total, 6-4. Team KNF are on series point.
The last potential round if Team KNF wins it. Yeah, the last round. In case they win it, that's gonna be massive, that's gonna be big, that's gonna be huge. As they will be thrown as the champions tonight. But Team Force, they came so far, they came so close. But that did not really close up well inside their favor. They are just one round away from making sure that they could have resulted in an overtime the previous time. That time it was a massive comeback from 6-2 to 6-5. They almost had 3 rounds. Now the asking rate has quite declined. It's 6-4 to 6 all. Just 2 rounds is what they need. But at the same time, Team KNF, they are gonna give no room of mistake. There's no room of mistakes right there, and one only aim, which would be a squad elimination. Just a squad elimination, as they are at the defensive position. 3 ways you could win at a defensive position: a squad elimination, a diffuser being not planted within the given allotted time, or else a diffuser being planted and then diffused. Team Force have finally found the bomb towards the start of 8. 2 minutes, 10 seconds remaining. Is this it? Loser takes down the start of Roy. Once again, the Wolves is taken down, but the net is gonna do the job, and man, Loser is gonna lose his life, is gonna lose the numbers advantage, and Team Force, a brilliant read out there, a brilliant read. Force on the other hand is trying to make sure that he's coming aggressive D by D, chance by chance. Man, this is gonna be close, but the drone is gonna spot him down. Chairs are going to be somewhat trapped, so it's going to be a bit difficult for the side of KNF to just get aggressive. But Lahi gets a kill on guards. That's massive. That's an headshot being dealt with, and players are just dealing an headshot at this point. No room for panic, no room for any disturbance right there when it comes to these whips, which we potentially see. But John with another util. He is using his utility. Will he get the connection? Nade goes in but does not connect quite well. On the other hand, John,
oh no!
Oh my god, what are you doing, John? Takes down Yazan, it all falls down to a 3v4.
Oh no!
This is not how the way they end. Team KNF are gonna be the champions, just 1 kill away.
Not like
one
this.
more kill, and Team KNF, they have done it for the night. But Nicole is still alive. 1v3 to go. But well, here we go. Champions are gonna be risen as tonight Team 1 and only KNF has bought the brightest victory possibly seen. A 7-5 scoreline, and what a brilliant way to become the champions. Team KNF, that last round they had it all. But that one mistake, as I mentioned, this time there's no room for mistakes. There's no room for whiffs. You did that one, it all falls down. That all it took for to cover the difference, to bridge the gap between the championship title and your name team. KNF are gonna be your champions. You are the Platonia Ramadan Gaming Championship powered by SteelSeries and TechHub. And wow, just phenomenal play coming out from the side of both of these teams.
Absolutely agreed with you on that one. Phenomenal play from both teams, but eventually it had to be one team to win it, and a 7-4 it will be, folks. KNF with their third win in a BO5, winning it all. Coming up from the open quals as well. And Force, they fought hard during the close brackets, but they were not able to win it out for themselves. Here and now, they came so close, but right at the end, too many mistakes, too much room given away, and KNF punishing them for every single one of them. And really, we talked about how a BO5 is a war of attrition, right? How it's all about saving energy till the end. Well, these two teams had plenty of. And it wasn't until the last 3 rounds or so that we saw Force finally start to slow down a little bit. KNF even then had a bit of steam left in the tank. My goodness, what a game night it has been, and what a long night it has been as well. We hope you enjoyed this just as much as we did casting it, folks. As sleepy as we might be, given the state of mine and Opcon right now, we are very much satisfied with this game. At least I very much am. It was a great game. So let's have a quick recap before we go into the scorecard, shall we? Map number 1, which was so long ago, feels like a lifetime ago right about now, right? Oh my goodness. It was Cafe Dostoevsky, picked by Team Force, won by Team KNF, 8-6. Map number 2, which was Clubhouse, picked by Force, was won. Excuse me right there. Picked by KNF, I believe it was. Oh no, it was Chalet. Excuse me. Forgive me for that. Chalet was map number 2. It was picked by KNF, but it was won by Force, 8-6. Map number 3, which was this time Clubhouse, I got it right this time, which was an 8-7 max OT, won by Force, putting KNF on the back foot. Force took series point right there for the first time. But not to be outdone, on Villa, map number 4, it was a 7-5. KNF didn't even allow Force to go for OT, pushing into map number 5 that we just saw, Border, 7-4 for KNF, winning it out, going from a 1-2 to a 3-2. They will be the ones to win here and now. Technically, I guess that also counts as kind of a reverse sweep, but it's not a 0-2 to 3-2, obviously. But still, they did have to still win 2 back-to-back rounds, maps even, to bring themselves here to Border. And they are your winners here at the Playtonia Presents Ramadan Gaming Championship, powered by SteelSeries and TechUp. Huge round of applause, folks. Everyone who's watching right now, huge congratulations to Team KNF, and also to Force. They might not have won, but they came damn close to doing it. The last 2 maps, they started losing a bit of steam. They just couldn't bring it back for themselves. It really is a bit of a shame, but it is what it is. One team has to win, one team has to lose. That losing team this time is Force. They will have to settle for 5,000 AD and the runners-up prize from the SteelSeries for Legacy Series. And on the other hand, well, we all know KNF, they will be eating good for a while. 10K dirham for them. And on top of that, the full winners series of the SteelSeries prizes. Ooh, baby. Technology. This is so sweet indeed. We'll get to the scoreboard in just a sec. But Opcon, any final closing thoughts about the match that we just had?
It's been a roller coaster ride. It's been that one ride. It's been that one finals. You don't get to see that often. For the last time, as mentioned by Blackjack, it was all the way till 2019, which was one finals which we were sitting all night watching the matches of G2. But
yes.
well, who can't forget? This is a historic night, to be honest. Well, it's morning practically here. But yep, it's going to be one historic night where we got to see some amazing Rainbow Six Siege action. Well, this platform being presented was quite phenomenal, and all thanks to Platonia, all thanks to our companies, which is going to be SteelSeries Tech Hubs. Brilliant initiative to just overcome and organize the Ramadan Gaming Championship throughout the matter of 1 or 2 months. These championship series have been going on. On screen, you have been seeing most of those top matches, but all the top matches were being quite epic, but all the bottom matches were also being taken care of from the back end, so that we get teams like KNF who represent that open qualifiers. Today was an iconic fight because one teams did one all the way from the start of round robins, the top team, where we did caught Team Kamikaze and Team Force. But there was two teams more, which did came all the way struggling out from that open qualifiers. The first team, Team KNM, who beat Team Kamikaze at semi-finale 1, and yesterday, where Team KNF were looking just impeccable. Team Force did it quite amazingly, and Team Force were the one who took away that entire victory with themselves, taking down the side of none other than Team Sinners. But let's take a quick look after the numbers. Niz, the player, the MVP. Oh my god, I'm not seeing that, am I?
Well, no, you are indeed. Nix's 14-4. They barely died throughout that entire match. Mind you, they're not the only one with an exceptionally high KD. Morph is 8-4 as well. So that's a 2.0. But Nix's 3.5 KD ratio. 11-6 to Lahi in the meanwhile, 6-4 to Loser, and Shax with 6-8. Still a very well distributed scorecard, all things considered. Shax the only one who really died a lot. Lahi, even then, Lahi in what, like 11 rounds, they died about 6 times. Not bad, about 50% of the time. Shax was the only one kind of taking a dirt nap in all the rounds, or most of the rounds, so to speak. In the meanwhile, for the side of Force, you've got, well, a little bit of a depressing scorecard. As you can see, it dips down below the 0.5s very quickly on that KD ratio, but let's not really talk about that. It's a little bit depressing for them as well. John versus Nixus in the player v player, and the difference is clear as day here. What a game we just had. 11-8 versus 14-4. 3 assists to John. John just wasn't able to fire off the same way. Even though they got a lot done. The problem was the entire team, and John included, in several key points, just weren't able to fire. John had a couple of 3Ks and, a 4K as well, nearly aced in a round, but it simply was not to be. And there you go, folks. All the map scores for all of our viewers at home. Starting off on Cafe, 8-6 to KNF, then to Chalet, 8-6 to Team Force, then to Clubhouse, 8-7 to Force, then Villa, 7-5 to KNF, the first non-OT map win in the grand finale, and then 7-4 on Border, the second non-OT map win for this grand finale, but most importantly, the winning map for KNF. They have proved themselves more than enough, I should think, here and now in this competition. So all things considered, big shout outs to them. Absolutely deserved victory. Team Force, do not take this loss that deeply because you made it this far. The journey counts for a lot. The destination is one thing, but the journey makes the trip worthwhile. And folks, that journey was huge, and our journey here was also huge. So, with that being said, for the last time here at the Playtonia Presents the Ramadan Gaming Championship, powered by SteelSeries and Tech Hub, that'll be it for myself, Blackjack, and my co-caster, Opcon, our producer, the Arab Extreme, and everybody on the back end who have been managing this tournament over the month, more than a month that has been going on for, right? Yep. And, just good stuff all around. And with all of that being said, we hope you had a fantastic time, because we sure did. And now I'll go hit the hay. I'm pretty sure I'm going to fall asleep the instant my head hits the pillow. But all things considered, it's been really fun, really exciting, and we hope that you enjoyed as well. So with that being said, that has been it, and we'll see you whenever we come back for a Rainbow Six event. Until then, stay tuned, and good night.
attackers bombed it.
I'm finally tired of all the standby. Never said that I was perfect, but I'm willing to try. Let me show you what I'm made of. I am so much more than my mistakes.
And I'm finally tired of all the standing by.
Never said that I was perfect, but I'm willing to try.
Let me show you what I made